Alright, everybody, welcome to the Eerie Hours. I'm your host, Gene Skinner. Hope you're all doing a good night tonight, wherever you are, whenever you are, as you know would like to say. Let's get right to the show. Right for the red circles, you know what that means. Time for some ghosts! We'll play.
There are some videos that look like they came straight out of a nightmare, and the clip that started off this list is definitely one of those.
I got some voodoo grape
This guy
to drink
was
to
getting
keep
ready
myself
for
a little
bed
bit more
when he
awake
saw
and
something
alert
weird
for the
from inside
spookies.
his house. Out there in the distance on the street, there was this figure, just some person standing completely still and staring
Menacingly?
right at his home. Wasn't walking, wasn't talking,
So I'll
just
crack that open.
watching.
I'm drinking a little
He
bit
felt
here, though.
uncomfortable right
I'm gonna
away,
slurp it right
so
away.
just to be safe, he
So I don't
went
think it'll
around
taste like
closing
great.
all
I
the
just brushed
doors
my
and
teeth.
windows to make sure everything was locked up tight.
Make sure the cards are in the
But
way.
while
That
he's
might be
doing
what's
this,
blocking
right
that
when
from
he's
sitting
about
up
to
there.
close that last door, boom, his
Boom.
camera picks up
Demon.
this.
Turn it down just slightly. Just a little slightly. There we go. That's good volume. Good to see y'all. Remember, get your lights off and get as dark as possible. Even if you're in daylight right now, put a blanket over your head or something, I don't know. Or put your blanket over your head and then look at the computer, then turn the brightness down on your computer. That's fucking creepy! What the fuck is that dude? It's probably fake as fuck, but still creepy as shit. Speaking of creepy, if you missed me playing The Last Lodge earlier,
It's a pale face.
I
with
definitely
no
recommend you go
expression,
watch me
and
play
the
that. That game
appearance
is kind of
doesn't really
terrifying.
look like a normal person at all. The features are off.
We'll definitely
The
play
stare
more
is
of that in the
completely
future, since I
fixed.
still have to get
If
the
you
other
really
two
look at
endings.
it, the face
I got
looks like it belongs to a
Blood and
mannequin,
Blade
like
ending
it's
and
not
the
even
bat.
human.
Not technically, it's supposed to be the good ending,
And
but
what really
it's
freaks
the
him
obedient
out
ending.
is that the thing doesn't move at all. Not
There's
even a
the
little.
other one that
It
we
just stands
technically we got
there
three. We got the
staring.
third one, which
He's
is
completely
the
shaken up.
Middleman Road,
After
which
that
is you
night,
basically
he
don't
says he
go
started
either way
hearing
fully on it.
sounds. Something trying to get the windows open.
Oh god, I
These
don't
quiet
like
but constant
it.
knocks,
It
like
looks
whatever
fake,
it was,
but I still
wanted
don't
to
like
come
it.
inside. So he says
Pretty
he
sure that
called the
thing's
cops,
fake as
but
fuck. It
when
looks
they
like something
showed
out of a
up,
fucking
there was
manga or
nobody
something.
there. Nothing. So what happens next? What do you think was actually caught on
I
camera
don't
that
like it.
night? Someone wearing a mask to hide their face? Or is it something way more disturbing than that? Let us know in the comments.
Whatever the fuck it is, I don't like it. How about that? It can probably be fake as fuck, but I still don't fucking like it. It's fucking terrifying.
The security camera footage comes from late 2022, filmed in the middle of the night when everything around the property should have been completely quiet. Nobody walking around, no movement, nothing happening anywhere near the place. But there's this quick moment where the camera seems to pick up something that shouldn't be there at all. Something dark, moving fast, and really hard to make sense of.
It could
Keep
be.
your eyes on the
Or a
screen.
Petervert wearing one. Let's see. Keep my eyes in the middle of the screen, he said. Oh, there it is. I saw it. Oh. No, I already saw it. It was like a shadow thing running. Do I hear cat? Can't hear cat in my room. Are you here, Sasha? Yes, you are. Hi, Sash. Hi, kitty.
Over by the gate on the right,
Come here.
you can see this dark shape that suddenly appears
Come on.
and then disappears
Come on,
almost
jump up.
right away.
Yeah, come on.
Like it was only
Come
there
here.
for a second
Come on.
before vanishing completely.
Come here. Hi. Jump up, Sash.
A lot of people think it might just be the camera acting
Jump.
up, you know,
Jump up.
the kind of weird visual stuff
I
that
see you. Come
security
on.
cameras do
Gotta
sometimes
turn the light on my
when
phone
it's
so I
really
can see you
dark
fully.
outside.
Come on.
And sure, bugs
Not gonna-
flying close to
not
the
gonna
lens,
spook me.
changes in light, or just
Yep, come
digital
on, jump up.
noise can all make things look strange.
Yep, come on.
But
Jump.
there
You
are
were just
others
about to do
who
it.
feel
Come on.
like this
Finish the
footage
pose.
is way more
Finish the
unsettling
action.
than
Come on.
just a technical
Come on, Sasha.
problem. If you
Come
look
on.
at paranormal
Jump up.
stories from around the world,
What
there
are you
are
doing,
tons
dude?
of accounts describing these
Jump up.
black,
There you go.
person-shaped figures that
Goofy.
show up for just an instant,
come lay down.
hovering at the corner of your
Had
vision
your fill
before
today
they
of
vanish
food.
into nothing. Some people think they're lost souls. Others believe there's
Yeah,
something
come
much
here.
worse.
You're fine. Hi. Yes, Porky added me with an image they was like showing. I got a decoy laptop to keep my cat away from my
This
actual
video
laptop.
shows an older man on the
Well, I
very
wish
day
that
he
my
passed away
decoy
in a
laptop I
similar
bought for Sasha
residence.
originally would do
He's
that,
already
and the one I
lying
have
on
on the
his
floor
deathbed
doesn't
at
really
the
do
time,
that.
when suddenly something completely
So,
out of the
she's kinda
ordinary
what she do.
happens.
I keep the one on the floor there so she scratches that instead of actually scratching my fucking garbage, because that's got You know, it's like it's a glad one, so it can have like scent stuff on it, which would be good for him to scratch. Which he does still scratch sometimes, don't you? Doofy. Pet cat. Hello. Gosh, I think your ear's leaking again. It's gross. Again, you can't help it. You got a polyp in there. But the wax definitely builds up, and that's disgusting. Is there a person in there? Is that a ghost face? What is that? What is that? Just like spooky ghosts flying around him? What is that? Is he being haunted by Pac-Man ghosts? Yes, Sasha, hello. I really don't want to touch your ear because, again, I put medicine in it.
At first glance, can you notice the light?
It's leaking because
and
of the fact
is
that
it
the
just a coincidence that
there,
the exact moment that light
really
appears, the man wakes up, shifts, and stretches his arms out, almost like he's trying to reach it?
Spooky ghost! Yes, you can lay here.
What makes this video so shocking is that he really seems to see this light. Apparently, the man died later that same day.
What?
He believes it was the man's wife to pick him up, because she had passed away just a few weeks earlier.
Oh, so she's the light that's picking him up?
That would also explain why the grandfather doesn't look afraid. If anything, it's the opposite. What is your opinion?
He's getting abducted by aliens, that's my opinion. And everyone knows that aliens are just space homeless. We all know
Things don't show up just one time. They observe you, they wait, and they come back. A pattern that can go on for years.
Sash.
And this next case is probably the most convincing evidence of that we've seen. It started back when Will, the youngest kid in his family, and his friend spotted something weird in the woods near where they lived. A shadowy figure standing completely still, just watching them from a distance. They figured at first maybe they were seeing things, but then they actually got a photo of it. That's when they chose to do something pretty risky. They went outside.
No, I want to touch grass.
They split up and moved through the trees, walking quietly around the area until they finally got close enough to capture it on camera.
There's a hide behind? Is that it right there? Okay, there it is. Sorry, Sash. You can lay your head down again, I'm sorry. You don't have to sphinx pose, I'm sorry. Just you were laying down and I thought I had a good angle of rubbing your ear there.
A dark shape moving between the trees. It doesn't run away or try to hide completely. It just walks slowly and deliberately through the brush and foliage. They got so scared by what they saw that they decided to stay away from those woods after that day. But what they thought was just a one-time encounter.
The same guy who made
Debbie
Does
Demons. That's right. Something way more disturbing.
Yo, Gene,
2 years
Nathan,
after
Dakota,
that, in July
Raymond,
2015,
and
the mysterious figure came back, and this time it was much closer.
That dog? That's a dog. What the dog doing? Okay, it literally like just spawned right in. Alright, that's not a Bigfoot. That's a government agent. Oh my god, that's Jason Bourne.
Check this out. The boys, older now, were just hanging out in their backyard playing with their dog. At the moment they wandered a little bit away from their property, they saw it again.
What that dog do?
This time around, the figure looks taller, more clear, wearing all black, and with one detail they couldn't help but notice.
Is it missing a head?
Its arms looked way too long, like unnaturally.
I don't even see a head on the damn thing.
What really grabs you in this footage is how it moves. The movement is human-like, which means it could actually be a person. Or even worse, Juan might be trying to pass himself off as one. It would be another 2 years before anything new happened in this case.
Gene dishing out the
An hour after that, Will, now a teenager, was out at a lake with another friend trying out some water skiing.
You were there when we watched Amityville Aliens. Remember that?
Remember
that, Nathan?
This wasn't a place where he ever expected to run into that same unsettling figure again.
So that's where you should have your expectations in the toilet.
Watch closely.
I remember. Good.
Off in the distance between the trees, something
Okay,
dark
Sasha.
shifts around,
No,
moving
don't bite
quietly,
me.
like
Don't
it
bite
never
me.
actually
I
went
gave
away.
my hand willingly.
The moment Will figures out
if you
what
want to
he's
be petted
looking
on the head and
he
you want to
makes
rub
the
against
smart
my
call
hand,
and gets out of there right away.
you can do that.
This
there
kid
you
and his
go.
family have been running into
She looked like she was
beings
gonna
with
bite it for a
basically
minute,
the same
but she basically
features for pretty much his whole
she's
life.
laying down.
Every
she grabs
single
my
video showed
hand,
the same figure.
draws
Just
it
this
in,
odd,
and then decides to
unusual
push it
person.
against her own head.
Maybe it's just some guy who
Like,
lives
she is
alone
so
out in the
goofy.
woods and has been watching them all these
Ow!
years. What's
She's
his
like love
obsession
gripping
with
my
them
arm.
about? Is
You're
he going to
goofy,
show up on
Sasha.
camera again down the road?
I'm going to have to move
These
my
are
hand eventually,
questions
but for
with
right
no
now, you're
answers,
fine.
and
Whatever.
they're exactly what makes
She
this
really
one
likes
of
doing
the most
that.
puzzling
She
cases
is
I've
quite
ever
the
looked
goofy
into.
kid. I'm pretty sure that's a homeless man. Or I don't know.
The guy who
I was thinking
goes
that
by
mythological being that doesn't have a head and they have
Slayerusa
faces on their
on
stomachs,
TikTok
those things.
shared a video
But I don't
that
think
he
it's
says
Bigfoot, and
he's
it's not
never been able
Slenderman.
to
Slenderman's
figure
not
out.
real.
He claims the footage was taken around 4 in the morning, and whatever his camera recorded that night has kept him looking for explanations ever since.
Sash, my arm.
When you first watch
Like an
it,
iron
everything
grip.
seems normal. Just a yard covered in snow
so
sitting there
silly.
in the darkness. But then
I'm sorry.
something really
I
strange
had to move.
starts to unfold.
I'm sorry. You were sitting on my phone. I didn't want it to be uncomfortable for you. There. She's still doing it.
Right there in the snow, these weird footprints begin showing up one by one, like
Ghost
something invisible
footprints.
is making its way across the yard. And this is where things get truly creepy.
That's definitely
There's
like
nobody
cat
you can
footprints
see,
right there.
no animal,
The other one.
absolutely nothing visible that would explain those tracks forming in real time.
I can't, Sash.
While these
I love you,
mysterious
but I
prints
just can't.
keep
You can lay
appearing
down
out
now.
of nowhere,
You can lay your head back
everyone
down. There you
watching
go.
is stuck wondering the same thing.
You just can't
What
keep
in the
holding on to
world
me
was
and like
walking
pressing
through
your
that
head
yard?
against my hand.
Some kind of
It's
spirit
weird.
caught on film? Or maybe
It's a
something
loving
even
sign of
weirder?
affection. I love you for it, but you can't keep doing it because you're really pushing your head against me and you're really gripping tightly with your paw.
Josh
No,
owns
thank
a
you.
small cabin in the Appalachian Mountains. And he
Appalachian.
says he has been able to record something that shook him badly. It began overnight. Strange objects started appearing around the property.
And later
arranged
tonight,
as
I'm
if
also going to be
someone
eating an
had
ice
set up
cream
a
cake
dark
donut.
ritual.
Yeah. Went to go get some donuts earlier today. Got some donuts. Got some ice cream cake donut. I'm looking forward to that. You draw this shit,
At
dog?
first, he blamed the neighbor next door. The odd part was that, for as long as he had been there,
Me when
he
I
had
see
never
something
once crossed
spooky.
paths with whoever supposedly lived in that cabin. What bothered him most was the mess piled right at the main
Ramen.
entrance. He filmed himself walking over to ask the neighbor if those items were theirs.
The scream. It's funny.
That visit
I'd say
solved
that's
nothing.
really
The
accurate, Ramen.
situation
But the only thing
grew
I could say would be
stranger.
like a
He
follow-up to that.
decided
You'd
to bury
scream,
them and burn
and
what
then
he
you would
could
say,
outside
"Oh
the cabin."
hell nah!"
Some
Like
viewers
that one dude
later
did.
warned that this
That one
was
dude
the
who was
worst
working on the house.
choice
Oh
he could have
hell
made.
nah! I love
That is
that sound
exactly
so much.
what happened.
That guy's a fucking
The
MVP in
next
like our
morning, he
watching
heard
our spooky
movement in
thing.
the
Just him saying,
trees, as
"Oh
if
hell
someone
nah!"
was circling the property. So he started recording. He caught a dark shape.
I should get
with a way
Porky to
of
make that a
moving
soundboard
that would
sound.
give
Or
anyone
somebody dude,
chills.
and then just play. Oh hell nah! Okay. That's a person? That's a crackhead.
What he filmed looked human at first, but the motion was closer to an animal. It moved on all fours. He began to wonder whether he had just seen the neighbor behaving in a very strange way.
That
He
your
chose to
neighbor might
stay
have
still
rabies
and not
if they're behaving
confront
like
it,
that.
afraid of what might happen if he did. According to his account, the figure slipped out of sight and vanished into the
If your
thick
neighbor has
woods
rabies
away
and
from the
is acting
cabin.
that way,
The
that's
following morning,
really
something
dangerous.
else odd happened. He
That's
started
really
to think
dangerous.
Someone was working against him, not just physically, but in an energetic sense, like a curse laid around the property to harm him.
curse?
That same day, he had a second encounter
calm down.
with the mysterious person and filmed it. This was the last update he posted.
That is a person. That is literally just a. That is a person. That's someone in like a fucking Halloween Grim Reaper outfit, being like fucking spooky. Like they just. That's a person. Well, not. You can see it now. It's a person. What? Okay, not real. Last update, and that's the
Some
video you
people
had.
believe whatever has been prowling near the cabin could be a skinwalker. They
No.
point to the end of the clip, where the figure seems to notice him and even looks like it tries to bite. The audio also picks up strange animal-like sounds, which is why that idea caught on. A related clip
No.
was recorded by Mad, a
That's a
woman in
furry.
the United States. Late at night, she sat in her car on the way home and had stopped for a moment. Glancing at the rearview mirror, she noticed movement in the brush. A human-shaped shadow shifted between the branches. What a strange case.
That's a person. That's a crackhead.
Picture this. Amirani, a mom, gets woken up in the middle of the night by her little daughter. The girl's voice is shaking as she tells her mom
That's
that
just a
someone is
dude.
standing in the
That's
corner
right.
of the room. But apparently, whatever it was, wasn't alone. It had something with it.
No, great.
Now pay close attention here, because luckily all of this got caught on video.
Yeah.
Really watch this.
How lucky it is, and totally not scripted, that it all got caught on video. How lucky. Can we have a camera that doesn't suck dick when you record the supernatural? Maybe?
Come here.
No?
¿Dónde? ¿Qué hay allá? ¿Te van a comer? ¿Quién te va a comer?
¿Qué?
¿Qué es lo que ves?
Hola. 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 Dame.
¿Hambre? ¿Que tiene hambre?
Hola. Hola.
What?
Hola.
¿Panza?
I don't know what that says in Spanish.
¿A quién le duele
I only
la
know a
panza?
little bit of Spanish.
¿Tiene hambre? ¿Quiere comer?
Pasa.
¿A quién le duele la panza? ¿Boca?
Boca.
Which baby? The
Boca.
witch baby?
Bebé.
Your coach only come if your camera's bad quality enough. That is some shit camera quality.
Bebé.
¿Cuál bebé?
Mamá, bebé. Bebé.
Bebe.
Acuéstate, mi amor, vente.
Oh shit,
The
the
little
demon
girl
showed up.
seemed to see something strange in her bedroom.
Oh shit, the
To a
demon
lot
showed
of
up.
people, it looks like she's describing a person holding a baby and feeding it. What makes these situations so creepy is that only the little girl can see it.
Scaring
as if
the little
this
girl.
thing is actually some kind of imposter entity going after Myrani's daughter's spirit, a pizza demon.
What the fuck? That wasn't it. You added that in. That was AI.
This unsettling video supposedly comes from Indonesia, filmed
Oh,
by a
that-
woman who went to visit
Well, that's
her
why
new
she's dressed that way,
apartment
because
really late one night.
Indonesia
Right
is
from
Islamic.
The start, things didn't feel right. There was no electricity
people who
working,
didn't know that.
everything was pitch
The
black,
major
totally
the
quiet,
major religion
and
in
the whole
Indonesia
atmosphere
is
felt
Islam.
off.
Yes.
Most people would have just left immediately.
Just
But
in
she'd
case
come
you
all
didn't
that
know.
way to
Now
see
you
the
do.
place, so she figures she might as well go inside instead of making the trip for nothing. And the footage she ends up recording is the kind that would make anyone wish they'd never opened that door.
Don't open that door. Don't open that door.
لا تناموا بطونكم فاضية أنا صحيت جوعانة وأحس بطني راح يلصق بظهري من الجوع.
Can you speak a language I can understand, please? Thank you. Oh, what the fuck? That's not real. That's
While
not
her
real.
camera sweeps through the darkness, you can suddenly make out several figures sitting around a kitchen
That's
table.
not real.
What appears to be a woman with several children, all of them standing completely motionless. Then, all at the same time, they start turning in her direction. You can see their eyes reflecting light in the darkness, staring straight at her from the other side of
That's
the room.
AI.
It happens so fast and feels so wrong that she lets out a scream and bolts from the apartment.
Why is that one
Whether
chick
this
fucking
was staged
floating?
somehow, just a weird trick of shadows and light, or something
staged.
genuinely evil inside that empty
It's
apartment.
staged.
The video is disturbing enough to leave behind one terrifying thought.
That was staged
If
as
nobody was
fuck. That's
supposed to
not
be
real.
in there yet, then what exactly was standing in that dark kitchen, waiting for her to arrive?
The feet are like she's on her tiptoes or something too. I noticed that. Like, what the fuck? That's not real. That's not real. That's fake.
Early one morning, Kyle heads down
Creepy,
into
but
the
fake.
basement.
Yeah, exactly.
And what he
It can be
hears
creepy
this
all it
time
wants to
is
be, but it
completely
is fake
different
as
from
fuck.
anything he's experienced before.
Yeah, no. You're
Up
not
until
fooling
now,
me.
The weird stuff happening down there had been pretty quiet.
You ain't fooling me.
Kids laughing somewhere in the distance, soft footsteps here and there, this creepy feeling that something small was moving around in the shadows. But this morning, everything feels wrong.
Woke up
The
this
sounds are
morning,
aggressive,
my uncle's
violent
basement.
even, and way too loud to just brush off.
I think we've seen this one before, we'll say. Because this looks a lot like my uncle's old and furbished basement, though I don't think it is furbished anymore. Because that was like 2 decades ago, longer. No, maybe a decade. Last time I saw it was like 14. That would be 2 decades ago. Never mind. Forgot I'm 34. No, it would be 2 decades ago. That's funny. That looks like the old stairs to my house, but that was that was like in a actual like thing. They were cement stairs. This ain't it. That's definitely a really unfurbished basement. Dude, is that the door you have to go outside? Because that's a bad door for outside. Because someone could easily break into your house that way, dog. Get a better door. For your basement.
Okay.
That's how you get the homeless breaking in.
The second the banging goes quiet, Kyle pulls the door open, and there's nobody standing there. His first instinct is to look for something that makes sense. Maybe whoever was down there heard him coming and took off. Maybe somebody's messing with him. Maybe there's some simple explanation he just hasn't thought of yet. But the thing is, whatever's happening
Sasha's
doesn't
not
feel
laying
like a
on the other
game
side of the bed.
anymore. It
He's
feels
slipping.
threatening, like
He does
something in
that.
that house is getting more confident. And for Kyle, this isn't just another weird moment he can ignore anymore. It's another deeply frightening part of a haunting that keeps getting worse and more intense, and he has no idea why any of this is happening.
Sorry, I was clicking up the air
Security
conditioner.
at a
It's cold
nursing
enough in here.
facility
Yeah, it's like
noticed something
69
unsettling on
outside.
their
So
surveillance system, and this
not
clip
too
is
cold.
one of the guards
I mean,
documenting
I am
what
colder,
happened.
so I don't need it on that high. I'm gonna turn it off, but I'm gonna at least turn it down a bit.
So it's gonna come right here. Boom. Just appeared for the camera right there. And then it just flew. Hold on, let me
Yeah, I don't say anything. I think we've seen this video before, by the way.
show how it came over here. This
What
is
came
where
where?
it came.
What came? I don't say anything. Oh, the door opened up.
Yeah, see, it's capturing it. Boom.
A strange black object moves into frame,
I don't
almost
see
like
shit.
a thin metal rod or bar.
Oh, there it is.
Moments
There it
later,
is. I
one
see
of
it
the
now.
nurses appears to press it against the elevator wall, as if placing it there deliberately.
And then show it move.
Oh, yep, person got it. I'm pounding against the wall.
And then you can see it disappear also. Right here. I'm showing the viewers for your phone.
Ghost rod.
Gone.
Wow.
Then, just as abruptly, the object is gone. Some people are convinced this is more than a camera glitch or a weird angle.
It's
Others
a demon
think there's a
rod.
straightforward explanation hiding in plain sight, reflections, timing, or an object the camera isn't capturing clearly. Either way, it's hard to watch without feeling like something is off. In this video, a teenage boy and his family are eagerly exploring the new house they've just moved into. This is their first chance to really check out their new home, so they bring a camera along to document the exciting moment. However, what begins as a happy occasion quickly takes an unsettling turn. As they tour the house, an unexpected and chilling event occurs.
Oh shit.
Let me just take this off. No, I can't take this off. I can't take it off.
Oh shit, I can't take it off. Ah.
My thing is stuck. This is stuck.
Oh, he's got the cat.
Where is it?
We could throw
What?
a movie in this house, right?
I know, we can. That's the attic?
Acting now. You wanna go in there?
Why would you just want to go in the attic? That's
Wait, you
weird.
wanna go in there?
No.
I want to see what's...
Why would you want to do that?
A loud, piercing scream of a child suddenly echoes through the house. The family, realizing that no one else should be inside except an older relative, panics and makes a quick exit. They are left deeply unnerved, knowing that what they just experienced was anything but normal. The strange part is that the screams seem to come from within the house itself.
Creepy.
Yet there were no other children present. This had led viewers to wonder, was the scream from outside, or did the camera capture something more mysterious? With no further updates or additional footage from the family, the source of the terrifying sounds remain a haunting mystery, leaving everyone to speculate on what might have truly happened in that house.
Wow.
Late one evening, a woman named Tammy was driving up to her house, thinking it would just be a normal, uneventful trip home.
Oh, Tammy, why would you think that?
But as soon as she got out of her vehicle, something on the other side of the street grabbed her attention, something that felt instantly off. She had no way to describe it, just this sense that whatever she was staring at shouldn't be there. Luckily, her security camera recorded the whole thing. Here's what it shows.
Is Tammy herself a Dwende? What the fuck? Alright, what creepy ass thing are we gonna see? Hello. Oh, that person turned into a dog? Yeah, they turned into a dog. She was watching them the entire time? What the fuck? I didn't even realize that. I wasn't even paying attention to that person. That person legitimately just turned into a dog in front of her. That fake as fuck, but that's still creepy. Hello. You gonna turn into a dog again? Oh, speed up. No, they're just running like a dog. That time they were just running like a dog.
On the opposite side of the road, a weird glowing light shows up, hanging close to the pavement. At first glance, you might think it's something normal, until Tammy notices the light isn't floating around on its own. It's connected to something else, a shadowy figure creeping forward on all fours in this really unnatural way. A second later, the thing stands up on two legs, just for a moment, like it's looking around, scanning the area. Then it starts moving again, walking down the sidewalk with an unnatural gait,
Yeah, that's a
until
person.
its body warps
Then
and
it's boom.
distorts in this totally inhuman way that sends chills down your spine. Almost immediately, it drops back down on all fours and vanishes from the camera's
It is someone
view.
being weird.
Tammy
It's just the
says she
the
still
camera
doesn't
is
know
again
what she saw
shitty.
that night. But one thing's for sure, it didn't move like any person would. Nothing about it seemed familiar or normal.
We did say hello to her, so she knows this
When you
person.
see something like
Or they're
that
just,
by
like,
yourself
saying, "Hello,
in the
I'm
dark,
Crackhead."
it's definitely going to mess with you and leave you feeling
That's
unsettled.
a person, though. No, it's someone being strange. They're probably on drugs or something. They have some fucking huge ass like floodlight on them
There's
too.
this guy Isaac who just recently moved into an old family house that's been around for generations.
Not Isaac,
and
Isaac.
passed down through the years. From the outside, it seems
our boy
pretty ordinary
Isaac.
and unremarkable. It's quiet, kind of
Isaac
isolated,
here.
and you'd expect it to have some history just because of how old it is. But when you start digging into what actually happened there, things
gonna lay
get
on
really
the ground.
creepy.
Yep, she's
The
gonna
guy
go
who
take a-
originally owned it was a war veteran.
She's gonna
and
take
after
a
he
lay
came back
on the
home,
ground
people
over
say
there.
his PTSD was really severe.
Cleaning herself. That means she's gonna go do that.
Family members remember how he'd sometimes bolt out of the house in the middle of the night and hide
Normal
somewhere
things.
outside because he swore he could hear noises coming from this little shed out back. He
Oh,
was
great.
convinced there was something in there. Isaac says that exact same shed is now the one spot on the whole property that just feels completely off. Looking out from his bedroom, he says he's seen shapes moving around inside it. Some nights there's this loud pounding at the door, like whatever's in there is trying to get
Excuse
out.
me.
Then one day, while he's filming a Q&A video about the house, something weird shows up on camera.
I've been seeing all the comments, I've been seeing all the questions, and I wanted to make a video to answer those questions for you guys now. It's about 5:30, 5:45 in the morning. I can't sleep. So I figured, why not, right? So I answer the first question. What happened to the video?
Yeah, what happened to it, huh?
Y'all hear that, right? Like that,
I heard it. I'm pretty sure that's a rooster, my guy.
you guys see that?
If you pay attention to the window in the background, you can see this pale shape appear for just a split second before it ducks away. That wasn't even the strangest part, though. A little while later, the door begins creeping open by itself, even though Isaac's clearly the only one there, standing completely alone. Once people saw that happening, they got even more interested in the shed and what might be inside.
The shed.
And pretty soon, everyone was pushing him to actually go in there himself and
Do
see
it,
what
pussy.
he could find. Now to a video of a construction worker who was filming part of an elderly residence that was
Hey,
under
Bobber.
construction at the time. It was to document the progress and improvements being made to the property.
Welcome back,
However,
bud.
the
I'm
owners
seeing
later
you
noticed
earlier
something
today when you're
extremely
watching me play
strange
The
and
Last
at the same
Lodge.
time really terrifying. They asked the worker,
Ow,
what was that
damn, my
black
legs.
thing that flew past in the video? Confused, the woman reviewed the
Oh,
recording.
there's the
but
scratching
she
noise?
couldn't
Oh,
find
yeah.
any
that's-
explanation.
Yeah, no, I see what you mean. There was kind of a scratching noise in the back. I didn't notice that as much because the rooster was just blaring off. That's a ladder. Someone renovating this house? Looks like it. That's one rank ass toilet.
Ese es uno, sí. Otro. Este es el lavadero. Ese es el cajón.
Let's say we are the mushrooms.
Otro. La que este es más chiquito. Ya ve. Otro.
Oh, I see it. It's in the light for a minute there. We move fast as fuck, boy.
Notice how the scene changes right after, and we see that there isn't any metal bar or anything else that could have blocked the path. Everything looks clear.
It's fine.
Seconds later,
It's
something
fine.
does cross the screen at high speed.
A daemon.
But that wasn't the only thing. Did you notice that the same shadow appears again, around 3 seconds earlier? Something that simply cannot be a simple glitch, something nobody noticed at the time. But with color correction, it becomes visible.
Boom, a demon.
What could this be? Could it be a person? Could it be a former resident that has passed? Is this possible?
Yeah, well, is it? You ask.
He just mogging over there.
Alright, dude. Do you have, you have your...
Hello
rent?
everybody, Shrouded Hand here. It's time for another dive through the news archives to look for weird stories.
You ready for
And today
some
I'm
weird
looking for stories
stories?
involving strange deaths. I've said this before, these videos are usually a bit more laid back and light-hearted, but some of these stories are pretty grim. So yeah, just be warned, but I guess everyone's got to go sometime, and these are some of the oddest ways people have met their maker. So let's dive in, and let's start off with this one. So this one comes from the Irish Weekly Independent from January the 26th, 1924. I mean, straight off the bat, we've got a pretty cool illustration here, but that's not what we're looking at. We're looking at this strange death. Stuffed cow's head falls on customer. An inquest was heard on the death of Mrs. Mary Pumphrey, aged 21, who died at her residence on Saturday the 12th. Evidence was given by a sister of the deceased that on Christmas Eve she was making some purchases outside of Wright and North's butcher's shop on Thomas Street when the model of a cow's head, which hung from a signboard over the shop, fell, and a portion of it struck the deceased on the shoulder, causing her injuries, for which she had to be treated in Stephen's Hospital.
Damn.
Mary Nelson of Whitefriars Place, Dublin, an assistant at the butcher's shop, stated that she'd attended to the deceased when the model fell. It struck the table, rolled over, and one of the horns struck the deceased. It did not seem to have injured her because she walked into the shop and continued to discuss with the witness about meat. The jury found, in accordance with the medical evidence, that death was caused by myocardiac degeneration and accelerated by the injuries received as a result of being struck on the shoulder by a stuffed cow's head. It seemed like she had a bad heart. She could have died at any time, but maybe the shock of being hit by a falling cow's head seemed to have finished her off.
The fuck?
Okay.
That's wild.
Well, there we go. There's a story. Okay, this one involves multiple deaths, but I picked it because doesn't it just sound like that movie, The Fog? Anyway, this is from the Sarasota Herald from December the 7th,
Florida?
1930.
Sarasota?
Strange death fog lifts off Belgian farms.
More
than 60 die in mysterious scourge which terrorizes people. Villagers in the Meuse Valley slunk back tonight to their homes, from which they'd fled in terror before a wall of fog which appeared to be driving death before it. The fog had lifted, and with it had gone the mystery with which it had been endowed. The Public Health Commission asserted, after an official investigation, that more than 70 deaths attributed to the fog had resulted from nothing more mysterious than weakened respiratory systems of the victims. With few exceptions, all of those who died were more than 50 years old. A third of them had passed 60, and several were over 70. Wait, hold on, this is strange. 60 people die. Most of them were over 50 years old, but only a third of them were over 60.
What?
So 2/3 of the people were aged between 50 and 59. Wouldn't you expect it to be more? Like there'd be more people over 60 or 70 who would have died? Okay, most of them suffered heart ailments and were known to have had chronic bronchial trouble. I guess what it is, these were all people who had heart problems and bronchial trouble, and not many of them would have made it past 60 anyway, possibly. The doctors said it was the cold, smoke-laden fog and nothing else which choked them to death. These findings, supported by the diagnoses of physicians who had spent a frantic night treating the victims, exploded the theory that noxious gases from industrial plants had caused the deaths, and it dissipated fears of peasants that Belgium was in the path of a sinister gas barrage. It feels like a cover-up, I don't know, am I going a bit too tinfoil hat with this? The fog rolls in, 60 people die, and then they're just like, oh, they just had heart problems, don't worry about it. Neighbours dying in alarming numbers persisted in the belief that the fog itself was only the screen for a deadly attack whose origin they did not attempt to explain. Some of the farm stock died also, and last night cattle slept in farmhouse kitchens whilst their owners cowered inside with all the windows sealed. Yeah, honestly, I feel like there's something fishy going on here.
It does
60
seem
people
fishy.
die in the fog, and the cattle start to die as well. And then the officials have suddenly come out, oh no, don't worry. The 1930 Meuse Valley fog, which killed 63 people in Belgium, owing to a combination of industrial air pollution and localised weather inversion. The average age of those who died was 62, over a range of ages from 20 to 89 years. The youngest, a 20-year-old woman named Louise Dams, died whilst walking home from a party.
Damn,
Dams. Undiagnosed asthma that contributed to her death.
Do you like that, chat? I hope you like that.
Danish scientist and the world's leading authority on fluorine determined that it was the fluorine gas from the nearby factories.
But I am listening.
Hey, but wait, there was an official investigation at the time. The diagnosis of physicians exploded the theory that noxious gases from industrial plants had caused the deaths. The fears of these simple folk, the peasants, was dissipated. Trust the experts, I guess. Alright, we're going to the Saskatoon Star Phoenix from October the 22nd, 1929. I found this one creepy, I don't know why. Toronto, October 21st. Apparently uninjured and able to walk immediately following an auto crash in the North End today, Walter Flay walked up to the driver of the motor car, conversed with him for a moment, walked back to his own car, got into the driver's seat, and fell back dead. I've heard about this. Some people just before death, they get this sudden burst of energy where they suddenly feel fine, and yeah, it's just a creepy idea. The fact that he was probably dying at that point and he was just sort of walking around and chatting and had no idea that he was just about to pass away. Some of these are a bit Darwin Award, and I reckon this is one of them. Wins wager but loses life. Man stands on his head for 20 minutes and dies as a result. Harry Stilson, an athletic young man from Atchison, Kansas, made a wager in St. Joseph. He made a wager that he could stand on his head for 20 minutes, and most of the time without the aid or support of his hands. So he's actually balancing on his head, not just like upside down, but his head was supporting his weight. For 20 minutes. The feat was successfully performed, but the wager cost him his life. The next morning, Stilson became unconscious, and the combined work of some of the best physicians in the city was unable to relieve the congestion of the brain. Okay, well, lesson learned, I guess. Don't stand on your head for 20 minutes. I'll be interested to know how much he won in that wager. Yeah, anyway, don't do it, kids. Okay, we're at the Worcester Daily Times, May the 29th, 1906. A servant girl's strange death. An extraordinary case was investigated by the Manchester coroner on Monday. A servant girl named Sarah Pickin, apparently to frighten the children of the family, pretended to hang herself by tying a roller towel around her neck. The hanging was only too real and was actually witnessed by the children. The mistress of the house, on being told, ran to her aid, but the girl was dead. A verdict of accidental death was returned. Why would you think this would be a funny prank to play on the kids? Hey kids, watch this. This one, right? What's this from? It's from the Daily Report, April the 10th, 1928. Ernest Lorwig is dead because he battled a porcupine many years ago. One of the quills had entered his body during the fight, worked its way up until it reached one of his lungs. So over years, this porcupine quill was in his body, just working its way through. The thought of it. So infection set in and he died following a painful and lingering illness. The idea of the quill going like straight into your body and being in there for years sort of sets my teeth on edge. Alright, we're going to the Fox Lake Breeze from January the 13th, 1886. For cash or its equivalent, regardless of race, colour, sex, or previous condition of servitude. Here's another Darwin Award contender. Samuel Wardle of Clove Road, Long Island, died on the morning of the 31st from injuries received in a peculiar accident several days previous. Wardle was an exceptionally heavy sleeper. He rigged a novel contrivance in the shape of a heavy weight which he hung over his bed in such a position that when it fell it would strike the headboard and wake him. I can immediately see how this would go wrong. This weight was connected with the alarm clock, and when it went off, the weight would fall. On Christmas night, there was a gathering in his house. When Wardle retired, I'm guessing he was a bit worse for wear at this point. Anyway, when he retired, he did not notice that the position of the bed had been changed slightly. The following morning, the weight struck Wardle on the head, inflicting fatal injuries. Honestly, this is like something from Mr. Bean. You remember that episode of Mr. Bean where he sets up something to blast his foot with boiling steam to wake him up? Yeah, definitely a Darwin Award contender there. Let's go to 1915 now. The Rochdale Observer from June the 12th. Schoolboy's strange death. Potomane poisoning through eating orange peel. Orange peels do not contain potomane. Potomane is an obsolete 19th century term for toxic compounds produced by decaying protein in spoiled meat. So the coroner examined the body of a 6-year-old boy named Joseph Fleming. He died early on Thursday morning. According to the evidence, the boy was in the habit of eating orange peel which he picked up in the streets, and this had set up potomane poisoning, which was the cause of death. He had always been a healthy boy until last Monday when he fell from some railings near his home, hurting his head. He seemed to be alright on Tuesday, but on coming home from school on Wednesday, he complained of a headache. The boy had seemed quite well, and then he fell off some railings. He was alright for a few days. At 5:30 a.m, she gave him a drink. He was quite conscious and talking about going to school, but the next time she saw him, 10 minutes later, he was dead. So Mrs. Spencer recalled that her son had been in the habit of eating things which he picked up in the street and in the market. She couldn't understand why he did it, because he got plenty of food at home. She had checked him several times, but it was a habit of his. And it sounds like this kid had, what's that condition called? Pica? Where you just have a compulsion to eat things that are inedible. Sounds like he just picked up anything he could find and just ate it. So I guess just don't eat orange peel you find on the street. That's sound advice for life. Another short one from the Tacoma News Tribune from September 21st, 1949. A 6-foot section at the top of a high school flagpole came off last night and plunged into the head of 13-year-old Dean Roush, killing him. Isn't there a scene in The Omen where something like that happens? Oh, horrible. We're going to the Darlington Republican from April 1st, 1898. I'm just going to read this all out because it's so descriptive. It's a bit of a long one, but I think it's worth it. A squatter in the backwoods of New South Wales had a young steer with horns that were so perfectly turned that they formed 2 artistic loops at the side of his head. One day, Boss strayed with a mob of store cattle into a piece of wild country infested only by kangaroos and the outstation boundary riders' families. The cattle are rounded up and otherwise handled out but once a year. Before this annual yarding took place, Boss had become a fractious terror to every animal and man in that range. He had terrified and scattered the herd that were once his mates. He had charged madly at every kind of person who was wont to pat him. Because his horns curled like those of a sheep, he was called Sheephead. His mild, tractable nature added to this delusion of liking him to a lamb. 6 months after his entrance upon this range, he began to act strangely. A wild look shot out of his eye under the points of the ingrowing horns, whose shadow fell heavier and heavier upon the retina. He constantly shook his head, as if trying to rid himself of some annoyance. Then Boss would stand and stare at the points which were pressing the pupils nearly up against the sockets. He became more... Oh my God, there's a picture of him. He became more irritable and unfriendly. He reared, stamped, shook his crazed head, and stared at the creeping things before his vision. At last, Boss went mad and bellowed through the night like an enraged demon. He chased everything in sight and viciously dashed himself against the forest trees. The mere tramp of a foot angered him. The points of his horns were cruelly pressing his helpless eyes back in their sockets, and every jar upon the ground tortured his brain and enraged him. Boss had scattered the mob of his ruminating mates and had so terrorized the few people about that fences did not give a sense of security. So this bull with his horns growing into his eyes had become so insane that everyone was terrified of it. Women and children lived in mortal dread of the unfortunate beast. At length his maddened roar was heard no more. About a month after that, the out-boundary rider went out with his dogs and a Winchester rifle to end the suffering of Sheephead Boss. After searching for 2 days, the bullock was found. Boss was dead. He was lying under a clump of acacia, less sweet than their blossoms. He had evidently been dead for a week or more and had been blind for months. The horns had grown into the eyes and almost touched the bone of the skull behind. The head of the poor beast was as strange an object as ever was seen. The horns of Boss were never curved by any art. They grew as nature directed their fatal tips, and unless sent to the Royal College of Veterinary Surgeons, England, the preserved head still hangs upon the door of Darlington Outstation, where Boss lived and died. Oh no, I just googled horns growing through eyes and got pictures of it happening. Oh no, don't Google that. Don't Google that. Some horrible images. Yep. Okay, this is one of the more grim stories here. We're going to the Birmingham Daily Mail from September 26th, 1895. I found it quite chilling. Strange death of a child. An extraordinary death of a child is reported from Hampstead. On Tuesday afternoon, the 3 children of Mr. and Mrs. Trilsback of Gayton Road were playing in the back garden of the house where a clothesline was fastened up from the wall to a tree. The spare end of the clothesline was looped up, the loop reaching to within about 9 inches of the ground. The youngest of the children, a boy of 15 months old, amused himself by swinging in this loop. The 2 elder children went into the house, and the mother asked them, "Where's baby?" To which they replied, "On the clothesline, asleep." The terrified mother ran into the garden, where she found the child apparently dead, with his neck resting on the loop of the clothesline. A doctor was immediately called and pronounced life extinct, the death having been caused by strangulation. I told you some of these stories were grim. The fact that the kids just thought the baby was sleeping.
Battle of Porcupine, yeah, I heard that one.
Okay.
I took longer, unfortunately, because Sasha
in any particular order, but
also got up when I got up when I was doing something,
we're going
and she wanted
to
food.
Herald from Saturday, October the 3rd.
I was trying to feed her, I was trying to get her something.
A little boy named Borg,
you know, tossing the can down and lose it.
In the Rue de la Chapelle,
had butter for me a
Paris,
moment.
and treated by them as an adopted child, mysteriously disappeared a week ago.
And I'm trying to throw it all away. She's right under me. I can only step on her toes.
His aunt took him an apple and a bit of bread.
He screamed
and
at me.
More was seen of him. On Thursday, a neighbour remarked that the chest, which had long stood empty in a shed at the end of a court, had been moved and placed upright against a cartwheel. He began to restore it to its horizontal position when he was surprised to find it heavy, and on opening it, he found the body of the missing child. There was no signs of violence, and a post-mortem examination had shown the death was caused by suffocation. It is supposed that the child was playing hide-and-seek, and that he either got in or was pushed into the chest by his playfellows.
Whoop.
One of these, it is thought, must have sat on the lids, and the boys, on finding the child suffocated, must have agreed to keep the matter secret.
Wow.
The changing of the position of the chest is attributed to some men who had been repaving the court, and who perhaps paid no attention to its weight. The song of the mistletoe bough would thus seem to have had a remote parallel. I don't know this song. The legend of the mistletoe bough is a horror story which has been associated to many mansions and stately homes in England. A new bride playing a game of hide-and-seek or trying to get away from a crowd during her wedding breakfast hides in a chest in an attic and is unable to escape. She is not discovered by her friends and family and dies of thirst. The body is found many years later in the locked chest as a skeleton in a wedding dress. Oh, okay.
Yes.
Well, I was going to say hopefully the next one's a bit more cheery, but they all involve people dying, so I doubt it. Anyway. Okay, we'll go to the Streeter Free Press. Saturday, July 20th, 1878. This one's odd. I guess it's a sort of mystery condition. Mr. James Knox, a young man of the eastern part of this county, has been strangely afflicted for about a year. Hot or cold, he was always affected as freezing to death. His case has been examined by several skillful physicians, and, we understand, has puzzled them all. He was continually using all the devices to warm himself that a man might who had been chilled by exposure to extreme cold. All the devices, every single one. Sitting around rousing fires enveloped in blankets, and the house closely shut up. And this, though the weather was at summer heat. It is said that he would sit by the fire and hold his head down to it and almost roast it in an effort to keep warm.
Time to send Weeb
It is
a
the fact
meme.
that he puts the
I know
clothes
he's
on
not
his
here
head
to
protect
fully
the
like
scalp
talk
from
about it
actual
because he's
burning whilst
working,
doing this,
but I can
and
send
that the
him a
clothes
meme
have
now.
actually been set on fire by the heat he subjected them to in endeavouring to warm his head. Some time ago he made a visit to Livingston in the hope of being benefited by the artisan water. When Dr. Webb of that town saw his case, he seemed to be as one suffering from extreme cold and asked Dr. his case, hope of being to in this.
1 second.
He put his head down. There was a fire to
Hear this
extreme
one
using
again.
all options and
Sorry, this one I have to go all the way back to hear the whole thing.
Press.
Center Free Press.
Anyway. Okay, we'll go to the Streeter Free Press.
The street. It says I'm pretty okay. The Streeter Free Press. Main Street. Oh, it says Illinois. Okay, never mind.
Saturday, July 20th, 1878. This one's odd. I guess it's a sort of mystery condition. Mr. James Knox, a young man of the eastern part of this county, has been strangely afflicted for about a year. Hot or cold, he was always affected as freezing to death. His case has been examined by several skillful physicians, and, we understand, has puzzled them all. He was continually using all the devices to warm himself that a man might who had been chilled by exposure to extreme cold. All the devices, every single one.
Geez.
Sitting around rousing fires enveloped in blankets, and the house closely shut up. And this, though the weather was at summer heat. It is said that he would sit by the fire and hold his head down to it and almost roast it in an effort to keep warm. It is a fact that he puts the clothes on his head to protect the scalp from actual burning whilst doing this, and that the clothes have actually been set on fire by the heat he subjected them to.
Oh shit! He went to Livingston to be healed by the. Oh no! It is. So it's an Illinois paper, but the thing it's talking about. Oh shit, Livingston. I know exactly what it's talking about. Oh, wow. This story about this guy's weird death and falls. Okay, keep going.
To warm his head.
It is.
Some time ago he made a visit
Dr.
to
Webb going to
Livingston in
purpose.
the hope of being benefited
Livingston
by the
County.
artisan water. When Dr. Webb
Livingston County. That's where I fucking live, Chad. That's specifically the healing springs behind this fucking house. Oh my god. That's so funny.
He seemed to be as one
He was going to the fucking hot springs, the mineral
Webb if he
springs.
had any fire in his office. He told him that he did not, and that it was too hot to have a fire and be comfortable. He said that he couldn't stand it, and he ran out of the office into the street
Oh
for the
my
benefit of the
god.
sunshine to warm himself. The next day, Dr. Webb had him in his office again to make a more critical examination of the case, and he had him arousing fire. He
Arousing fire?
tested with a thermometer the degree of animal heat he carried and found it to be near normal. On Friday, he started home again in a wagon with Mr. Meadows driving it. He had not gone far out of Livingston before he wanted to return, complaining that he was freezing to death and he wanted to get somewhere warm. Meadows insisted on continuing the journey home and drove forward. Knox then jumped out of the wagon and ran off into the woods. Meadows pursued him and compelled him to return and get into the wagon, and again they drove on. So they continued their journey, and then he got as far as Mrs. Petit's Grant's old place with him. Mrs. Petit had observed Meadows driving slowly along the road, and knowing that he'd gone to fetch the sick man, went out to the gate to make an inquiry. When Meadows drove up and stopped to her inquiry, he said that Jim Knox was dying. He was lying stretched helpless in the bottom of the wagon, and after it had stopped, he only gasped a few times and died, apparently freezing to death. This was last Friday, with the thermometer at near 90. Very strange. I don't know of any condition that causes this. You know what I'm going to do? Let's use a bit of modern technology here.
If that's what it's talking about.
The illness that this man had. Let's see if modern technology can figure this out. The most plausible modern diagnosis for James Knox's chronic condition is small fibre neuropathy. So SFN selectively damages small fibers that carry temperature and pain sensations. Sounds a bit like fibromyalgia, but you just feel cold all the time. One modern patient describes feet that felt like painful ice blocks, despite being warm to the touch under blankets. Others report feeling freezing all of the time from head to toe. Sudden death in 90-degree weather,
frozen death with
appearing to
thermometer
freeze to
90
death.
degrees.
This is almost certainly not true hypothermia. Most likely explanation consistent with SFN include some kind of cardiac problem during acute stress or exertion, extreme distress or panic from the overwhelming cold sensations, possible paradoxical hypothermia or heat stroke from his own heat-seeking behaviors. That's what AI says. Take it with a pinch of salt. You never know whether AI is just making up a load of stuff I found. But yeah, there we go. Okay, we're going to the Chicago Chronicle, February the 12th, 1897.
At least that's what it seems like.
Blown to pieces.
It seems like they were talking about the springs.
Fun explodes with fear.
The Dawson Journal.
Young men of Etna Green have been amusing themselves with a plaything made out of a gas pipe and two boards heavily loaded with powder and wads. This morning, James Elwood, in company with other young men, went to the blacksmith shop of Oscar Keller. Bruce Dean, a young man employed there, was in a stooping position shoeing a horse. James Elwood struck him with the contrivance, which exploded. I don't know exactly how this thing was constructed. It sounds like they had this gas pipe sort of as the pole of the device, and then at the end they had two big boards of wood with a load of gunpowder stuck between it. So when they struck it and the boards clapped together, it would, well, they probably thought it would just make a loud banging noise and scare their friend. Anyway, they hit him with the device as he was stooping down to shoe a horse. It exploded, and the lower portion of Dean's body was torn to pieces, and he will die. Elwood's arm was badly shattered, and several others in the place were badly injured. Dean's relatives will begin legal proceedings against all implicated. So yeah, it sounds like they saw their friend stooping down and they said, hey, watch this, this will be funny. Just ran in and smacked him with this thing. And
yeah, what the fuck?
This is horrible. Alright, that pretty much does it for today, but I've got time for one more story. I decided to pick a more modern story to finish off with. We're going to the National Post from Wednesday, May the 26th, 2021.
Of what town, though?
Spain. Missing man found dead inside dinosaur statue. There's a picture of it.
St. Paul.
It's not the best scan. I'll try and find a better quality image.
I'm trying to figure out where the fuck this is, because it sounds like when it talked about it, I just thought of where I live.
On Saturday about noon in Santa Coloma
where I live
de
is
Gramenet.
Livingston County.
Apologies for my pronunciation. A suburb to the north of Barcelona. A man and his son noticed a smell coming from a statue in the plaza of an
I've never known a Dr.
complex.
James
He
Webb.
looked in and around the dinosaur and saw a body
the fucking thing is named after the guy who made it. He's the guy who invented technically what would be
granola leg and used a crane to remove
how do you say it? It's like it's granola cereal, which is the precursor to regular cereal, because Kellogg's would eventually make it.
Equal to that of an adult male. They are now investigating the death of a 39-year-old man who has been reported missing by his family. No foul play is suspected. According to the BBC, local media reported that the man, who has not been named, had dropped his phone inside the dinosaur and was trying to retrieve it when he fell inside and was left trapped upside down, unable to call for help.
Wow.
Police are waiting for the results of the autopsy to determine the cause of death. The statue has been removed from its place outside the city's Cubics building, where it was used to advertise an old cinema next to an Ibis hotel. So it must be this back leg here with the flowers. I assume this is where they cut the body out.
Jeez.
But how did he get inside in the first place? That's what I'm wondering. I don't know. There must have been a hole somewhere on it to climb inside. I can't imagine he'd gone in through the mouth. It doesn't look big enough, but
the anus?
This is a particularly horrible way to go. Entombed in a dinosaur's leg. I can't imagine what his final moments would have been like. Pretty horrific.
Pretty claustrophobic.
Trapped upside down in this tiny, cramped space. He could probably hear people walking back and forth outside as well. Anyway, there we go. That's a look at some of history's strangest deaths. Thanks everyone for watching. I hope you found the video interesting. Big thanks to the patrons as always. Thank you very much for the support.
There you go. Strange deaths. That one just made me think of where I live.
Goodbye.
But I don't think it was. Artisanal healing springs is usually a big thing with this nothing town. Just saying. Otherwise, it's pretty unremarkable because of one thing that happened a long time ago. And Clara Barton, because she founded the first American Red Cross here too. I've said that several times before. Just, that took me by surprise, especially when it has the name like that, but you know, how it be. Alright.
The Pacific Northwest is some of the most beautiful country
This is
in
Soldier
North
knocked
America,
off her cliff
towering
by
fir
the
trees,
hairy
steep
man.
mountains, deep river valleys, forests so thick that even in the middle of the day, parts of the ground barely see sunlight. And sitting right in the middle of that kind of terrain is Joint Base Lewis McChord, or JBLM as most servicemen now know it. Located just south of Tacoma, Washington, JBLM is one of the largest military installations in the United States. Between Fort Lewis and the Yakima Training Center farther east, the Army controls hundreds of square miles of forests, swamps, live fire ranges, and rugged terrain. It's the kind of place where soldiers can spend days in the field without seeing anyone outside their own platoon. And among the units stationed there is 2nd Ranger Battalion of the 75th Ranger Regiment. Rangers are some of the most elite infantrymen in the world. They're trained to move fast, stay quiet, operate in small teams, and handle themselves in some of the worst terrain imaginable. Which is why these stories are so interesting, because according to the men who lived them, there's something in the forests around JBLM that even Rangers, soldiers, and Marines were not prepared for. To the military, Fort Lewis is a massive training area. But to a large community of locals, it sits right in the heart of Sasquatch country. Washington has long been one of the biggest hotspots for Bigfoot sightings in the United States. And Mount St. Helens, the site of the infamous Ape Canyon story, is only about 60 miles from JBLM. So when servicemen start reporting massive figures in the trees, orange eyes in the dark,
that's fine.
Footsteps moving through dense brush,
it's all fine, don't worry about it.
And something large enough to make trained infantrymen freeze, run, or wildly open fire with blanks, you start to wonder what they may have stumbled into. From soldiers, Marines, and U.S. Army Rangers, these are the strange but true encounters of tall, hairy creatures reported in and around Joint Base Lewis McChord. I'm Luke LaManna.
We know who you are.
And this is
And you're on
Stories.
thin ice, really.
Like any Marine who loves upgrading his gear
and
also hates losing it, I've been using a Ridge wallet cards as
oh my lord.
Entries,
Ridge wallets in 2026 and your name isn't Klitz Reptiles? Get out of here.
Alpha checked in. Charlie checked in. Where the hell are Bravo and Delta? Come on, gents. You're not the only ones who've been up all day. Hurry up.
Get up, get down with the sickness. You stinky.
What in the shit?
Bigfoot stinky.
What
Big
the
stinking.
hell is that? Oh. Bravo? Delta? Is that you? Come on, guys. Hey. You need to sound off. I'm just here to make sure you hit your points.
Aw, shit. Are you sure it's them?
Oh. Hey,
Fucking
guys.
reeks.
Oh, shit.
It's Big Feet.
If you wander enough forests, you will eventually run into a Bigfoot. Or so it seems. The same goes for military-related
things.
Bigfoot
Hi, Sasha.
stories and the internet.
I hear you
I wandered into
attacking
these
your
first two
damn
accounts
laptop
while
down
browsing
there.
through the Bigfoot Field Researchers Organization's website.
Were you not
This first story
satisfied by
was
the
written
food
by a
I put
US
in your
Army
bowl?
veteran who, during his active service, found himself instructing
I thought I
in
put quite a
nighttime field
decent amount in your
exercise
bowl,
on the grounds of Fort Lewis. But while he concerned
Sasha.
himself with keeping the trainees in line and making sure they
Sasha.
didn't get lost in the woods,
Hello.
something else
Hi.
was stalking him
What are you doing?
through the dense undergrowth. A creature that he said was unlike anything he'd ever seen.
Sasha.
He writes,
You gotta be like this.
Okay, fellas, here goes. This happened in the fall of 1977. I want to say
Sasha.
around early October.
Get off the fake computer.
At the time, I was an Army instructor at
There's
JBLM,
nothing there. I'm just pointing a
Washington,
light at you.
back when
To
we just
shame
knew it
you.
as Fort Lewis.
To shame
During my
you.
time at the NCO Academy, we had to take some of the lower-ranking enlisted men into the woods
Sasha.
as part of their training program.
What are you doing?
Nighttime patrols, land nav, etc.
Dingus.
Well, during one of these exercises, myself
Fine.
and a few other
Alright.
instructors had
I'll be
set up an
back.
observation post.
She's gonna
along
be
this trail in the
obstinate,
woods.
so I gotta feed her.
We
I'll
did
be
this
right
so
back.
that we could actually observe the troops during an X and grade them on their skills. I honestly can't remember what that particular night's exercise was all about. It must have been a patrol or something. But what I do remember was that we were way out in the boonies. This area was full of deadfall, creeks, ridges, thickets, swampy areas, caves. Just really dangerous, inhospitable terrain that would be very easy to get lost in. Anyway, at some point I moved away from my buddies to see if I could get a better vantage point on the trail. And that's when I smelled it. Man, how do I even describe this stench? It was like a bunch of rotten eggs in a dumpster on a hot summer day. Now, when you're out in the bush long enough, you're gonna smell the occasional dead animal. But this was way beyond that. And as I'm trying to figure out where this smell is coming from, I hear the rustling of brush, snapping branches, and tree limbs from out in the darkness, maybe 25 to 30 meters in front of me. This was where the alarm bells really started going off in my head. Keep in mind that it was almost totally dark as this was happening, and this was the 70s, long before night vision goggles were widespread. The moon was my only source of illumination, but with the overhead canopy, hardly any light was reaching the ground. So it's just me, alone, in the dark, listening, as something big is making its way closer and closer to me. At first, I held out hope that it was just one of my fellow instructors, or maybe even a few of the trainees. That all changed when I saw the eyes. They had this dull orange color to them, and they were moving from left to right. And let me tell you, this thing knew where I was. It was looking straight at me as it went. I just froze in panic. The spot that I was hunkered down in was on a bit of elevated ground, and this thing was walking in a shallow draw beneath me. I should have been looking down at it, but the eyes were on level with mine, which meant that whatever this was, it was at least 8 to 10 feet tall. At some point, I must have come to my senses and ducked down into some nearby brush to hide, not that it would have done me much good at that point. And from there, I just listened as this thing walked past me and faded off into the woods. When it left, the odor disappeared with it. I don't know how long I stayed hidden there, but it felt like a while. Eventually, I got up, moved back to my previous position overlooking the trail. The next day, I went over to the area where all this went down to see if I could find some tracks. Anything that could shed some light on what I saw. But there wasn't anything, which I guess was to be expected. The forest floor in that area was quite wet and marshy. When the exercise was over, I talked with some of the other NCOs about what had happened. To my surprise, there were at least 3 of them who mentioned seeing or hearing something weird in the woods from time to time, but nothing quite like I'd experienced.
I'm back.
I know all this sounds
I have
like
my
a lot of
ice cream
crap,
cake donut with
the
me.
whole thing really had a profound impact on me. This really
Let's take
happened.
a bite.
I mean, I really have no reason to lie about it after all these years.
Not bad.
And honestly, even after all this time, the smell of this thing has never truly left me.
It definitely knows the ice cream cake part. No, it's obviously not being a donut, but definitely has a taste. Very cakey. Creamy like
This
ice
next
cream.
story, again, this was also found on the Bigfoot Field Researchers Organization's website, It was written by a U.S. Marine. He wasn't
A
an
Marine?
instructor. His story finds us in a situation that many of us who have served are all too familiar with, especially lieutenants. Lost in the middle of the night on a nighttime land navigation exercise. This devil dog writes,
Devil dog.
So this happened while I was serving in the Marine Corps. I was stationed at Puget Sound Naval Shipyard aboard the USS Carl Vinson. We ended up being shipped to Fort Lewis, Washington to conduct some day-night patrols and land nav training. I can actually remember the exact day this all went down. June 24th, 1997.
1997.
I remember because earlier that day we were listening to the Mike Tyson fight on the radio while we were in the field. You know, the one where he bit Holyfield's ear.
Oh, yeah.
Wild stuff. Anyways, night comes and our exercise kicks off.
Is it Holly of
One thing
Vanderfield? Is
leads
that how
to
you say his
another.
name?
We lose the path we
His
were
last
supposed
name's
to take.
the
and,
Vanderfield?
we
Holly
were
of
completely
Vanderfield.
lost. If you ever been to Fort Lewis, JBLM, you know that the brush out there is no joke.
I don't know if he's still alive
The
or
stuff we
not.
found ourselves in was thick as hell and hard to get through. I was on point with my saw, which
might
is
be.
this fully
know.
automatic belt-fed gun, just brush busting my way through this stuff in near total darkness. But as I was pushing my way through, something big suddenly stepped out in front of me. In what little moonlight we had, I could see that this thing was shaped like frickin' Bigfoot. I couldn't make out much in the way of features, but the mass and height alone were enough to freak me out. It had to be at least 7 feet tall. And, at least from what I could see, it didn't have much of a neck. This thing and I couldn't have been more than 10 feet apart, and I just reacted. I raised my saw and started firing. It was only loaded with blanks, but at that point, I honestly didn't care. Man, I must have burned through an entire belt by the time I stopped shooting. And the noise that it produced was enough to send this thing running off down the hill. I and a few other guys watched as this thing bolted away on two legs, taking these huge strides. I mean, this thing was crashing through that same dense brush like it was nothing. And it was gone in a matter of seconds. We were just absolutely stunned. I'm convinced that what we encountered that night was a Sasquatch. Keep in mind, this was back in '97, a time before Google and computers were really widespread, so up until that point, I'd only ever heard rumors about how Washington State was a hotspot for Bigfoot activity. And I never knew until finding this website, where this story is being posted, that the Pierce County Fort Lewis area had more Bigfoot sightings than anywhere else in the U.S. Honestly, reading through the dozens of other accounts from other people in that area was kind of comforting. Like, just knowing that I wasn't crazy and that other people saw the exact same thing I did, you know? But either way, this isn't a story I bring up much unless we're talking about Bigfoot or some other paranormal stuff. And it sure as hell wasn't something I was talking about when I was still in the Marines. It just really isn't something most people would believe, unless they've come face to face with it themselves. Switching gears, I bumped into this next story while browsing the Rocky Mountain Sasquatch Organization's archive. It doesn't exactly take place on the grounds of Fort Lewis, admittedly. The account follows another U.S. Army veteran, who at the time was active duty, who simply identifies himself as DL, Delta Lima.
Down low.
And as is sometimes the case in the active military, occasionally your unit has the opportunity to participate
His name be
in
down
something
low. He get all the
that
hoe.
isn't really what you'd ever imagine
That's what
doing.
makes him look like a Chinese
For my
spy,
unit
yo.
in Hawaii, as an example, we helped out
Like
with the
them
filming
bars.
of an episode of
Bros.
Hawaii Five-0, a TV show. Of course, because they knew that I had tried to pursue an acting career before enlisting, my staff NCOs made sure that I was nowhere near the set, and they laughed a lot about robbing me of that opportunity. But this soldier, his unit was mustered by the Federal Bureau of Investigation to take part in a manhunt somewhere along the nearby Columbia River. They never found the man that they were looking for, but what private, or whatever rank he was at the time, Delta Lima, Mr. DL, encountered
the down low
was something far
That's
more
how
interesting.
it go. You know the way,
and
so
kind of
I ain't
terrifying.
gonna repeat, though. I did a good
Right.
job with the bars, and you know how
Okay.
it go, bro.
I don't really know how to start this story, but here it goes.
See, I did different
This
parts that
happened back in 1972.
Excuse me.
At the time, I just
That
returned
wasn't
from
good.
Vietnam and was stationed
Ice
with the
cream
3rd
cake
Cavalry at Fort Lewis, Washington.
I have 2 for tomorrow.
I think the exact date I arrived
pumpkin
was
donut and a maple
October
cookie
27th, 1971.
That will
About a
happen
month
tomorrow.
later, the D.B. Cooper case happened. You
Oh,
know,
shit.
the guy who hijacked an airplane and
Yes,
then jumped out
yes, people
with
know who
200
D.B.
grand.
Cooper is. If they don't, they're retarded.
Well, in February of 1972, we,
really young.
3rd Cav, 3rd Squadron, were assigned to the FBI and were taken to the mountains in southern Washington state along the Columbia River. We spent a little over a month searching all over those mountains for any signs of that D.B. Cooper guy. During the 3rd
That D.B.
week,
Cooper
we were
fella.
searching at an altitude somewhere around 6,500 to 7,000 feet, and during that patrol, we actually came across some bodies in various states of decomposition.
Gross.
I don't think any of these were the guy that we were looking for, but we reported them and moved on. There were about 200 of us out there in total, moving through the dense woods in this stretched out line formation, 4 to 5 meters apart. My squad was assigned to the far left side of the line, and it was really foggy that day. And let me tell you, when you combine fog with equally dense woods, keeping your guys in formation is a lot easier said than done. But as we pushed on, we came across something odd. Smack in the middle of the woods were these structures. Logs that had been placed at strange angles, small trees and entire tree limbs that looked like they'd been snapped off at about the 7 to 8 foot high mark. Like I said, it was odd, but we didn't think much of it because it didn't really seem relevant to the guy we were searching for. So we carried on moving west along the top of a cliff that ran almost parallel to the Columbia River. By this point, it was about 11 a.m. and it was very cold. The fog had gotten a bit heavier, and we found ourselves in an area with a lot of brush and small trees. Some were just a few feet high, and others were up there like 12 to 16 feet. There was a moment where I had to push through some really heavy bushes, and in the process, I got separated from the soldier to my right, Tommy. I fought my way through, and I found myself in a small opening about 20 feet wide. I couldn't even see my buddy anymore, but we could talk to each other as I made my way across this opening.
Oh, a
inside
likely
bushes.
story.
But as I went,
Oh,
I
sure you
noticed
did,
this
buddy.
dark mass in the vegetation to the left of me.
A dark
just
mass?
on the edge of this clearing.
Really?
And right about
That's what
then
we're
was when
calling
the
it
smell hit
nowadays,
me.
a dark mass.
Something rotten and nasty. Honestly, I was afraid that we'd stumbled on another body.
Oh boy.
But that was when this mass stepped out of the trees right in front of me.
Oh shit.
This thing
The
was
rage
massive.
ape.
I'm not the tallest guy around. I think I'm about 5'9". It
Okay.
had to be at least 3 feet taller than me, at minimum. It had this really muscular build, and if I'm not mistaken, it was covered in brown or dark brown fur with some streaks of gray hairs on the upper torso.
Oh, so he's
I looked up,
good.
and I
He's
could see
getting
it now.
older.
Black eyes, teeth.
Black
It was
eyes.
foggy, but its face had this uncanny human quality to it. I was completely frozen. I tried to scream, tried to call for my buddy,
Scream.
but I could not utter a sound. And then this thing just lunges forward and hits me. I felt it hit me.
So it hit him?
I must have stumbled 10 to 12 feet to my left, crashing through the brush, trying to get control of my body, but I was too close to the cliff.
Oops.
I just felt the ground fall out from underneath me, and I tumbled down some 30 or 40 meters before coming to a stop. Thankfully, my squad heard me hollering and rushed to my aid. Still, took them about 2 hours to drag my ass back up the cliffside. I was pretty roughed up. I hurt my lower body, left leg, my back was pretty damn sore. Spent a while in the Fort Lewis Military Hospital after that. I know this all sounds pretty outlandish, but I know what I saw. Before this, I trained in long-range recon and field intelligence at Fort Benning before being shipped out for a 16-month tour of Vietnam.
Oh boy.
That's all to say that my observation skills were in tip-top shape.
Were they?
I'm also an avid hunter and
Were
outdoorsman,
they?
and I have been all around Mount Rainier, Mount Hood, Spokane, and Yakima. So believe me when I tell you that this was not a bear. It was far bigger and more human than any animal I've ever seen. Unlike most Bigfoots, this next story is kind of short. It has made the rounds around the internet, but I always try to track down where these stories originate, and this one was originally posted by another U.S. Army soldier named Mark Ferris on BigfootEncounters.com. He writes, "A buddy of mine who I met at Fort Ord in 1989 started his Army career with the 2nd Battalion, 75th Rangers. He once told me about an encounter somewhere on the Nisqually River up in Washington near Fort Lewis. They'd sent a swimmer across to recon the opposite riverbank. The guy they sent crept up the steep embankment on the other side and disappeared into the thick woods. After a few minutes, the guy lets out a scream, and he came
Can
flying
we not
back
just start
down
screaming?
to the Nisqually River, chucks himself in the water, and
Can we not do
swims
that?
back across as fast as he could. The guy was in hysterics, saying that he, in effect, snuck up on a Bigfoot, much to both of their surprise. The creature apparently freaked out just like he did and took off in the opposite direction. My buddy and the other rangers didn't see anything, but they did hear the snapping of brush, like something big was hauling ass through the trees. The company crossed and did a quick recon of the area, and apparently they did find these big, distinctive footprints left behind by whatever large animal the ranger had seen. The young soldier who had the encounter apparently left the Army not long afterwards. According to my friend, this was a life-changing event for him, and he supposedly ended up working for a Bigfoot organization in Oregon.
Oh boy,
I don't have that
in
person's
Porky's
name,
Woods.
so it can't be much help, but this happened in mid-1983. There's also this great story on a website called Ranger Stories from Hell. You'll have to find it through one of the ranger organizations. I don't have the web address anymore. The story involves a company of rangers on a night ambush. Sometime after they'd gotten into position, they heard a guy stalking them. They maintained their fire discipline, waited for what they thought would be the rest of the OPFOR unit that they were trying to hit. Instead, this guy was alone, and as he came up on their position, he stops. And then he proceeds to stalk their perimeter. And the ranger who tells this story, he's marveling at this guy's expertise. After completing his recon, this guy slowly backs up the way he came and disappears into the
Bigfoot
night,
looks...
leaving
Why does Bigfoot
a
look
very
more scared than
distinct
he
odor.
does? Let's go back. See this? Look at...
Came and disappears into the night,
I'll show it again.
leaving
Things in the way.
a very
Bigfoot looks more
distinct
scared than
odor
he does.
behind.
Bigfoot looks like, get the fuck out of here,
Now
man.
that I think
Oh,
about it, it
hell
seems like
nah.
every person I've met who was a Louie
Oh,
Fort
hell
Lewis
nah.
had some kind of Bigfoot story, or knew of someone who did.
Oh, hell nah.
As master sergeants and lieutenants love to say during weekend safety briefings that just seem to drag on forever, I want to piggyback off that last story.
Oh, so we're gonna lie.
I really wanted to get my eyes on that Ranger Stories from Hell Bigfoot story to see what it was all
Sorry,
about.
I'm looking at something.
But no matter
too,
where I looked,
listening.
I came up empty-handed.
Okay, so that actually
So I tried reaching out to Nick over at Tales from the Grid Square to see if he had any leads. Turns out he ran into the same dead end I did. He had heard of the original story, but his attempts to get in contact with the Rangers who ran the blog didn't quite pan out. According to what little details Nick was able to gather, the authenticity of the story is debatable. Not like this is the first story we've covered that is, but we at least like to tell you when, like these stories, something stinks.
Something
However, for what it's
stinks?
worth, Nick said that he does believe that there may be at least some truth to it. As so often happens, this next story
He said the
might
Sasquatch
just
was as
be
scared
one of
as
the many
him
offshoots
as he
of
was.
the
He's
original
surprised
story
that he did. It's
as
true.
it spread across the internet.
Sorry.
A tale,
I was
a
listening
rangerable tune,
and half
their
listening.
encounter with
It's
what
funny
they
though,
called
just how the
hairy
Sasquatch
man.
is like, holy fuck!
It goes something like this.
It's funny to think of something just giant, just going like, holy
I was
fuck!
an infantry battalion S3 operations officer.
What the fuck
at
are you?
Fort Lewis, JBLM, from 2005 to 2007. During which time we were standing up a newly formed striker unit.
Look, all I know
Our
is that there's going to
command
be
sergeant
Sasquatches
major
and
up to that point
Exorcists
had
tonight
spent
later,
his
alright?
entire career in the
Nathan,
Ranger Regiment, with most
there
of it
will
being
be
at the 2nd
Sasquatches
Battalion
and
at
Exorcists.
Lewis. One day he asked me to coordinate for some maneuver training areas so that he could conduct a week-long fire team leaders course.
It's also raining outside.
It was sort of like a patrolling field training exercise based on Ranger School in order to develop some of his junior NCOs. Through RFMSS, basically the Army's system for reserving ranges and training areas, I was able to schedule a few areas in the South Rainier training area near the base of nearby Mount Rainier.
Okay.
It's all densely wooded, rainforest, and notoriously rough terrain that's really only suitable for dismounted movements.
Fucking things up.
As we were working away, the CSM, Command Sergeant Major, comes into the 3 shop to look at the map on my wall as I had the areas outlined in alcohol marker. He studied the map for a minute, and then he took one of my black alcohol pens and started marking it up with X's over certain areas and with big block letters that said, "No go." I came around my desk to take a look and hear what he'd written, and after a minute I asked
thinking
him,
of
what's wrong
putting
with
on
those
my
areas?
list, but I'll
shitty
put that
terrain
there
or
since I
what?
saw it when I opened it up.
I kind of figured that the land was impassable, severely restricted, or maybe there were meth labs out there. It happens at JBLM. But he kept his eyes on the map and just said, "No, sir."
I'm hoping on rain tonight.
That's where he
Plus
lives.
it's just been really humid. That sucks, Bob.
He looked at me without missing
That's
a beat
Sasquatch
and
being a
simply
car
said,
guy.
"The hairy man."
That's funny. So you're basically telling me it's
Thursday,
Porky.
After hours in garrison,
It's Porky,
the
is what
Ops
you're
Sergeant
saying.
Major, Assistant Operations Officer, and I would have a couple of beers.
He's got
in
some
my office.
Porky-tism in him.
I asked the CSM to stop by, and when he arrived, I point blank asked him, with a smile on my face, about the hairy man. Hearing this, he paused, sat up straight, and
It's
said,
still not fucking muted.
"Okay, sir, but I'll only tell you this once."
Yes.
When
I'm going to
he
add this game to my
was a
wish
young
list because
Ranger,
it looks good.
Private First Class.
Yes, thank you.
The CSM's platoon had conducted a raid as part of a training mission in South Rainier training area, and had
another one to
exfil
add
overnight to a link-up
Another one.
point the next
Another
day.
one.
This was a heavily wooded rainforest with deadfall and thick undergrowth.
That's from
so
fucking
the platoon was
2019 it looks
forced
that
to
good?
move
That's
in Ranger
surprising.
file or column formation.
Okay.
And it wasn't long before they noticed the smell. He described it as a mix between a wet farm dog that had rolled in something dead and raw sewage.
Ew.
At first, it was just a faint stink.
Just a
But the
just
deeper
a
they
faint
pushed,
stinky
the
stink.
more prevalent and overbearing it became. While at halt, rear security then passed up that someone was following them. Now, this
this is
was
the
in
other one that's
early
more
to
recent.
mid-80s,
Yeah, I'm gonna
so
add that
only
too.
squad leaders and above
I mean,
actually
that one
had those
looked really
old
good. This is also
PVS-5
considered very
night vision
positive.
optics.
Yeah, add
Most
that
of the Rangers
to,
could
I'm not
barely
playing
see
it.
their hands
I'm
in
not
front
playing a
of
demo
their
with
faces.
that. No. I'm just gonna add
Thinking
that to
it
my
was
wish list.
the opposing
It's a
force
$60
in
game.
training Op
I will
4.
wait for that to go on
They
sale.
set
I'm
up a
in no
hasty
rush to buy
ambush
either of
and
these.
waited for any sign of movement.
The other one is still $60.
But
I
after
think.
waiting
Is
a
it?
couple
Let's
hours
see.
without detecting anyone or anything, they decided to
Look at that guy's
move
nods.
forward another 100 meters, dog leg, and then occupy a patrol
Well, that's
base
50, so it went
until
down
first
10
light.
bucks.
The deadfall
That
and
is a
thick
game from
undergrowth made this
2019.
movement a slog, and sure enough, rear
Alright.
security detected
They
someone
both look good.
following
but I
them
will
again.
buy those in
It
the
wasn't
future
long
for
before the
myself.
entire platoon could hear
Okay.
movement outside the patrol base. Something
My introduction
was
to the
out
show
there
was a woman
in
staring in
forest,
shock at this
moving,
Bigfoot who was explaining to
stopping,
her the virtues
and
of a
then moving
V over a
again
V6.
as it made a slow,
It's funny.
complete circle around them. Even with the few NVGs they had, no one could see anything definitive due to the thick overhead canopy and
Sasquatch.
practically zero illumination. Those things need moonlight or starlight or something to actually work.
Nope. Actually, you know what?
The platoon sergeant
Pork
closed the
Squatch and
Rangers
Sam
into a
Squatch,
tight
that's all
perimeter
good and everything.
until all
Ham
of them were lying
Squatch.
side by side
See, there you
in
go.
a
Ham
triangular
Squatch.
shaped patrol base.
There it is.
As
That's the
time goes
ticket,
by,
boys.
whoever
Ham
was out
Squatch.
there is inching closer and closer. Now the Rangers are getting nervous, whispering to each other, thinking that they're being tracked by maybe a bear or some crazed hermit. And if something did pop off, all they had on them was blank ammunition, smoke grenades, and a few star clusters. So no one slept.
It's fine.
Security was at 100% all night. The CSM remembered at this point in the story, his squad leader asked him if he had his white lens flashlight when whatever was stalking them charged. They could hear it stomping through the brush, breaking branches, and breathing heavy as it's coming straight at them. In just a few seconds, it ran right.
He was a vampire addicted to fine wine. What the
running
fuck?
into the forest, basically knocking
vampire
down
Tesla, addicted to wine.
The stench plowed through with it, and the CSM only saw a huge dark outline of a giant, two-legged figure swinging its arms as it stomped by within just a few
I
feet
just
of him.
have to accept it, Nate.
He said it was easily 8 feet tall, and in his words, 100% not a bear. They fired off star clusters, shot blank ammo on full auto, just trying to scare away whatever just charged at
It's
them.
on Tubi? Wow.
But as soon as this thing appeared, it vanished back into the woods. The Rangers didn't see or hear anything else for the last few hours before daylight. Before dawn, the platoon got up, moved out to their link-up point, loaded onto 2.5-ton trucks, and headed back to the barracks to clean weapons and get their kit, their gear, squared away. They didn't talk about it outside the platoon for quite some time. But apparently that encounter has been part of 2nd Ranger Battalion lore at JBLM ever since. You know, nobody ever talks about what happens after a story like this. These guys have been punching through thick brush for a week, sleeping in the mud, wearing the same rotten camis. And now they've spent an entire night huddled together with no sleep because some 8-foot thing was
look at his face.
stalking around their campsite, smelling like sewage for hours, and then it runs.
That would be good
base.
for like any caption contest.
When we were doing training in Guam, so we left the ship, and I think I've told this story before, but anyway, we patrolled through all the spiders. We set up our hide site, and the next morning, we're kind of just laying there. I'm on radio
still has
watch.
a shit
We
ton
had one guy
left.
on security. I'm pretty sure he was asleep. Justin. And
yeah, Justin. How dare you sleep?
I remember looking. We heard something. We heard something
How
running
dare
through the
you,
woods,
Justin.
and all of a sudden, this animal this 4-legged animal just runs into our patrol base, into our hide site. Freaks out when it realizes that there's a bunch of people there. I guess it didn't immediately see us because of the camis. It runs in a circle, basically like every person it sees, it's trying to change directions and freaking out, and then it jumps over Justin, who, like I said, he's laying prone on the ground. I'm pretty sure he was asleep on his rifle. Jumps over Justin and then runs out of the area. And we were all very tired, but we were just very taken aback. Like, what the hell was that?
What the hell was even that?
It was like a dog, like one of the walkers,
like a dog?
one of the cadre that's out there evaluating us. He brought his dog with him, and the dog just kind of ran around us. After we kind of took a moment to think about it, we realized that it was probably just like a small deer. So if a small deer could freak us out like that, I can't imagine what these guys in the dark, hearing something stalking around them for several hours and then barreling through their patrol base. It's crazy.
It's crazy.
So I know that after we finish our exercise, we didn't really talk about the deer story because it wasn't that interesting, but we immediately wanted to go back to ship, strip all of our gear off of us,
get naked,
take a hot shower, eat something that wasn't an MRE, and then we were actually supposed to be getting off ship and going out into Guam for Liberty. Just take a week off just to decompress from all of the training we'd just been doing. So do you think that these guys, after they finish their field exercise, I mean, they want the same thing. They want a hot shower, they want to change, and they want to go take some time off. Do you think these guys went out and talked about this story? Do you think they wanted to? Or do you think they just wanted to forget it ever happened? Maybe one guy just gets plastered and starts blabbing his mouth at the bar, and everybody's like, bro, like, shut up, like, they're not going to believe you. Well, regardless of what the aftermath was, they definitely wanted nothing other than a hot shower, something that wasn't an MRE, and a change of clothes. Oddly enough, I still seem to dress like I did in the Marines. My go-to is usually a t-shirt with some kind of overshirt or light jacket. Maybe I just miss wearing my camis.
Did you just get out the shower? Why's your hair turned like that?
This is
another ad! There it is.
Toward. I've never actually owned linen shirts before them. It just makes me feel considerably nice to wear them. And
yes, several fucking... Yeah, you got out the shower for that ad. Wow, he showered up for that ad. Just
what
keep that in mind.
To me about these
he showered up for that ad. Like, he got out of the shower and put that shit on.
In the woods
That's why his hair was
really
wet.
Be that unusual.
What the fuck?
JBLM and the training areas around it are exactly what you'd expect from the U.S. military. Send our troops into the worst possible terrain to train them. That way, anywhere they go on this planet to fight in a war after that will seem tame by comparison. The kind of terrain where a man could be standing 30 feet away from you and still disappear if the light
Did I do that yesterday? No, I don't remember. Fuck.
So yeah, there are maybe easy explanations for stories like these. Bad visibility, fog, stress, training fatigue, bears, misidentified shadows, people getting turned around in the woods, letting their imagination fill in the blanks.
I was scared I was going to lose.
But even with all that in mind, these accounts keep
doing
coming
it for
back
so
to the same
long.
Details, the smell, the size, the way these things moved
Thank
through
goodness.
the terrain that slowed everybody else down.
Speaking of ads,
the way trained soldiers,
now.
Marines, and Rangers described seeing something walking upright, moving fast, and leaving them with the immediate impression that they had not just seen a bear. The instructor at Fort Lewis didn't see much more than orange eyes in the dark, but whatever passed in front of him was tall enough that its eyes were level with his while it moved through a low draw beneath him. The Marine who was sent out to Fort Lewis to do some land nav training from the USS Carl Vinson, well, he got lost during that land nav and came face-to-face with something huge enough that he dumped an entire belt of blanks into the woods just trying to get away from it. Delta Lima, Mr. DL, while helping search the mountains after the DB Cooper hijacking, described strange structures, snapped limbs, a terrible odor, and then a massive human-like creature that allegedly swatted him hard enough to send him over a cliff. Then you have the ranger on the Nisqually River, who accidentally walked up on something that apparently scared the bejesus out of him just as badly as he scared it. And finally, the Hairy Man story. A ranger platoon moving through the South Rainier training area, picking up that same awful smell, realizing something was following them, setting a perimeter, and then watching a massive two-legged shape charge straight through their patrol base in the middle of the night. That last story is probably the one that ties this whole episode together, because it's not just one guy alone in the woods, it's a platoon. Rangers. The kind of men who are supposed to stay calm in ugly places at night with limited visibility while something is moving nearby. And according to the story, even they came away from that night with an area on the map they didn't want to go back to.
They are new.
And that's the part I keep coming back to. JBLM is not just some random patch of woods. It's one of the largest military installations in the country. Soldiers have been training there for generations. Units know those ranges, they know the terrain. They know what bears sound like, what deer sound like, what bears look like, what people sound like when they're stumbling around in the dark. So when enough of them come back describing something bigger, stranger, and harder to explain, I find that interesting. Maybe every one of these stories has a normal answer. Maybe.
Maybe.
But if there is anywhere in America where a creature like Sasquatch could stay hidden, avoid people, move through dense terrain, and still occasionally cross paths with men training in the field, the forests of the Pacific Northwest are about as good a place as any. And maybe that's why these stories keep following Fort Lewis. Not because every soldier sees something out there. Most don't. Most probably just leave with wet boots, bad knees, and a lifelong hatred of moving through deadfall in the dark.
I mean, probably.
But every now and then, someone comes back with a different kind of story. A smell they can't forget. Eyes in the timber. Something crossing a trail.
Oh, shit.
Something crashing through the brush, like the woods belong to it. And whether you believe these men saw Sasquatch, a bear, or something else entirely,
9%.
One thing seems clear. There are parts of those forests
don't fucking go to those
toughest
woods.
troops no longer feel like they're at the top of the food chain.
Oh, that 10%er. Okay. So I'm looking at beers while watching the video too. I can multitask.
Wartime Stories is created and
I
hosted
can
by
actually
me,
multitask.
Luke LaManna. Written by Jake Howard and myself.
Alright, now going through all that. Next. Got a little preview for something we will watch on Monday if it's out in time. Look at this.
It's an old roommate I dug up out of the backyard. Yeah, I recently discovered if you do a very specific summoning ritual, a 6-foot goth demon shows up and just whoops your ass.
Why would 6-foot goth demon?
I just told you why.
I just told you
give it
why.
a formal name. It's a demon I summoned using the bones of old roommates. It took a long time to learn all the cycles of the moon. Apparently every time you do this summoning, it summons one type of entity depending on what the cycle of the moon is. Some of them don't make sense, and then some of them are just not baddies at all.
Is that Porky noise?
13 left that book, so I've been flipping through it. A little dark magic as a tree. It's kind of
little
weird,
dark
though,
magic as a tree.
Requirements for the summon changes, and it looks like this month is a tortured puppet in dirt from the fallen. We're running out of time for this lunar cycle, so we got to go now. We got a long night ahead of us.
Oh boy.
B and D's, you know what I mean?
Oh boy.
Come on, bring that dark jacket. Don't bring the bright one.
Bring that dark jacket. Oh shit, he wants a giant goth Betty. Might have. This is a preview again, this is the full video. But he's gonna have the full video. Hopefully by next Monday. Yeah. Porky's gonna get ideas if he watches this. Might have opened the door. Banana to your heart. To your heart. The thirst is bad goth hotties are real, yeah. Yeah, it is. Alright, that's a little preview for next time. Now, let's have cooking some dinosaurs. Ruby's Kitchen. This is part of the prehistoric emergence. But now it's cooking the dinosaurs, turning them into food. Yeah, you heard that right. Eating them.
Hello everyone, welcome to Ruby's Kitchen.
Oh, of course she is.
We're going to make this
Sar.
badass but easy, simple recipe.
Sar.
I promise this is something you have not tried before.
Sar.
But once you make it, you and your family are going to love it.
I'm gonna love it.
For today's recipe, we need butter.
Butter? Sar? Why don't you use
cilantro,
ghee? Why don't you just use
spinach,
ghee? Don't you guys usually cook with ghee?
Salt,
Salt? Sal?
pepper. You can use any
Bronto
seasonings you would
burgers.
put on a turkey.
On a turkey?
I choose ground cumin,
Ground
lemon
cumin?
seasoning, and onion powder.
An onion powder sour.
Also, let's not forget the most important part of this recipe.
Yeah? The dinosaur meat? Juvenile alligator? Wait, what did I say? Prehistoric meat may carry prehistoric bacteria and parasites, some of which have little to no existing research. Handle pre-morgue separately from all other foods and cook at an external temperature of 185 degrees. It is juvenile Allosaurus legs. Oh, Allosaur. Wow. We're cooking Allosaur? We're cooking the fucking...
Prehistoric meat may carry bacteria and parasites, some of which we have little to no existing research. So
Great.
please handle prehistoric meat separately from all other foods and cook to an internal temperature of 185 degrees.
Oh, great.
Let's take a closer look at what we are cooking today. What we have here is a juvenile Allosaurus leg. So personally, I find Allosaurus to be best tasting
Allosaurus.
prehistoric meat. Now, it may sound a bit expensive. It's about $700 a pound.
Holy
but
shit.
Believe me, it's worth it.
Worth it.
Allosaurus somehow, in my opinion, dodges this gamey taste that most of prehistoric meat have, while it still keeps the sweetness which I have not tasted before. Guess what? It's incredibly healthy, 23 grams of protein in a 4-ounce serving, only 170 calories. It's a win-win.
A win-win. Sour.
Now you have two options. Either you can cut off the foot and boil it down to make it edible, or you can just keep it, which I'm going to do in today's recipe so I don't overcomplicate things for you.
Okay.
And of course, claws.
Well, thank God you're not overcomplicating them for me.
Because if you try to eat claws, I promise you will break your tooth. Let's talk about thawing. So, a leg of this size, it needs 2 to 3 days in advance because you never want to cook your dino ice cold. Even when freshly thawed, make sure you let it warm up on the countertop to get that chill off. Once it's up to temperature, pat it completely
Allosaurus
dry.
meat.
You don't want to leave a drop of water.
Again, I just can't get over the fact it's Allosaurus meat.
You want that skin to be crispy, and water is your enemy here.
Water is enemy.
Set it aside for a moment.
Salad.
Let's saute spinach and rosemary in a couple of tablespoons of butter over medium heat. And in about 60 seconds, pull your greens out with tongs. Now what we have here is our butter. And let's not waste our greens. Rather than that, let's serve them as an appetizer. It's time to preheat oven to 450 degrees.
450 degrees south.
And while the oven is getting ready, let's coat the meat with our butter that we prepared earlier.
Oh my God! Look at it. It's so bloody in that one spot.
Now make sure when you coat the meat, you get every crack and fold to make sure it's moist.
Whoever modeled this Allosaur leg, kudos to you because how fucking real it looks.
Now you can season dino leg to your taste, and you can use any seasoning that you would use on a turkey because Allosaurus and turkey, they both are theropods.
Yeah, well, thank you. I would never have guessed that.
I'm of course going to use the same ingredients that I showed you earlier, which is salt, pepper, ground cumin, onion powder, and lemon pepper.
Cumin.
Into the oven, dino go. Leave it 20 minutes at 450 degrees.
450
so you can
degrees,
get it juicy, moist, and you get the crust you desire. Then bring it down to 325 for the rest of the time. Time of rule is 13 minutes a pound. As we wait on our cook, let's talk about our sponsor, Paleo Delights.
Paleo Delights?
They sent me this beautiful cut today.
They sent you that?
Interestingly, Paleo Delights is the first and only with prehistoric farm and slaughterhouse. They work in collaboration with GPAC. So as you know, GPAC captures prehistoric animals from their backyards.
I know.
So they hand them to Paleo Delights as livestock. And in return, 20% of proceeds go back to GPAC. So remember one thing, and don't forget, when you buy prehistoric meat, what do? You remove danger from our streets. It's time to go back and check on our meat.
Oh, no. No.
Wow! As excited as you are, don't forget to make sure it is 185 degrees so it's ready to be served. And then getting some cilantro for my organic garden to garnish with.
Oh my lord, is that... You said oregano? Look, for a minute I thought it looked more like parsley, but no, that's oregano, yeah. What the fuck? Looks like a puzzle.
Look at that! I wish you could all smell it right now.
Why do you gotta cook the foot too, though? Do you have to cook the foot? Did you have to cook the foot? I'm just asking. Did we have to cook the foot too? Did we have to do that? Does that seem like a good idea?
In today's episode, I showed you how to make dinosaur legs. Now, I want something from you guys in return.
What?
Please comment below and let me know what recipe do you want to see next. If it's up to me, I was debating between sauropod neck cut or woolly mammoth tacos. They both are
woolly
amazing
mammoth
recipes,
tacos.
but
I
it's
want a
up to you
woolly
which
mammoth
one you
burger,
prefer
damn it.
to
I was
watch.
promised clones by this
Thank
point,
you again,
so I could eat
and
some
enjoy
woolly
your
mammoth like my ancestors. Come on. Hurry up. Get the cloning going. It's pretty good. Again, whoever modeled that, good shit. Oh! Oh, the chef is... Oh, no. The chef is played by his mom, as in mom. So the creator of Prehistoric Emergence is a Sar. What the hell is this? That's Prehistoric Emergence, but it was a cooking segment. That lady sounded Indian as hell. That means the creator... This is Indian? Oh, I'm gonna get killed. I didn't know that was his mom. I was making jokes! They're jokes! To complicate the process. Got you, Nathan. Why am I not hearing things when I'm listening to the video? Is that too late making my jokes? Oh, is that her cooking? Or is that him cooking? Oh, is this legit? Oh, is this legit like an extra scene? Mom, thank you for cooking for me. Is that him? Is that him? Is that the creator? Just jokes. I'm making funnies. I don't mean to be mean. They're jokes. Oh, but that may have been someone's dying from that. They're jokes. It's
I'm pretty
jokes.
sure that just about everyone has decided to go somewhere sketchy
It's
with a group
jokes.
of friends at some point. Especially
Just,
if
don't
it's a
scam
place
me on a
that
line,
you
please.
have absolutely no business
all I ask.
being. And at the mouth of an ominous cave, a mysterious
They're
creature would first make itself known to a group of teens in Panama, and then the entire world, leaving all who saw it confused and uncomfortable. Welcome to Cryptid Corner, the series all things cryptids, and today
Here's the Panama
we're going to look
cryptid.
into the Cerro Azul monster of Panama. Today's topic takes us to the Cerro Azul region of Panama Province, Panama, where in September of 2009, a group of teens bumped into something unusual. The teens were hanging out by a cave when suddenly, a pale creature emerged from the cave and began to approach them. As the creature lumbered and climbed towards them, they threw stones at it and beat it with sticks until the creature lay motionless. Then they would dump the body into the water below. The group would return to the area shortly after the initial encounter with a camera in hand, and they would take photos of the creature's body.
Here we go.
These pictures would be sent to the Panamanian TV network Telemetro.
This is making fun of someone's
and from
drunkenness.
There, the story would go viral. With every
This is a drunk man. This is a drunk man. He doesn't have a best body shape, but this is a drunk human being. He was drunk, okay? Nipples protruded. He's naked. You can tell it's clearly a drunk homeless man. Look, we all have our bad days. This guy couldn't help it, alright? It's Cyrex, yeah. Look at him. Look at him. That's not a cryptid. That's a human being.
Was. And on that
That's
note,
a human being.
Just what was the Cerro Azul monster? Is something unknown hiding in the caves of Panama?
That's
I
a dude.
personally remember seeing this cryptid's photo as a kid, and the first time I saw the picture, I was weirded the hell out.
It's a human.
Its pale, rubbery skin and long arms gave it an almost human-like appearance.
It is human. It's
Obviously,
a dude.
Its head and body
That's
were
a
a giveaway
dude.
that this creature was not one of us. The creature's head and face definitely weirded me out the most,
Look,
especially
we don't have
given
our
its
proud
mouth
days.
is open
This was
and
this
you can
man's
see what looks
lowest.
like its tongue hanging out.
He's a
That
proud
being
small
said, everyone
businessman.
has
Leave
an
him alone.
uncle who's built like this.
And an uncle that's built
many
like
people
this.
back in the day thought that this could have been an alien creature who was stranded in the
Just leave
wilderness
him
of Panama.
alone.
The human characteristics mentioned earlier led some to believe that this was some sort of sick result of genetic testing.
No.
Due to the creature being photographed after being in a body of water for an extended period,
he's bloated.
It was lumped into the group of cryptids known as globsters. which are corpses of animals that are severely
Leave him
decomposed
alone.
and altered due to the time in the water, usually becoming giant globs of flesh.
Okay,
And
now
one
that's
lobster
even
that
worse.
comes
That's even
up
more
quite often when
rude.
discussing
He's
the
not a
Panama
blob of
creature
flesh, he's just
is the
bloated.
Montauk Monster, which was a mysterious creature that was found washed up on the shores of Montauk, New York in 2008.
that thing.
And if you're familiar with both stories, you'll likely know that both have similar explanations as to what they are. But before I rip off
Look
the
at this guy.
Band-Aid and give the reveal,
Oh shit!
we have to talk about
Ramen, look, a
ground
hood
summer.
cryptid.
But
Look, a hood
before
cryptid.
I rip off the Band-Aid,
Boom! There he is. There you go, Ramen. Catch it. It's right here. Scan it on your device. Your hood cryptid. Found. Your droogie. Right here, out in the open, in a cryptid
the
video.
reveal, we have to talk about ground sloths. It is
Oh,
theorized that if ground sloths were living on somewhere, the jungles of South and Central America would be prime
So you're saying
spots
that's a
for them to
ground
lay
sloth?
low. And although we do know that many species of ground sloths definitely had hair, it has been theorized that larger species like Megatherium lacked fur coats in order to better regulate body temperature. So perhaps
That's a
this
man!
could be a young ground sloth who
That's a
waited in a cave for its
man!
mom, only to meet its end
He's
at
just
the hands
not
of
human
humans,
looking.
the same
I'm
way
sorry.
its
Some
ground
people
sloth
just
ancestors had
lose the
thousands
genetic
of
lottery,
years
okay?
ago.
This guy lost.
Unfortunately for
alone.
ground sloth truthers,
picking on
such
him.
as myself,
Me too,
this
buddy.
creature is not a ground sloth.
Well, I can tell you that.
Instead, it was a sloth of the tree climbing
Oh,
variety.
it's literally just a regular
The photo
sloth. It's a regular sloth.
submitted to Telemetro wasn't the only photo of the
Oh.
creature that was taken,
Oh.
with the other photos
Oh,
giving
oh
away
no!
that this was
Oh my god. That is one of me. That's a dead ass sloth. Holy shit. Dude, it looks like fucking Stripe from Gremlins after he gets fried by the sun. Why the fuck he looking like that? What happened? I mean, he fell in the water, but what happened? Does he have mange? What the fuck?
some sort of sloth. Eventually, biologists from the National Environmental Authority
the
of
fuck
Panama would
happened?
arrive at the area to study the creature.
What happened?
And upon performing a necropsy, they found that it was a male brown-throated sloth, with scientists giving the poor animal a respectful burial.
Okay.
Now,
What
at
happened,
this point,
though?
you probably are pissed
Why it
off at
looks
these
like that?
teens for pelting a poor hairless sloth to death. But it seems like this wasn't actually the case.
Oh.
One of the teens in the group was interviewed at a different time about this encounter, and unlike the first story where the creature came out of a cave and walked towards them, this time the teen said that the creature's claw grabbed their leg while they were swimming.
Oh.
This account is entirely different from the initial story, making them a big old bunch of liars. Likely
As
making
teens
up
tend
a
to
creepy
be.
story to make it sound like they narrowly escaped the grasp of a deadly cave dweller, which backfired pretty badly because it made them look like they jumped a poor defenseless sloth. The necropsy revealed that the sloth suffered a fatal injury,
Ooh.
likely from falling out of a tree
Oh.
and becoming trapped underwater for days
Oh.
before the teens arrived at the area. This would explain the lack of fur, the smooth
Oh.
skin, bloated belly
Well, then
that
why
made
did it
it
touch
look
him?
like Roger from
Was it-
American Dad. And this is also an extremely rare circumstance, though, as sloths are not only good swimmers,
Yeah, I was gonna
but
say.
sloths are quite literally built to survive falls.
Yeah, did it hit a rock
As
or something?
beneath their fur is a robust frame that has allowed
Something
sloths
happened,
to
like, it
plummet
hit
from
something on the
100
way down.
feet and be able to crawl back to the canopy with little
Yeah,
to
what
no
the fuck?
injuries. But when combined, rocky terrain,
Yeah.
water, gravity, and maybe intervention from a predator like
Oh.
an eagle are
Ooh.
more than enough to do a sloth in. Also, I didn't know where to put this as it kind of would break the flow of the suspects, but some people theorize that this creature could have been a decomposed dolphin.
What?
And I just don't see that at all.
No.
Like, I know globsters go crazy, but there's nothing about
I don't
the
see any
creature
damn flippers.
that
What
is
the fuck are you talking
remotely
about?
dolphin-like.
What are you talking about?
The Cerro Azul monster is an amazing example just how weird decomposition in water can make something look, turning a seemingly average sloth into an ET lookalike. It is understandable that rare instances like this could lead to people thinking weird creatures are hiding in uncharted reaches of the wilderness. After all, not many people know what a hairless sloth looks like, let alone one that has been decomposing in water for days on end.
It's real.
Lobsters are such a fascinating subset of cryptids, as
it's a
it
real
can change the
dead-ass
form of
sloth.
a once living and easily
Again,
identifiable animal
when it
into
flipped
something
over,
that
it
resembles
looked
a
like
monster
the
from
fucking.
another
It looked like
world.
Stripe from
A
Gremlins
sloth
after he gets
is one
fucking
of the
baked
last
by the
animals
sun.
you'd expect to become a lobster. But despite the uncomfortable feeling the creature's image gave me as a kid, learning that it was a sloth that met a tragic end is truly unfortunate.
Yes.
And hopefully it can rest in peace.
Well, it's
Lest
buried,
it haunt
so
those
it
teenagers
should.
who framed it as a monster and poked it with sticks. And that's going to do it for the Cerro Azul monster. And this one is a classic. I remember this one. I remember the Montauk monster in particular. Those were just some of the weirdest globsters because, you know, they're like ordinary animals from where they are, but they've decomposed so severely.
All right, next up we
that
got a little other
they just
revisit to another
you are a real one
analog
regardless.
horror.
And one last time, I'd like to thank you
more
all for
Hydra
watching, and I
theory.
will see you
Again,
in the next
that's from
one.
the people that made Midwest Angelic, so let's watch this. It says Texas super outbreak of tornadoes. Here we go. The following video was uploaded from hydratheory.net in late June of 2005. The video gained notoriety online, leading to Hunter's initial following. Here we go. It was also the beginning of Hunter's living hell. There's two of these. We've got another video after this, and then we got that. We got another video. Hydra theory. The theory of extreme weather events, including tornadoes, are connected to a single underlying atmospheric phenomenon.
Hey, this is Hunter Graves from HowToTheory.net, back again with more updates regarding the tornado phenomenon that has been relentlessly striking Oklahoma, Arkansas, and Texas over the past few months. We've previously discussed the green lights that have been seen inside these tornadoes, but I've been thinking about ways to try and study them and figure out exactly what they are.
What exactly
and
are
now
they?
I think I have a solution. This instrument, which you see right here, I've developed this using equipment from my school. Basically, it's designed to release a probe that will fly up into the tornado.
What are we actually in
and collect
Twisters?
rainwater samples.
The Twisters universe
so
now?
the hard part with this will be positioning it in the path of a tornado so that the probe does get sucked up. Now, thankfully, we may have a solution. According to some climate models, we're looking at the possible formation of a massive tornado outbreak around northern Texas happening in less than 6 hours from now. So I'm going to drive up there and try and intercept a tornado if this storm system does develop the way it's predicted to. Anyways, that's all for right now, and I'll cut to footage of me chasing the storms.
Chase it. Greenwood, Texas. go. It's coming down. Oh shit, look at it spin. Oh shit. Oh shit, that thing is alive. There's something in that. Whoa. Tornado warning.
This is now a tornado emergency. Seek shelter now. I repeat, seek shelter now. 15 tornadoes have now touched down in Midland County.
Shit.
That includes Greenwood, Midland, and Odessa. If you are in these areas, seek shelter immediately.
The damages of the 2005 Texas super outbreak have now been estimated to be around $3 billion, the most costly tornado outbreak in U.S. history.
Damn.
In the span of just 12 hours, 132 tornadoes struck Midland County, taking the lives of over 700 people. This super outbreak has been declared a national weather emergency by the NOAA and U.S. officials. This is just the latest in a series of unusually violent storms that have struck Oklahoma, Texas, and Arkansas over the past few months. A Kansas-based internet startup, Serifix Web Solutions, is reportedly planning on purchasing the flattened land around Midland County for the construction of new data centers. According to a spokesperson for the company, these data centers will be crucial in the U.S.'s developing communication infrastructure.
Nope. Sean, I didn't catch that real quick. Let me go back.
Communication infrastructure.
What did that say? Make sure the last cut was intentional. The next video is also hidden on the website. Alright. Was included in the list Hunter gave me the first not to publish for my own safety.
This is Hunter Graves. I'm about an hour away from where the tornado struck. So just driving up there now and gonna go retrieve the device, see if we can collect any data. And I hope the damage isn't too bad.
Oh shit. Yeah, I think the damage might be a little bit rough there, buddy.
Does anyone need help?
Does anyone around need help? Is anyone alive? Hi, Sush, I hear you. I can hear you even with my headphones on. This thing blaring wind. You have a very distinctive whine, sweet kid. Hi.
Oh my god.
Hello.
This is all that's left.
Wanna jump up?
This is all left of the device.
Come here. Come here. Sasha. You can stare at the wall if you want to, but... Oh shit, there it is. Look at that thing. Whoa, look at that creature. That's terrifying. It's like a fucking like a skeletal dinosaur. What the fuck? That's not creepy. Sasha. Sasha, come here. Sasha, come here, Goofy. Come here. Sasha. 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 Yep, turn around. That's right. Turn in. You turning in and jump up? No. Yeah, you better run from that fucking thing. My public image can't protect me anymore. Okay. Hunter was right. But the world needs to know the truth. Archive material 2005. Alright. Next video. Flashing lights and loud noises. So this is part of the channel, by the way, called Chainmail Chasers. I don't know if we've ever watched any of their stuff. I've watched in the past. Basically, their whole thing is like making creepypastas like a legitimate like hunted thing. Like they hunt creepypasta shit, like to find out the truth about it. Smile Dog's like a fucking entity in it, shit like that. And yeah, this is about a game that you've never played called Cabin Fever. Here we go. Hi, Sash. You have been warned. So this one looked interesting. I saw this pop up in my feed recently. We're watching this. It's about 20 minutes. That is insane. The storm, at least. Only to have a super dark, stormy weather once or twice in my life. No tornadoes, fortunately. Or skeletons, yeah. Yeah, imagine like 15 tornadoes touching down. That's the Southwest for you, dog. Technically the Southwest into the high plains, because some in the high plains can get that, because of how flat it is.
What's the scariest game you've ever played? For most, they might say an actual horror title. Perhaps some would say a non-horror title that has a creepy atmosphere, or a single unexpected scare. But what if a game could hurt you? Even if
I've seen reviews of Channel Chasers,
fine,
but not watched it itself.
Yeah,
Yeah, a lot of people like their stuff. I think it's pretty good. I think they do a good job. They have several people that basically show up
This
and like do the things with it.
The scariest game ever made.
But again, this isn't really related to Smile Dog. It's just like finding out other things or things like that. Because Smile Dog is their biggest one. They got like it's an entity, and they talk about the entity thing.
Fever.
Like it being mimetic, and even Jeff the Killer being tied to Smile Dog.
1983
It's interesting.
arcades,
I definitely
Cabin
recommend their
Fever
channel
was
if
a
you're interested in
landmark
stuff like
title
that,
for
like
developer
tying
and
creepypasta shit
publisher
together.
Zinlushen. It was well
Zinlushen.
acclaimed for its addictive gameplay and utilization of new technology, that being its inclusion of a sound chip with which it would play extremely compressed audio samples from.
You just had a tornado roll through last week. It was a block away from my work. It rained for almost a week and half straight. Well, yeah, that's in Ohio, right, Vic? So we had that. Jeff was talking about stuff like that too. That he got tornado warning too.
From surviving and killing enemies. Eventually, there was even a chance that you would find the exit and win, though it would immediately loop back into room 1.
Confused about how the cameraman watched the sunset.
A gaming classic of the early 80s.
But the cameraman
As
never
all things from this
actually
era,
left
it began
the
fading
cabin.
slowly out of the public zeitgeist as the industry moved forward to bigger and better things. Or it would have, if not for the enemies.
Oh shit.
Strangely, the game's antagonists made very little sense and were hardly elaborated upon. The basic enemies were these red, crawling hands that would only be destroyed if caught in the
That's not
range
creepy.
of the camera. While they were weird and creepy, so were many basic enemies from back then. For the hands, what made them really unsettling was their audio, made worse by the game's total lack of music, unnecessary loss in exchange for the audio samples.
Like a little small scream. Damn, he walking with some heavy ass boots. Sorry, Slash. Where's my wrist to pick you up? I don't like this screaming. Yeah, Columbus, gotcha. Is that a face? That's a face. Face is like a heartbeat getting closer to you. I don't like that either. Is it still getting to him? Yes, it is. Oh, I don't like that at all. It's tracking him. Don't let that thing touch you. I already have a feeling that's a bad idea. You're gonna let it touch you. Get the fuck away from it. Oh. Yep, there it is. Ooh.
That was the fever beast. If you take too long in a room, eventually it will appear.
Sounds like the audio guy Porky watches that rebuilds Treacherous he called the Tranny Chasers. That's funny.
And it sounds
I get it.
horrific.
Yes, it did.
And this is where things get truly strange.
Oh boy.
This game has a body count tied to it.
You 17 dead at Video Game Parlor.
Shortly after its release, in 1984,
no, you're fine, Bob. It's funny.
Teenager Jason
if it's
Andrews
funny, I forgive the
arcade
lateness
in
of it. It's
Edmonton,
still funny.
Alberta.
I will laugh.
He never
I may
came
not
back
say it
out.
like I don't like chuckle, but
Jason
I
had
do
a
find it
history
funny.
of epilepsy and
You know how much I
experienced a
chuckle
seizure at
though.
some
I chuckle a
point
lot at a
during
lot
the
of
gameplay
things.
process. It's believed that the
Cabin
seizure
fever.
induced apnea and an abnormal heart rhythm, and that led to cardiac arrest. This is considered very rare, an unfortunate freak occurrence. To arcade goers, this answer was too absurd. Let's go back a step.
Let's go back to Polybus.
Polybius.
It does not
was
exist.
Lushen's
It's not
first.
real.
Cabin fever was
Oh, they're
their
saying it's in
second,
Lushen. Yeah,
and
not
the
real.
title that
Not real
really
as well.
put them on the map. But before it came out, Polybius had tied their name to legend.
It's not both. If this is also, then it's
Polybius
also not
was
real in real
similarly
life.
groundbreaking. It
I
was
mean,
said to
people
be
will
a
make the
shooter
game
with
later
an
on
inward
and say,
view
"Oh yeah,
and
it was no."
psychedelic effects, flashing lights and high octane
Yeah, this is
action
the
that,
fan
for the
made
time,
Polybius.
wowed any player who
It looks
came
cool.
across it.
People do a good job of making a
though
fake
it was
game real is
sucking its
cool,
players in.
but that game never existed.
An addictive game is one thing, and should have been a
It was
massive
just an
triumph
urban
for
legend.
the fledgling studio. But it wasn't. It wasn't because Zinlushen was so new and run by highly eccentric people who had few connections in an area that was distant from the games industry. They had no manufacturer. Every cabinet was assembled by hand. As a result, very few cabinets were made, centered mostly
know how
around their
rare
home
that-
of Edmonton and Portland due
You know
to
how
a deal
rare that
with an
had to be to
unknown
actually
third
do that?
party. Its obscurity made the scene of its impact
You know how rare that would have to
feel
fucking
much
be?
more insidious. By this time, there was already much
Because that
talk
sounds
of
so
government
outlandish in itself.
conspiracies and satanic
McCarthyism?
plots to indoctrinate
Alright.
children.
Blood libel?
Polybius had become an
What?
urban legend in Portland, centered around its visuals and its supposed mind-altering effects.
Well, if someone has
Rumors of
epilepsy,
men
they're
in
gonna
black
freaking freak
being
out at that.
spotted interacting with the cabinet claims that several of the geometric shapes were pentagrams.
Oh boy.
Rumors that the game could cause seizures. Due to sheer word of
Well,
mouth,
that flashing light
canny
might.
investors took notice of Zinlushen, men in suits, and they provided the funding
Again,
for
it's
the
only if you have
follow-up game.
epilepsy it's gonna cause
Now, the
seizures.
resources
Normal people know.
for mass production.
They'll just give you a fucking
You can
headache.
see why, given the precedent, that a hysteria would be brewing around Zinlushen. While in the gaming community, the rumor behind the teenager's death would place the blame on the fever beast itself, concerned parents suspected certain darker elements. What before was contained to a single city was now being talked about in the national news, and a tempest of chaos was brewing.
Tempest.
Rumors began. There was one that Jason had his mind sucked into the game, and the seizure was simply what happened to the brain once it had been emptied. There were other death rumors, including one particularly resilient one about another teenager dropping dead after breaking into an arcade while it was closed and trying to pry into the internals of the cabinet.
What?
The story went that, while initial reporting survives, any authorities supposedly involved will act as if they have no idea that it ever happened. Of course, these rumors probably aren't true. There were rumors about people dying if they played right after a high score was obtained, but only if they reached the famed escape screen, where it would display text saying, "The golden age has come and gone," and
this age of the beast died not to make
beast
this.
could supposedly kill you just before the escape sequence. It would have strange behavior, like suddenly stopping mid-chase and just sitting there. The Fever Beast's audio would randomly be extremely high fidelity, and it would display strange, cryptic text.
Like what?
People wanted to play the game again. People wanted to be scared. And maybe someone was listening.
Oh. Someone listening to this?
Hey everyone, it's been a while.
Hi.
I don't know why Davey is doing that kind of narration style, but I'll ignore that for now. I bet if you've subscribed to us before this video, you're probably wondering how this connects to anything. So let me explain.
Go ahead.
It's going to be very confusing if you're not caught up on everything, so I recommend looking through our video catalog if you haven't already.
It's fine.
After Arthur's discovery, last video, it inspired me to look deeper at a lot of our past leads. We found 2 more
That's the
images
smile
from various
dog.
screen feed accounts and hit another brick wall. But I
Sorrow
noticed
pick.
how these 3 images
Oh
are
yes,
different
even
from
the Anguish Man's a part of this
These
whole series
are
too.
just pictures of a dog. And
Yes.
in some of them, the dog doesn't really seem to be smiling.
No, it's just a dog.
I think these are
Sorrow
all
pick.
the oldest images yet. I wanted to look back after finding these, and I looked hard, and among all things, I found something new in the solar plexus clown glider lead.
Yep, so
That's
there
right,
it is.
we're going back there.
That's the Jeff the Killer thing
Paranormal
and
Crickets
Smile
page for
Dog.
it mentions
Solar
that
Plexus
the
Clown
most
Glider.
recent image was associated with an email worm.
Email worm.
The article talked about it like it's recent, and it was posted in March 2005, so I looked into it. What I ended up finding is that the worm was in fact real, and the malware was also associated with a distribution of a MAME ROM for cabin fever.
Oh, okay.
The
So that's how it relates.
executables were distinct, but the payload was the same. The cabin fever version, from what I can tell, was actually playable, even though it wasn't a ROM. I can't find images of it anywhere due to link rot, though. Around the same time that would have been happening, SimLotion was infamously bought out and set to remake and remaster their classic titles for the mobile generation.
Okay.
All Polybius footage in this video has actually been from the 2008 mobile remake, since it was big on the iPhone App Store in the early days, and
Okay,
the
sure,
original
yeah,
cabinets
okay.
are so obscure. You can't really find pictures of people playing this thing. I know there were some stills that we found, but that was
Actually,
about
probably a
it.
ship remaster.
No,
Polybius
one thing I
isn't
haven't
real.
mentioned yet in the script, because I want to see how people react, is that the main reason cabin fever is popular today.
Again, this
is
acts like they
because
plays it
it's
straight,
the
saying, "Oh yeah, all
subject
this
of a
stuff's
lost
real,"
media
but it's not.
investigation.
It's just
Well, how can that be? With
They
main
talk about
ROMs
like
floating around
Ouroboros
and
for
all
the
this
things
footage?
and all this stuff, and
It's because the lost
homunculi.
version is a
It's like
supposed
summoning
mobile
demons and all
port.
this stuff. It's they make their own lore out of
Infamously,
everything.
The revived SimLotion dissolved in on itself due to murky reasons. Resignations and disappearances.
I mean, I
Most
like what they're
clearly
doing. It's
known as
interesting
an
to make
image
the
posted
things this
to
way.
the Blogger blog of a former developer.
Now that's supposed
I
to
don't
be
need to
Smile
tell you
Dog's
why this looks
the
familiar,
fucking.
but until we find that supposed ROM distribution.
Oh,
or
it looks
mobile
familiar
port,
because it's the Smile
it's hard
Dog
to
thing
bring
that
this
you
up
have on your computer that's possessing it.
Solar plexus clown gliders connecting back to cabin fever at all is fascinating. Smile Dog is also commonly associated with epileptic seizures, and that initial death is suspect.
Yeah, Smile Dog's like a moving avatar in some of their videos too. It's technically it's the fucking like that Polaroid there is technically Smile Dog too, and it changed it on their own thing. They said, and it got into their computer and it changed it. They really like to play this all up. It's really creative. I think it's good. But I love the fact they play it really shit. Like, oh no, this is real. It's really happening, guys. I mean, you gotta, but everybody knows you gotta be a little in on it.
But it's still worth.
Come on, Sash. She's acting like she wants food again. Come on, Sasha. Let's go.
Cabin fever and the fever beast will remain a mystery.
I really don't know why he's talking like that, but anyway, if you ask me, my hunch is that the way this is connected is not visual at all. I feel like the graphics are just too simple for a basilisk to spread.
Yeah,
even in spite of the seizure connection. The thing that Cabin Fever did that was so groundbreaking was implementing audio samples. And if audio can be connected to the source of the Smile Dog Basilisk, especially so early in its history, that heavily implies that the original source is not just a photograph. I'll leave it at that. Just to close out here, let me answer some questions from the last upload. Who edited this video in regards to Forbidden Fruit? The editing style feels very different from the others, outside of year and rear view. Yeah, that was me. I kind of rushed the editing on that one, which is why it's so disjointed and all over the place. Just to answer another question a lot of people had is why Mario showed up. That's because Arthur was playing Mario again.
Arthur.
Put that in and kind of assumed that people would get the context, but
dinosaurs are fake animals, Gene. Like currently,
yeah. Mario
thank
and
you,
Mario
Bob.
Sounds play.
Thank you.
People might assume that. Well, they're not going to assume anything. They're just going to be fucking confused that you did that. So that's where that came from. They also ask here, does having a general idea of what's happening in the future sound exciting? Does it cause anxiety? Probably seems like nothing next to the dog thing. Oh god. Me personally, I really don't like that it's tied to the future at all. From what we see, basilisks tend to be tied to tragedy, and if there's a bad thing happening in the future, you know, it's just not very optimistic. Do any of you plan on trying to reach out to Grinfiend? Hell no! What? Why would we do that? If that's like one person, a best case scenario, that's just the dog. Worst case scenario, that guy's probably a straight up ghoul. Bring in ghoul back, Jesus. Man. So here's another question. If the time dilation thing is affecting us, how do you
so
guys
they're
know
technically
it's
time dilated
affecting
too, like they're in completely different times than the past.
I can go to the store and people are like, yup, I'm wearing a COVID mask, I know what's happening. I go on the Discord for like 2 days and everyone is just giving Davey lottery numbers and shit, and Davey goes to get those lottery tickets and it works. Everything
Davey's rich.
we interact
They can't do
with
anything.
outside of the channel is still 2021.
Yep, they're
So-
they're 4 years behind.
It's all you guys.
No,
as
sorry,
far as
5
I
years
know.
behind.
Also, yes,
Everybody's in
I
the
did
future
ask
besides them.
Arthur, and yes, it's the same time for all of us. I mean, we put the date in
Current
the
date,
video.
January 30th, 2021.
If there was a difference,
Yep,
we would
they're in the past. We're in the future.
And lastly, we have this, it's not really a question, but I'm putting it here anyway. Does this dog really think it can just offer to send itself to Patreon members as sketches and nobody will suspect anything? Okay, so we just stopped doing the sketches, and it's because of the time dilation thing, not because of the dog. For all we know, people in the other time, you guys,
The future,
just
hi.
aren't affected by the dog the same way that we are. don't know why that is, but I'll put it this way. If you could get infected by the dog the same way that we are, you would be in the same position.
It's technically
that
an ARG.
I am right now. Because
it's not technically an analog horror, it's an ARG where they're all pretending the whole thing is.
A lot more
so it is an ARG
images
itself.
should have been censored that weren't.
Made by Ebola Granola. Its main focus on the channel's dedicated to finding the origins behind internet horror images, particularly of creepypasta stories. Things take a serious turn when one of them turns out to only have the original image, but much more complicated it appears to be, but also be real.
This last time.
The Jade's American channel can be found here, among other things. Sorry, I'm looking at a thing. These links are to recreation of the Paranormal Purkhead site and play the playlist intermission features 3 uploads from channels.
We're just not doing the sketches anymore.
Ice
I don't
Cream
know
Monkey
what
fan.
we'll replace that with, but keep that in mind if you want to go to the Patreon again. They're still the 2 tiers, it's just that one of them is $15 and one of them's $5. I guess maybe the $15 one might have... We'll just give extra shit to the 15 tier if we find place for it, but... that's about it, I think. No more sketches. No more.
It also turns out that Slenderman and Smile Dog, at least the entities inspired for their creations in universe, are enemies in their enemies in the food chain fashion. Alright, here we go. Now back to our analog schedule programmed. Data acquired, Cyclone Operation, Archival, found Cyclone Shell Archive, Sarah Sphinx, Oklahoma Operations Relay. This proves to have connections. Ferrex Incident, Commercial Operations. There we go. It's over there. Holy shit! Alright. Whoa. Team deployed on site. Cyclone Shell. Getting very Midwest angelic with this.
Are these poromic deaths or sacrificial?
Sacrificial. We don't see bodies of poromic deaths.
This video call is called Redacted.
There's more over here. Yeah, the backup generator's offline too.
Well, that's on the normal generators.
Yeah, we've got a problem. The stasis chamber is empty.
Uh-oh.
Okay, copy that. We have a delocalization event. We're alerting the ground teams now.
Whoa. The fuck was that? Delocalization emergency declared.
This is SOO facility to all surveyor ground teams. We're issuing an order to evacuate immediately. This is a delocalization emergency. I repeat, this is a delocalization emergency.
Ah, shit.
Ah, shit.
Dear. Mike.
I don't think Mike's doing too well. I don't think Mike's doing too well. Just a hunch.
Oh shit.
Oh shit indeed. Oh shit indeed, my friend. Oh shit indeed. Oh, well, he's dead. Oh, yeah, not just him. A couple people are dead, huh? Unless that was his super in half. Oh shit, what the fuck? Whoa! 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 It's like a flesh dragon. Status confirmed. Stasis confirmed. Offline. Oh well, I guess you're fucked. Oh, there it is again. So that's when it happened.
Stasis confirmed.
Alright. Most of the revealing instances have been wiped. There's only a file left over which is referred to as redacted, the same thing. The Hunter's video is taken from the same day. Yeah, it's funny that wasn't so messed up. Sphere thinks. Alright. Ghost voice. Next.
A creature 20 to 30 feet long. Reptilian.
Here we go.
A serpentine body covered in overlapping scales the size of a man's palm.
This is an interesting channel.
A long, muscular neck that lifts the head above
the height of a horse.
So this video is called,
this is Expedition's name of the channel.
Longer than a sword, set
and
with
this
rows of
is...
teeth. Short, clawed forelimbs close to the chest. Hind legs powerful enough for ambush. A tail half the body's length, heavy enough to break stone.
Now this is called
Every
Roman
ancient
hunted dragons to
civilization on
extinction.
Earth, Sumerian, Egyptian,
Then
Chinese,
Hoover decided
Greek,
they had
Roman,
never
Norse,
existed.
Welsh, Aztec, Aboriginal, independently described exactly this animal.
Expedition to the Third.
The same
technically is the name of
proportions,
the channel.
the same predator. They all hunted it, and every one of them had a word for it. 256 BC, late summer. The Bagradus River, somewhere in what is now northern Tunisia. A Roman army under the consul Marcus Attilius Regulus is camped on the riverbank during the First Punic War. The men have been marching for weeks. The river is their only water source for 50 miles in any direction. Then something comes out of the river.
Shit. Dragon.
The Roman historians Pliny the Elder, Livy, Valerius Maximus, and the poet Silius Italicus will all write about what happens next in matter-of-fact military prose, the way you describe a battle you won. The thing kills several legionaries. Regulus orders ballistae, the army's heavy siege catapults, turned on it. The fight takes hours. When the legion finally kills it, the soldiers measure the body. 120 Roman feet. They flay it, they strip the jaws. They send the skin and the jawbones back to Rome, where they are mounted in a temple on the Capitoline Hill and displayed publicly for the next 123 years. Roman senators walked past that skin every week. Nobody called it a myth. The Senate recorded the measurement. The historians who wrote about it described it in the same prose voice they used for naval battles and triumphs. And by the time the skin finally disappears from the temple records, every history book has stopped describing what it was.
Oh boy.
There is a chain hanging outside Wawel Cathedral in Krakow, Poland. From the chain hang 3 large bones, mounted side by side at the western entrance of the cathedral that sits on Wawel Hill above the old city. They have been there since at least the 14th century. Cathedral records describe them as the bones of the dragon that once lived in the cave beneath the hill.
Oh boy.
The dragon that, according to Polish chronicles dating back to the 12th century writings of Wincenty Kadlubek, was killed during the reign of King Krakus, the founder of the city.
King Krakus.
Modern scientific examination of the bones, when it was finally permitted in the 20th century, identified them as a whale rib, the femur of a woolly mammoth, and the leg bone of a Pleistocene rhinoceros. The official explanation is satisfying. They are not dragon bones. The medieval Polish identification was wrong. Mystery solved.
Or
Except
is
for
it?
one detail that nobody addresses.
Oh shit.
Medieval Poles had never seen a whale. They did not know mammoths had existed. The woolly mammoth would not be formally described to European science until 1796, more than 400 years after these bones were already hanging at Wawel. The rhinoceros was an animal of distant Africa to them, not the Pleistocene Eurasian steppe. And yet, out of all the bones available to them, out of every ossuary and battlefield and butcher in Poland, they chose 3 specific bones from 3 specific creatures, all functionally unknown to them, that when arranged together form the approximate skeleton of an animal that was not supposed to exist. Open every ancient civilization's records, and you find the same creature described independently,
Dragon.
in cultures that had no contact with each other, using anatomical detail that does not match anything you can buy at a market or see at a temple. In Mesopotamia, the Sumerian Mushushu appears on the Ishtar Gate of Babylon, completed around 575 BC under Nebuchadnezzar II. The gate is now reconstructed in the Pergamon Museum in Berlin. Reproductions stand at the original site in Iraq. The animal depicted is not stylized in the way mythological creatures usually are. It has the forelegs of a feline, the hind legs of a raptor, a scaled body, a serpentine neck and tail, a forked tongue, and a horn on the head. Babylonian texts describe it not as a god, but as a creature that the god Marduk subdued, present tense, as a real thing. In the same sentences that describe lions and bulls, the Ishtar Gate alternates Mushushu with aurochs and lions in its decorative bands. The aurochs and the lions are zoologically accurate. The Mushushu is depicted with the same precision. In Egypt, Apep, the great serpent.
Apep.
In dynastic art, the snake is depicted at scales that no known Nile snake matches, with anatomical features that suggest the artists were drawing from something other than the cobra and python they had at hand.
Oh boy.
In China, the dragon is older than the state itself. Bones sold in Chinese apothecaries for over 2,000 years under the name Longgu, meaning dragon bones, turned out, when Western paleontologists finally analysed them in the early 20th century, to be fossilized remains of Mesozoic dinosaurs, Pleistocene mammals, and the now extinct giant ape, Gigantopithecus.
Wow.
Chinese paleontology effectively began with people noticing what their pharmacies had been grinding into medicine for millennia. The bones the apothecaries called dragons were real bones from real creatures.
Yes.
The Chinese had been touching them, naming them, and identifying them with their own visual tradition for so long that the words for fossil and for dragon were, in many medieval Chinese medical texts, interchangeable. In Greece, the dragon is in Hesiod, in Homer, in Apollodorus. But the most important text is Pliny the Elder, writing in 77 AD. His natural history runs to 37 volumes and remains the most comprehensive single work on the ancient world's understanding of the natural world. Book 8 is the book on land animals. In it, alongside elephants and lions and rhinoceroses, Pliny describes dragons. He does not describe them as supernatural. He gives them habitats, Ethiopia, India. He gives them measurements, up to 20 cubits, roughly 30 feet. He gives them behaviours. They hunt elephants, wrapping around the elephant's legs and crushing them, then drinking the blood.
The fuck?
He describes specific anatomical features, the way they slither in coils, the way they raise the head to strike, the way they fight in pairs. This is not a man writing about myths. This is a Roman senator and naval commander writing a science book, describing dragons in the same prose voice he uses to describe rhinoceroses and crocodiles. The Roman army carried a Draco standard, a metal serpent head mounted on a pole with a long fabric tube that hissed in the wind when cavalry charged.
So you're saying giant
The
snakes,
Romans
then?
had not invented it. They had borrowed it from the Sarmatians and the Dacians, who had borrowed it from earlier steppe cultures, who had borrowed it from somewhere further back. The standard was specifically modelled on a serpent with a wide gaping jaw and a long ribboned body, an animal the cavalry knew well enough to make their banner of, in the same way a modern military insignia uses an eagle or a wolf. In Northern Europe, the same pattern. The Anglo-Saxon poem Beowulf describes a dragon that lives in a burial mound, hoards gold, and is finally killed by the king at the cost of his own life. The Norse Jormungandr, the world serpent. Nidhogger, the dragon that gnaws the roots of Yggdrasil. The Welsh Ydraig Goch, the red dragon, attested in the medieval Mabinogion. Every Celtic culture has its dragon. Every Germanic culture has its dragon. Every Slavic culture has its dragon, called Zmej. In Mesoamerica, Quetzalcoatl, the feathered serpent, depicted in the murals of Teotihuacan and the pyramids of the Yucatan. In Polynesia, the Taniwha. In Australia, the rainbow serpent of Aboriginal oral tradition. A being so old in the cultural memory that it predates anything modern archaeology can reliably date. These civilizations did not share myths. They did not borrow stories from each other. Sumerian Babylon was not in contact with the Aztec lowlands. The Welsh oral tradition was not informed by the Han Chinese pharmacopoeia. The Anglo-Saxon Scop did not read Pliny. The Aboriginal Australians did not exchange folklore with the Polynesians until very late in human history. And yet every one of them, working in isolation, produced the same basic creature. A large reptilian animal, often associated with water, with specific anatomical features that recur with disturbing consistency. Serpentine body, often legs, often a horned or crested head, often described in connection with hunting or being hunted by humans. The simple explanation is that humans like to make up similar monsters. This is the position of mainstream folklore studies, and it is not wrong exactly, in the sense that humans do share psychological patterns.
Yes.
But it does not explain why the dragons of these cultures are described with the same anatomical specificity as the elephants and the lions and the crocodiles. Pliny does not describe Apollo with the same prose voice he uses for animals. He describes dragons that way. So does Aristotle. So does the Sumerian scribe. There is a different explanation. It is the one nobody in the Academy will name out loud. Something happens to the dragon between roughly 400 AD and 1600 AD. It changes from an animal to a saint's adversary, and then it disappears entirely. The first sign is the Christian saint cycle. Beginning in the 4th and 5th centuries, accounts begin appearing across Europe and the Mediterranean of holy men killing dragons. St. George kills a dragon at Silene in Libya, somewhere in the late 3rd century. St. Margaret of Antioch is swallowed by a dragon and bursts from its belly. St. Martha tames the Tarasque, a creature with a lion's head, 6 bear-like legs, a scaled body, and a serpent's tail, in the town of Tarascon in Provence. The Tarasque story has a specific date, the 1st century AD, and a specific location, and the town of Tarascon still holds an annual festival commemorating the event, complete with a wooden effigy of the Tarasque carried through the streets. The festival is documented from at least the 15th century. St. Patrick drives serpents from Ireland. St. Hilarion kills a dragon in Dalmatia.
Well, the serpents he's driving are the the serpents he's driving away are not dragons. The serpents he's driving away are are cultists, are pagans.
St. Donatus of Arezzo, St. Theodore of Amasea, St. Mercurialis of Forli. By the year 1000, every major Christian region of Europe has at least one local dragon-slaying saint, often dozens.
Yes, you
are.
The
pattern is consistent. The accounts shift from the older form, where armies and kings hunt dragons in the open, to the new form, where a single holy figure ends the threat permanently.
Give me your sesh.
The dragon goes from being a population of animals to being a singular, last creature. And in every account, the holy figure does not study the creature, does not preserve it, does not describe its anatomy.
I do not.
The holy figure
weeb.
kills it. The body is rarely produced.
This guy is reaching.
In England, the Lambton worm is killed by John Lambton, returning crusader, around the year 1420. In Poland, the Wawel dragon is killed by Scuba the shoemaker,
Scuba?
Who feeds it a sulphur-stuffed sheep.
Who the hell?
The body is consumed by fire.
Wait,
Nothing
the dragon
is
eats
preserved.
sulfur and then it burns itself?
In Germany, in France, in Russia, the same pattern. The dragons end with a single act of violence, attributed to a single hero, with the carcass either burned, dissolved, or buried in unconsecrated ground, where no one is permitted to dig.
Don't dig there.
But there is one period, between roughly 1500 and 1700, when European scholarship still treats dragons as real animals. Konrad Gessner, the Swiss naturalist credited with founding modern zoological taxonomy, publishes his Historia Animalium between 1551 and 1558. It is a 5-volume encyclopedia of all known animals, illustrated, classified, with descriptions of anatomy, behaviour, and habitat. It is a foundational text of European biology, used by university lecturers for nearly 200 years after its publication. And it contains dragons. Gessner classifies them. He describes their varieties. He notes regional differences. He distinguishes them from snakes, and from the imaginary creatures he is careful to mark as fabulous.
Fabulous.
The dragons are not in that category. They are in the same category as the giraffe and the elk. Athanasius Kircher, the 17th century Jesuit polymath, includes dragons in his Mundus Subterraneus of 1665, a survey of subterranean geography.
So you're saying dragons are subterranean creatures, my guy?
Kircher does not present them as folklore. He presents them with anatomical drawings and discusses their habitats
dragon looks
in
so
cave
uncomfortable.
systems and underground rivers.
Ah, yes, the hollow.
He cites accounts from named witnesses. He references bones he says he examined personally in collections across Europe. And then, within a single century, all of this disappears.
Boom.
Georges Cuvier, the French naturalist often called the founder of modern paleontology, begins publishing in the late 1790s.
Look at that skull.
His work establishes the principle of extinction, the idea that species can vanish, can be gone forever, can exist only in fossils. By the 1820s, Cuvier and his successors have established a new framework. Bones that earlier generations called dragon bones are now classified as the remains of extinct species. Mammoths,
which most of them were.
mastodons, plesiosaurs, ichthyosaurs. Bones at Wawel are reclassified. The Chinese longu are reclassified. The fossils in European caves are reclassified. And the word dragon is removed from the scientific vocabulary entirely, retained only as a name for a small Indonesian lizard nobody has yet seen.
Oh, you mean the Komodo dragon?
The shift is not gradual. It is not a slow accumulation of evidence that displaces an older view. It is a sudden professional decision made in a small number of European institutions that takes effect across the entire scientific world within 2 generations. By 1850, no respectable European naturalist will mention dragons except as a category of folklore. By 1900, the word survives in the West almost entirely in the names of fantasy creatures and in pub signs. And while this is happening, while Cuvier and his successors are reclassifying every dragon bone in Europe, something else is going on in the Indonesian archipelago that nobody in Europe notices. There is, on the island of Komodo and a few nearby islands of the Lesser Sundas, a population of giant reptiles.
Yeah, Komodo dragons.
Adults reach over 3 meters in length.
Komodo dragons,
and can
real
weigh
dragons.
More than 70
there you go.
kilograms.
And if we're talking about things that would be definitely seen as dragons in the real world, they're Megalotherium, their ancestors were huge, and fucking aborigines lived alongside those fucks.
They hunt
They've
deer,
seen them.
wild boar, water buffalo, and, on occasion, humans.
They seen them.
They have been known to local fishermen for centuries. The islands sit on major shipping routes that Dutch, Portuguese, and Arab traders had been using for hundreds of years. In 1910, a Dutch colonial officer named Lieutenant Jacques Karel Henri van Steen van Hensbroek hears the local stories. He sails to Komodo. He shoots one. he sends the skin and a photograph to the Zoological Museum in Buitenzorg in Java. The director of the museum, Peter Owens, publishes a description in 1912. The Komodo dragon enters the western side.
The big thing about Komodo dragons, too, is a lot of them are parthenogenic, meaning they are females from female clones, which they're very,
scientific
a lot
record.
of them are just females.
It is 1912. Cuvier has been dead for 80 years. The official position of European zoology has been, for nearly a century, that giant predatory lizards do not exist on Earth in the modern era.
Except they do.
And here is one.
Yep.
On a shipping route the West has been using for 400 years. Now consider what should bother you about the Komodo discovery. It is not that the Komodo dragon exists. It is that the official scientific consensus for the entire 19th century was that creatures like this had been gone for millions of years. And the consensus persisted on a continent surrounded by islands where local fishermen, for generations, had been describing
Megalotherium
exactly such a
existed for
creature
quite a while.
to anyone who would listen.
Humans did see it.
The information was
They
available.
did. Aboriginals saw it.
The
They
shipping
have
logs
fucking
are
cave
full of
paintings of
references
it.
to giant
Not to mention the
lizards on
horrible
those
other
islands.
things they had to see there, too.
The Dutch East India
the giant
Company had
fucking...
records. Sailors traded stories in port.
I just forgot. I was going to say
The local
marsupials that
Bugis
they
and
saw
Bajau
too.
peoples
Like
knew
the fucking
animals well enough to give them names,
the
to give
pouched
them habits,
tiger,
to give them territories.
Sorry, the pouched lion.
What was missing was
The
not
relatives
evidence.
of the fucking
What was missing
wombats.
was permission. Until a uniformed European officer shot one and sent the skin to a colonial museum, the existence of the animal was not real in the sense that academic science was prepared to acknowledge. This is what Adrienne Mayer, a research scholar in classics and history of science at Stanford, has been arguing for over 2 decades. Her book, The First Fossil Hunters, published by Princeton University Press in 2000,
oh boy.
examines how ancient civilizations interpreted the bones of extinct creatures. Her core argument is that many ancient monsters, griffins, cyclopes, dragons, emerged from real encounters with fossils that pre-scientific cultures interpreted as the remains of real animals from their own ecological past.
Yes.
Mayer is not arguing that dragons literally existed
No.
in the form children's books describe them. She is arguing for something subtler and, in some ways,
Could there be
more
giant
disturbing.
reptiles?
She is arguing that the ancient classification of these bones was not delusional. It was a different system, one that integrated direct observation with cultural memory in ways modern science has discarded.
Okay.
The implication, which Mayer herself is careful not to push too far, is that the ancients were doing rough paleontology, and that the creatures they described were the creatures their bones came from, scaled and reconstructed in ways the moderns find naive, but which were not wrong about the existence of the animals, only about their timing.
Yep.
The timing is the key. Because in some cases, the timing was not actually as wrong as Cuvier's framework would suggest. In Australia, beginning in the
Gonna
1850s,
talk about that.
Sir Richard Owen, the British paleontologist who coined the word dinosaur, began describing fossils of a giant monitor lizard he named Megalania prisca.
Megalania, that's right.
Ancient great Roma. Adult Megalania reached 6 to 7 meters
It
in
was
length
big.
and weighed up to 600
big fucker.
kilograms. It was,
And
by
early
every
humans did
available
see it.
measure, the largest terrestrial lizard ever to exist.
Yeah.
Its closest living relative is the Komodo dragon, which is
true.
essentially a small surviving cousin of the same lineage.
Yep. That's
For
from
decades,
Island Dwarfism.
Megalania was thought to have gone extinct in the early Pleistocene, hundreds of thousands of years before humans arrived in Australia. Then, beginning in the 1980s and accelerating through the 1990s and 2000s,
They realized
the dating
humans
got
actually
better.
did see it.
Recalibrated radiocarbon dates pushed Megalania's extinction forward to roughly 50,000 years ago, possibly less.
Yep.
Aboriginal Australians have been in Australia for at least 65,000
They
years.
did see it.
Megalania and humans overlapped on the
Yep.
same continent for at least 15,000 years, and quite possibly much longer.
Oh boy.
There are Aboriginal oral traditions that
Mhm.
describe creatures with extraordinary specificity that match Megalania more closely than they match
Imagine how
anything alive
terrifying that would
today.
have to fucking be.
The same recalibration occurred for Quincana, the
Quincana.
terrestrial crocodile of Australia.
Oh shit, this thing. Look at his legs. He's strutting.
3 to 6 meters long, walking on long legs
Yes,
the way modern
the walking
crocodiles cannot.
crocodiles. Yeah, the running walking
Quincana
crocodiles are
survived
fucking
into the
terrifying
late
too.
Pleistocene, It overlapped with humans,
Yep.
and it is named after the Quincans, spirit creatures of Aboriginal mythology in northern Queensland, described as tall, sinewy figures that lived in rock crevices and hunted at night. The same recalibration for Wanambi narracortensis, a giant constrictor snake 5 to 6 meters long, also Pleistocene Australian. The Aboriginal rainbow serpent tradition, present across the...
Oh, shit. Oh, God. Imagine, again, all these things, imagine seeing this at all. Imagine seeing any of this. That's fucking terrifying to think about.
Entire continent is in some interpretations a direct cultural memory of Wanambi.
Wanambi.
What the Australian record demonstrates is simple and difficult to
Again,
dismiss.
the thing about all
Giant
this, seeing these huge reptiles, then seeing those huge-ass fucking marsupials would be fucking terrifying.
Reptiles existed alongside humans on at least one continent into geologically recent times.
Yes.
They survived long enough to enter the oral tradition of the people who lived with them. They became part of cultural memory before they vanished from the landscape. And the timing of their vanishing correlates on every inhabited continent that has been studied with the arrival and expansion of human populations. This is the late Quaternary extinction event. The Americas lose mammoths, mastodons, ground sloths,
again,
saber-toothed cats.
The big thing about this whole thing in general is humans are blamed the most for this. We're the nail in the coffin. We're not the main cause of it. It's just we hunted them pretty well. We're good at hunting.
Within a few thousand
so it didn't do
years
well
of
for a
human
number
arrival.
of them, but, you know.
Europe loses cave bears, cave lions, woolly mammoths, and woolly
We had
rhinos
cave
in the same
hyenas,
window.
by the way.
Madagascar
We had
loses
those
giant
too.
lemurs and elephant birds within historical time. The elephant bird may have survived to around 1200 AD, well within the period of European awareness. New Zealand loses the moa and Haast's eagle, the
yep.
largest eagle that ever lived,
That thing hunted
after
humans.
Polynesian settlement in roughly 1300 AD. Every continent, every island chain, the same pattern. Humans arrive, megafauna disappears.
Again, it's because we were good at hunting them, but we're not the main cause of why it happened. We're the nail in the end. We're the thing that causes the full thing, but we're not the main cause of it. The biggest cause is just climate. The climate would change, the world changes naturally, and things that thrive like that happens all the time on Earth. It's nothing to do with the whole idea of like climate change that fucking liberals preach to you. It's like real climate change, how the climate
What
actually
gets
just
called
changes
dragons in
naturally.
the cultural record, in many cases, may simply be the megafauna that did not survive long enough for modern biology to catalogue. The Bagrada serpent, the Wavell dragon, the Tarasque, the Lambton worm, the dragons of Pliny. These may not all be the same animal, but the pattern of how they are described, how they are killed, and how the carcasses always seem to disappear before any naturalist can study them is consistent across 2,000 years of historical record. And there is one more piece of evidence that does not appear in any of the standard accounts. The European cave bear, Ursus spelaeus,
Oh shit, the cave bear. Oh fuck. Oh god. Holy shit. Yeah, that's a short-faced bear relative, I think. That thing's the size of a fucking allosaur. Hunched eagle and elephant birds went extinct in roughly, the 1500s. Yeah.
Extinct around 24,000 years ago in mainland Europe. Its remains are found in caves throughout the Alps.
Holy shit.
In 1917, the Swiss archaeologist Emil
That's
Bacher
more terrifying.
began excavating.
To me, this is more terrifying than anything else. Animals that were like this, that fucking like our ancestors saw. Imagine seeing a fucking bear so huge and has a fucking scent, like it can smell so well that if you kill something and start cooking that, being a human that time, that thing comes rushing at you to get your fucking food. What are you gonna do? It's the size of a fucking dinosaur.
The Drachenloch
It's
cave in
pissed.
eastern
It wants your
Switzerland.
food.
He found bear skulls and bones arranged in patterns that suggested deliberate human placement. Skulls in stone-lined niches, long bones stacked in piles.
Yeah, there's
the
obviously
conventional
humans
interpretation
under that.
is Paleolithic bear cult ritual, and the dating is disputed, but the cave itself raises a different question. The cave is called Drachenloch, dragon hole. The name predates Bachler's excavation by centuries. It was the local Swiss name for the cave for as long as records
Apparently, we
exist
had a
for
mini
the village
ice age
nearby.
from around the time of the Renaissance.
The local oral tradition
US
called
colonies.
the
Yeah, there
bones
was like a very
inside dragon
small one.
bones. The medieval Swiss did not know what a cave bear was. They had never seen one. The cave bear had been extinct for over 20,000 years before any Swiss village existed in that valley. And yet the cave was called the Dragon Hole, and the bones inside were dragon bones, and the people who named it had identified, without paleontological training, the remains of an enormous extinct predator and assigned them the category they had a word for. I have to be honest about where this research lost me and where it got me back. The first time I read about the Bagrada's serpent, I dismissed it. Roman exaggeration. Pliny was a good observer of nature, but he also believed in basilisks and werewolves, and the line between his careful zoology and his folklore is not always clear. The 120-foot measurement is obviously wrong.
Yes.
The skin in the temple was probably a snake skin sewn together with embellishments.
Yeah.
The whole account is the kind of patriotic war story Rome loved to tell about itself. That was where I planted my flag. And then I started checking what every other ancient civilization had said about similar creatures. Then I started looking at the megafauna extinction data. Then I noticed that the timing did not work out the way I had been taught. Then I sat with the Wawel bones for a long while, with the question of why medieval Polish people had identified the remains of 3 creatures they had never seen and never could have seen, and assembled them in the rough shape of an animal they had a name for in their own language. There is a way to dismiss any single piece of this. There is no good way to dismiss all of it together. I want to be careful here. I am not saying dragons existed in the form children's books describe them.
Saying that again, though.
I am saying the official explanation that every culture across every continent independently invented broadly similar creatures with broadly similar anatomy out of pure imagination is the explanation that requires the most coincidence. So consider what the pattern actually shows. Every ancient civilization on every continent describes a category of large reptilian creature.
They're not dinosaurs.
They describe it with anatomical specificity that matches no living animal those cultures had access to. They describe it being hunted by humans in language that does not treat
if anything, what it would be, to me, would seem to be like, you know, extinct giant avian or extinct giant reptile.
As supernatural.
If it was something.
They preserve, in some cases, physical remains, skin, bones, jaws, teeth, which are displayed in temples and cathedrals and pharmacies for centuries before being either lost, destroyed, or reclassified. Then, beginning in roughly the 4th century AD and accelerating through the medieval period, the killing of the creature is reassigned. It moves from a thing armies do to a thing saints do,
to make it demonic.
From a population of animals to a singular last specimen, from an event recorded by historians to a miracle recorded by hagiographers. The bodies stop being preserved. The jaws stop being mounted in temples. The hunts stop being measured. Then, in a single generation in the early 19th century, the entire category is removed from scientific vocabulary. The bones are reclassified as fossils of other species. The folklore is reclassified as universal human imagination. The remaining oral traditions are reclassified as primitive superstition. Within 2 generations, no European institution will discuss the subject seriously. And then, in 1910, on an island that ships have been passing for 4 centuries, a Dutch officer shoots a giant lizard. This is the pattern, and once you see it, you cannot unsee it. The same shape repeats in every domain. A thing that was real becomes contested. The contested thing becomes folkloric. The folkloric thing becomes professionally taboo. The professional taboo becomes the new common sense. And then, every so often, a fragment of the original reality slips through. A Komodo, a coelacanth, declared extinct for 65 million years, and then pulled out of a fisherman's net in South Africa.
It's true, the coelacanth is very rare.
A giant squid, finally photographed alive in 2004, after centuries of being a fish.
Yeah, like the Native Americans' tales about the thunderbird that resembled a prehistoric eagle that had 12. Yeah.
Actually impossible. And the institutions reclassify quietly in technical journals and move on as if the previous century of denial had never happened. What was hunted to extinction here was not only animals, it was a way of looking at the natural world that admitted the existence of things larger, and stranger than the institutions are prepared to acknowledge. The ancients did not see dragons because they were primitive. They saw dragons because dragons, in some form, large surviving reptiles, megafauna remnants, predators that humans encountered and eliminated, were there. The medieval and early modern Europeans did not put bones at the cathedral because they were credulous. They put bones at the cathedral because the bones were what was left of an animal their grandparents' had still been telling stories about killing. The institutions did not erase dragons because dragons were untrue. They erased dragons because the alternative, admitting that human expansion across the planet had hunted into extinction a category of animals so large and consequential that every culture on Earth retained a memory of them, was too large a story to fit into the 19th century's idea of progress. The story of dragons is the story of what humans did to the last of the megafauna in every place we went.
Again,
the Komodo dragon survived
we're still not the main cause of it. No one's exactly sure. We're the nail in the coffin. We finished it. But to say that we're the ones fully responsible for it is a fallacy in itself, because a lot of paleontologists and people like that agree that humans were not the ones fully responsible. They were already dying out because of stuff that changes with everything else in nature. That's nature, dog. Not everything makes it.
Because it
and
lived
they don't
on
stay
islands
forever.
so small and remote that we had not yet exhausted them. The Megalania did not. The Quincana did not. The Wanambi did not. The Bagrada serpent did not. Whatever the European cave bear actually was in the imagination of the people who lived in fear of it, did not. And the killing did not stop in 256 BC, or in the year of St. George, or in 1420 with John Lambton. The killing is the constant. The naming is what changes.
Wow.
Stella's sea cow, an animal the size of a small whale, was described to Western science by Georg Stella in 1741. 27 years later, in 1768, it was extinct.
Oh, is this the giant,
hunted to nothing in less
manatee?
than 3 decades after its discovery.
Yeah.
The thylacine, the Tasmanian tiger,
this thing may still be alive, by the way.
filmed in the 20th century,
those manatees,
declared
they just like
extinct
would
in
paddle up to him and clonk him on the head.
1936.
Yep, they hit him with the oar and everything. Yeah, they were so
And they were
friendly.
like-
Yep, they were super friendly, and they did that thing with the true penguins as well, the ankh. They were huge birds that basically did the same thing, and they beat the shit out of them, like what they did to the dodo too.
The dodo, because they were just land, you just catch them.
They had no natural They had no natural predators whatsoever. And they see humans like, what's this thing? Clonk, dead. Yeah. We can be
The
assholes.
Yangtze river dolphin,
I'm not saying we
a
can't.
real animal that lived alongside humans for tens of
river
thousands
dolphin?
of years in Chinese cultural memory.
Oh, the river dolphin. Yeah, this is going extinct because China puts a bunch of plastics and shit in their water. Yeah, no, it's still around, but it's barely there. The pink river
Declared
dolphin.
functionally extinct in 2006. The pattern does not require coordination. It does not require conspiracy. It requires only
There's
what
buffalo.
humans have always done. Kill the large thing. Eat the large thing. Eliminate the predator. Take the territory. And then forget what we eliminated.
I mean, again, like I'm saying,
I'll take it supersized.
I think it's supersized. Hey man, if here's the thing, like I said, we're not the full contributor. Do we do things that aren't great for it? Sure we do, but we're not the main contributor to a lot of things going extinct. It's, it's just kind of what happens. We're not always the best stewards. But here's another thing too. We may have the means to bring them back in the future, so that's always a possibility too.
Because the alternative is to look at what we did.
Yep.
The dragons in the cathedral, in the temple,
Seems like a
in the
no-brainer, because
apothecary,
I assume they
in the
kind of
cave.
know that the elephant is a close
Those
relative.
bones are not telling us about
relative, yes.
creatures that did not exist. They are telling us about creatures that did exist, that humans
I
encountered,
think they've actually
that
spotted
humans
silently on
killed,
trail cams recently.
and
Yes,
that humans
they
then,
have in
generation
Tasmania,
by generation,
in parts of Australia
agreed
and New
to
Guinea.
remember as myths
Yes.
rather than as
He's
casualties.
not playing God. He's being judged by him.
Yeah.
The reclassification by Cuvier and his successors was not a lie. It was something more functional than a lie. It was the moment a civilization decided that the things it had eliminated had never been real in the first place, because if they had been real, then their absence would be an indictment, and a civilization that had just declared itself the pinnacle of progress could not afford that indictment in its founding scientific documents. The skin in the temple on the Capitoline Hill was there for 123 years. Roman senators walked past it. Roman children visited it. Roman historians described it. It was a public artifact in a public building in the capital of the largest empire in the Mediterranean world. And then, somewhere between the late Republic and the early Empire, the skin disappears from the record. No one is recorded as having destroyed it. No one is recorded as having moved it. It is simply mentioned for the last time in a text from around 133 BC, during the Numantine War, and then it is gone. Not lost, not stolen. It simply stops being mentioned, the way a thing stops being mentioned when the people who care about it die, and their grandchildren find the question embarrassing. I keep returning to the same questions. Why did every isolated civilization on Earth describe the same category of creature with the same anatomical detail? Why did the killing transfer from kings and armies to saints in the same window across Europe? Why are the bodies always gone before the modern scientific record begins? Why was the Komodo dragon, an apex predator on a shipping lane, undocumented by Western science until 1910? Why are the bones at Varvel hanging from a chain made of 3 specific species that the people who hung them there could not possibly have identified by name? Why does the European cave called the Dragon Hole contain the bones of an animal extinct for 20,000 years?
You want to know what that animal that's extinct for 20,000 years is, Porky? A cave bear.
What?
So they have huge-ass skulls, because you want to know what they're related to? The short-faced bear. One of the biggest bears that ever fucking existed. That's the size of a dinosaur. I'm not even kidding. Now imagine the fact our ancestors had to see that shit. And had to deal with that. I'm so glad I have third world problems, because if I had to live in this period of time, I don't know if I'd fucking have any problems, because I might be dead. With all the shit.
Before any human ever named the cave. Why does every continent humans arrived on lose its megafauna
it's
within
down
the
to whether they
first
can
few
support the amount
thousand
of
years
calories
of our
they need for their
presence?
size, so they either downsize
Why is the
or die
Komodo
outright.
dragon a tourist attraction, and the Megalania a museum specimen, and the Varvel bones a curiosity, but the question that connects them is not in any textbook? The information is in the archives. The bones are still in the cathedrals. The texts of Pliny and Marco Polo and Conrad Gessner are on library shelves. The Komodo dragon is in zoos. The Megalania fossils are in Australian museums. None of this is hidden. All of it sits in the open.
There are some people that think Megalania still exists. I don't know about that one, because that's a fucking huge lizard. That thing is insanely huge.
Yeah.
I don't know about that, but it did live longer than people thought it did. It lived to like the 1500s, like, jeez.
For someone to look at the whole picture.
I mean, the problem was that
pieces.
its food source of the giant
Bagrada's
fucking
skin is gone.
marsupials died out because they couldn't sustain themselves, and it can't sustain itself.
The measurement remains.
So when your prey source goes away, the predator can't really sustain itself after that. So
recorded in the registers of the
that's kind of what
Republic
happens.
by men who walked past the skin every week of their adult lives. Nobody called it a myth.
Alright, there we go. That's how that video went. Nobody called it a myth. Alright, Porky, look who it is, the Seraph, buddy. Glad you're here to see.
How strange you mortals are. You are born into a universe that refuses to explain
like cave bears,
itself.
cave lions, and cave sloths probably needed more calorically, and we're getting outplaced from modern bears, cougars, and wolves. True. They were getting out competed by smaller animals. That is true. I think that possibly ground sloths could still be a thing, not the cave ones, but the other ones possibly. Oh, hey, wait.
You split matter into smaller and smaller pieces.
Listen here, bucko. Alright, I might be 18 minutes behind on the stream.
Uh-huh.
Alright? We killed the megafauna. We did it.
I said the final nail in the coffin was us. I said that.
We were... Oh! We got there and immediately eradicated them all, especially me. So, I did it.
Yes, Neanderthal weeb.
It's because we ate all the watermelons.
All the watermelons.
Might find the meaning of everything.
What killed the dinosaur?
Because we ate all the watermelons.
I love how he just said what killed the dinosaurs and then left and didn't finish his sentence. I love when he does that. It's the best.
Because we ate all the bananas.
You were never meant to understand everything.
But anyways, like I was saying in my thought as we're listening to Seraph here, I think possibly ground sloths could still be a thing.
Your thoughts cannot
but they're like, if they do, they're really remote places. It's possible, but I don't know.
It's like the real reasons these things went extinct is because like some weird little tiny fly, and then there was like there was like 10 chain reactions until like, oh, like the little mouse didn't get the food, and then the little thing didn't get to eat the mouse, and the little bit bigger thing didn't eat the thing that ate the mouse, and then the thing that ate the mouse died, and then you went all the way up the chain.
Oh yeah, stuff has to adapt, and if stuff goes down that something eats, it doesn't do it, then it doesn't. I'm sorry. That's true.
And then that kills this thing, and then the next thing.
Oh yeah, it's a chain reaction thing.
Yeah.
The biggest thing you have to remember is the keystone species of a lot of stuff can sometimes be predators too, so if the predator...
with you, Gene. Yes. It's because I made a time machine, I went back, and then I sneezed, and I came back.
And I sneezed.
Yeah, I got a time machine, I sneezed, and I was like, oh fuck, and I left. But
and
it
then
was already too late.
It's too late.
It was already too late.
So chase the ridiculous.
I sneezed, and then Hitler was born.
And then Hitler was. I sneezed, and then Hitler was born.
Ask the question that makes
I sneezed, and then Ho Chi Minh came into existence.
Venture toward the mystery that whispers, there is nothing here for you.
I sneezed, and that kicked off the van.
Sometimes the path that appears most foolish leads you to the edge of everything you believed.
I sneezed, and then Israel was made.
And there, trembling before the impossible, you may discover.
It was racist on an airplane, and then they had to deboard everybody.
The world was never as small as you were taught. Neither were you.
And now China has a mega laser.
Now China has it, and now China's on the moon.
Something magnificent. You may
they were. Imagine if China was on the moon, how fucked the moon would be. Like, think about how fucked the moon would just get instantly if the Chinese are up there. They'd fucking turn into a dump.
Simply
be a fucking garbage. Fucking garbage. Fucking crater.
Put like a spotlight up there, so at night.
Yeah.
We would still get light or some shit like that. It'd just be fucking annoying. Just super fucking annoying.
They're fucking Chinese.
It's nighttime, but they just installed a giant LED light. Like, you know the LED lights that all come out of China that...
Because what the actual
So Bob sent this video, and it's about giant UFOs that have been apparently spotted.
I'm shaking right now. I'm not even gonna lie. I'm shaking.
Are you literally shaking?
Hello viewers, this is the Angry Astronaut. Today we're not talking about distant lights or ambiguous blobs on infrared.
Yeah, where is this?
We're talking
I think
about
we've seen it like
objects
in
the
a Fast and
size of
Furious
city
movie.
blocks,
Yeah, I think it's in
aircraft
South America or
carriers, or
something.
stadiums.
Or maybe it's Dubai.
Structured and moving through our
Yeah, I think for a short
atmosphere
time,
with
those
total
were the tallest buildings
disregard
in the
for
world.
the laws
Yeah.
of physics as we understand them.
Oh, actually, you know
The
what I
most
think that is?
recent
I think
Department of
that's
War drop under the Pursuit
Taiwan,
releases,
maybe?
the fifth drop that is on August 7th,
So I think it's those ones that have like the special like
2026,
things to prevent the
includes
earthquake from
official
knocking them
accounts
over.
of enormous
Yeah, it's
triangular
like,
craft.
I think the other thing that they were like the tallest thing ever was like the
professional
tallest
air
bridge
crew,
between two
military
buildings.
personnel, radar in some cases.
Maybe like 20 years ago or
and yet,
something.
in
Yeah,
an
something like
age
that.
when
What the
nearly
fuck,
every
flying
human
pyramid?
being
Get the
on
fuck
the
outta here.
planet carries a high-resolution camera in their pocket, the clear, unambiguous visual
do you
evidence
mean?
of these
Is that,
giants remain.
what's the black thing? Yakub? Is that his
Yes,
spaceship?
it might be. I was just gonna say this. What do you mean high clear HD definition? Is that what you just said for these? Because these look like shit.
Missing.
What are
that
we talking
absence
about?
is not a minor.
Oh no, he just said that it's still missing.
No, I mean, yeah, it's just funny because it's like, oh, it's got a filter on it though. It's got the VHS filter.
Yeah. It's so fucking
convenience.
It's got the flip phone
it is
camera
the
filter on
central
it.
paradox. If even one of these historical
filter.
accounts
Is that an egg?
true, if something the size of a football field or
that'd be
larger
Easter.
has been operating
I
in
see
our
now it's more than
skies,
that. Look at that.
then the footage has to exist somewhere. And if just one of the candidate videos that we examined
Wasn't grainy
today
as
is
shit.
legitimate, it is not merely interesting. It is a civilization-level discovery.
Why is that
It
one wobbling
rewrites
so
the
much?
story of who we are,
Is the
what
fucking
is
driver
possible,
drunk?
and what
Real
has
struggling.
been sharing this
He's
planet
really
with
drunk.
us.
What the-
I've already
Come
gone
on.
through a
You're
wide
supposed to be in
range
advanced
of
range.
UFO clips.
It's on limp mode.
Obvious CGI and AI generated
he's not- he
garbage
can't
has
get
been cut.
faster than 30.
That's right. You haven't watched anything yet that's obviously AI, at least according to other AI applications.
bro.
What's left could still be sophisticated fakes, of course, but they are the best remaining candidates.
I hope aliens are real so I can fucking mog on them and make fun of them.
And the historical record of
fun of
colossal
aliens.
objects
I don't
is
give a
strong
shit.
enough that we
I don't give a shit what kind it
afford to
is.
look away. So today we
don't give a
like because if any of this
got the most
is real,
gravelly voice I've ever heard in real life.
changes.
This guy does, yeah.
No, the delivery guy. Yeah, this guy, that's what he reminds me of, is our delivery guy. He's the supply guy at the shop. He's like, he comes in, he's like...
So while I share this video from
I'm gonna go
Kuala
straight to
Lumpur
arcade,
with
but
you,
it's
I'm
not
going
so
to go
low.
ahead and relate to you the
It's like raspy,
latest
but it's
giant
more
triangle
medium-pitched.
UFO encounter that the Department of War has talked to us about in June of 2002 at Bagram Airfield in Afghanistan. Then one of the largest and most heavily secured U.S. bases in the world. And around 4:30 a.m. local time, a pilot is outside with another pilot, simply looking at the stars.
Why does it look like something out of the
Destroyer?
Yeah, I was gonna say that's a Death Star fucking thing, isn't it?
Something enormous is moving overhead, west to east. He described an equilateral triangle, completely silent, no lights of any kind, traveling at a steady speed and altitude, roughly 150 knots, about 173 miles per hour. Not particularly fast, but then again, something this huge, estimated at being 500 feet across, bigger than a football field? Well, he admits that he could not fully resolve the entire outline, and when he turned to the pilot next to him, he simply said, "Did you see that?" They did not discuss it further with anyone else. No one else on the base seemed to be talking about it. And years later, the FBI produced a digital artist rendering based on the description. A dark, star-swallowing triangle hanging over the Afghan night.
Okay.
In at least one version of the account, the object also performed a maneuver no conventional aircraft should have been able to. It rolled 90 degrees onto its left side while turning right, the opposite of a normal bank, before returning to level flight. This is not a random civilian story. It is now part of the official declassified record from the Department of War. A silent, unlit 500-foot triangle over a major wartime airbase, witnessed by 2 military pilots.
That seems like it's very
video,
looks like it's flat
just
on
the
top.
testimony.
Like
the question that hangs over every one of these cases is, where is the visual
that doesn't look like
evidence?
A Death Star at all.
Well, we may have been looking at the visual evidence all along in some of these clips. Believe me, there are plenty of pyramid and triangular UFO films.
Why did they decide that was a good model
to
fly?
CGI or AI. Different AI platforms were able to pick those out. The ones that I'm showing to you are the ones that don't have any obvious artifacts in them. This one in particular is from Moscow. There have actually been a number of pyramid-shaped UFOs spotted in Moscow over the years, and a pyramid-shaped object passing directly overhead, assuming one of its faces was, say, facing straight down towards the ground, would appear to be a giant triangle obscuring the stars. And the Bagram event does not stand alone. The giant black triangle has a long, stubborn history. Start with Belgium from 1989 to 1990. It's still one of the strongest multi-sensor, multi-witness cases on record. Beginning on the evening of November 29th, 1989, police officers and civilians described a massive, flat, triangular platform, estimated as being about 100 feet across or larger, with 3 brilliant white lights at the corners and a pulsing red light in the center.
I'm gonna
slowly,
pulse.
silently, sometimes hovering, sometimes rotating in place. Over the following months, thousands of reports poured in from gendarmes, soldiers, radar operators, and ordinary citizens.
UFO, please.
The wave peaked on the night of March 30th to 31st, 1990, when ground radar tracked unidentified targets. 2 Belgian Air Force F-16s were scrambled. The pilots never achieved
Scramble
a
it
solid
up.
visual, but their onboard radar locked on multiple times. The data showed extreme performance, speeds jumping from roughly 150 knots to nearly 1,000 knots in seconds. G-forces that simply are not within the capabilities of modern jets. The Belgian Air Force held a press conference, released the radar data, and publicly stated that they had no conventional explanation.
Out of the woods, and he's got
then we have the Hudson Valley,
severe
New
lacerations
York,
on his
and
face
Western
from like
Connecticut
falling through the
cases
branches and
from
his
the
parachute.
early to mid 1980s.
But it's so professional. He's like, yeah, I got a call.
Boomerang.
Can I have your phone?
Actually do have some
call the
footage
higher-ups.
from that particular outbreak.
And he had to eject.
Thousands of witnesses, including
He
police
came down low
officers,
through some canyon,
describe
and like
a huge
something happened, and he
silent
like
or
clipped his wing
near-silent V-shaped
on
or
like the top of a
triangular
tree.
object, often
I guess it was
compared to the
pretty
size
close to
of a
death.
football
Ooh.
field, outlined in bright lights of white, red, or green. It drifted low, hovered for long periods, and on some nights seemed to appear over the Indian Point nuclear plant. Peak nights produced hundreds of calls to police and media. The consistency of the descriptions across independent witnesses remains striking decades later. As I've been relating all of this stuff to you, you've been watching quite a number of these bizarre triangular or pyramid-shaped objects in these clips, and a number of them may look a bit fake to you. They may look a bit grainy. They may look a little bit like CGI, but once again, I must emphasize, at least as far as the AI platforms that I used are concerned, these things may indeed be physical objects and not the result of digital trickery.
The AI told you that that is an AI.
Yes.
You trust the AI to tell you that's not AI.
Monsters in the clouds. Oh boy.
Now this footage was captured just a couple of days ago during the Great European Eclipse that just happened. I saw the vast majority of the eclipse, but not totality, which is a bit unfortunate.
Oh, the newest
eclipse. You can also see this strange-looking cloud, and even though a cloud is just a cloud most of the time, the recent Department of War drop, the fifth one that just happened, described a triangular object that resembled a cloud to begin with. It was spotted in Colorado Springs, almost as if it was using something that appeared to be a cloud as camouflage. So we can't always rule out objects that look like clouds and might not be clouds. And while we're talking about that, we should also talk about the famous 1986 mothership associated with Japan Airlines Flight 1628.
Okay.
November 17th,
Very specific.
1986, Japan Airlines cargo flight 1628, a Boeing 747 freighter en route to Tokyo from Paris via Anchorage. Kenji Taruchi, an experienced pilot, plus his first officer and flight engineer over Alaska at 35,000 feet. And first,
most of the time I say it, and then I hit the button, but Discord captures only part of it and sends out only part of it, so I sound like a fucking retard. So I heard it this time and used it to my advantage.
Good job, buddy. The size of an aircraft carrier, or maybe twice that. Not really all that
Good night,
different.
everybody.
Look, aliens. We'd be your favorite.
What we're looking at here, although I don't know, this thing might be even bigger than an aircraft carrier. It stayed with them for roughly 40 to 50 minutes. Radar returns were reported by Anchorage ARTCC and Air Force controllers. The crew took evasive action with FAA
I hear you in the darkness
permission.
again. You're tearing at
Taruchi
this
later
stinking
drew the
laptop.
object
I
and
fed
spoke
you.
publicly
Did you
about
eat the
it.
food?
The
Not fully. You
FAA
kinda just
released
left half of it in the
transcripts,
damn can when I
radar
went down
data,
there.
and interviewed the crew.
At least I'm pretty sure I just
Skeptics
heard
have
you.
offered
Nope,
planetary
you're not here.
explanations and radar anomalies,
I heard her
but the
digging up that
combination
shit.
of
I don't see her
visual
when I did
descriptions
that.
from the
She
professional
landed over
air crew
there?
plus
Nope,
official
she's not up
radar
here.
attention makes this
That was weird.
one of the
I did hear the
strongest
thing move.
giant object aviation cases on record.
Okay.
And if giant saucers can be encountered by airline pilots, why can't they be captured by people with smartphones? And yes, I'm well aware of the fact that the lights in this particular footage are just lights that are reflected from inside the room that these folks are currently in. But this is a bizarre cloud, I have to say. I mean, I spend a lot of time watching clouds and watching the sky in my line of work. Plus, I've done it in years past, and I've never seen a cloud that stood out this much and had such an interesting morphology. Sure, probably just a cloud, but what if it isn't? And perhaps one of the most compelling pieces of footage, if we're talking about bizarre objects hiding in the clouds, is this one. A triangular-shaped object again, and the morphology is just bizarre. Such incredibly
so after
straight
this
lines.
we have
It's almost like a shadow being cast by something in the clouds themselves.
5 videos.
No,
then we're
that's
done.
just
We're gonna watch
not
the
possible.
movie.
This is something that is definitely triangular.
But one of
and
these
very
videos is for
geometric
you,
in shape, and
buddy,
then it just
from Bob
slowly
himself.
fades from view.
It's not this one.
Incidentally,
it's not this
I
one.
turned
It's another
AI
one.
loose on that footage, and it
But this one is
says
a Bob
that
video.
it doesn't look digital.
Chapter 3, a classic monster saucer.
As many of us know, the most famous
here we go.
Mexico City
He's
daylight
drunk.
footage
He's drunk
that people
flying.
talk about
He's
is the
high as
August
shit.
6, 1997 Los Lamas video.
What, you narc?
A metallic
You narc on me, nigga?
structured
Are you a narc,
rotund
nigga?
disc-shaped object maneuvers
can't fly
over the
this, he's
cityscape
high.
and disappears behind a
No.
building and then
You are.
reappears. This anonymous tape was delivered to Jaime
not.
Maussan. Frankly, I'm not a big fan of that guy, but he's had a long history of talking about UFOs.
who?
But
Did you say Hassan?
Hassan, frankly,
Wait, Hassan?
this anonymous tape was delivered to Jaime Maussan.
Oh, I've never heard that guy. Sounds like
Frankly,
Hassan. I thought it was
I'm not a big
Hassan like
fan of
Piker.
that guy, but he's had a long history of talking about UFOs, and this is one of the more compelling pieces of footage that he ever came out with, or rather shared. But some local witnesses later came forward describing a similar object that afternoon. Here's the honest status of this particular piece of footage, however. It is not cleanly legitimate.
No.
Early analyses found it compelling and saw no obvious strings or simple model work. And special effects people were split on the footage, however. Later detailed video analysis, particular by MUFON's Jeff Sano and others, pointed to what appeared to be digital compositing issues. Motion blur that doesn't match the background, aspect angle problems, altitude inconsistencies relative to the buildings. Now, of course, we're talking about something that dates all the way back to 1997, and it's still a pretty compelling piece of footage, but it could be very clever special effects work. Connections have been suggested to people with advertising and video production access near the filming location, but again, that's far from being proven. It remains a highly debated case, and it is still one of the
That was a
better
weird
looking
edited in there.
Structured
He edited
objects
himself
over a
talking
major
over
city
himself.
clip
That was weird
that
because it sounded
circulated,
weird.
which is why it keeps coming
He
up.
ended the sentence
But
oddly, then like
legitimacy
spliced the
questions
other
are
part in.
real
I heard
and
that.
unresolved in the direction of authenticity. Still, I love how this thing maneuvers erratically. That strange,
The guy's
erratic
drunk.
motion
Or
that
high.
doesn't look like all of the
All
other
right,
cleanly
Lee Glor
rotating
got fucked up
saucers
in
that
Mexico,
we've seen
Tijuana,
with
and
the
he's like,
more
"Oh no, I
modern
got
digital
this, guys."
effects.
And then he
It
crashed in
is
Roswell.
a compelling and
In the past, he
intriguing
time jumped.
piece of footage that,
All right, he
in
hit the
my
time
mind,
drive.
kind of perhaps captured
From
a moment when one of these
1997
saucers
to
might have been in
1967.
distress, losing control.
All right.
But if so, did
Happened.
it
I saw
crash?
it.
And if so, where?
Because I caused it. Because I gave Eblorp his keys. And I said, yeah, you're good, dog. You can
It's
do it.
not a goddamn airplane. Why the close? What the actual is that? What the
fuck is that?
God damn it. I'm shaking right
12
now.
minutes later.
I'm not even gonna lie. I'm shaking. That shit did not look like a plane, but that was really to the ground, and I am not near an airport. Alright, the light is off. I don't know what the is. I don't know what the hell is going on.
What the
I'm kind of freaking out
hell?
at the
Oh
moment,
my
Miss Spectre.
god.
What the going on right now? What? This is the second one. That one sounded more like multiple planes, but the other one had a very deep humming. And there's no base nearby.
That you know of.
I don't know what's going on.
Now, most of the comments that I've seen on this particular piece of footage, it speaks for itself, by the way. I think that the witness is absolutely legitimate in her fear and also in her limited vocabulary, but I don't know. Who knows how I'd be talking, to be honest, under similar circumstances. But most folks who have made comments about this piece of footage say that it has to be helicopters, that, like, it's obviously helicopters. Well, okay, maybe, but we're talking about two different types of helicopters, obviously, two of them on the flanks being different than the ones in the center, and I just don't know, to be honest, because I have lived close to military bases for a lot of my life. In Colorado Springs, I was
you're
close
a
to
Fed.
several military bases, and then in my current home, close to Milton
You're a
Keynes,
federal
there's quite a
agent.
few helicopters that
Military
fly through
intelligence.
there as
Oh,
well,
shit.
and I've never seen four
Can't trust them.
helicopters flying
Can't trust them.
rest in that particular way. Helicopters fly one after
He's an
another.
inside man.
You shouldn't have that kind of formation. Now, my understanding is that this is downtown Montreal. I have no idea.
Canada?
I've never been to Montreal. I don't recognize
Ew,
the cityscape.
gross.
But
It's French
this has
Canada.
to be some sort of
Ew.
air show or some sort of display for four aerial vehicles to be flying in close formation. Once again, assuming that these are four separate vehicles. I'm not 100%
Mainly the
convinced
triangle
that that's
tail.
what's
I can
going
see it,
on
Bob.
here. All I can say is this is clearly far from typical. And also, the noise doesn't sound like helicopter rotors to me. It sounds instead like old-style propeller-driven aircraft, like a formation of B-17s or
B-17
B-29s,
bombers.
which, of course, shouldn't be happening over a Canadian city either.
Well, maybe we're
Very,
thinking of invading,
very
huh?
strange. And then
You ever
the
think of
last
that?
piece of footage I want you to look at
Mhm.
is this
The day of the raid
strange
coming soon?
parade
Mhm.
of lights. It isn't a single
Shrimp
huge
says, "Yo,
object,
pork."
although
You,
perhaps
porky.
it could be
Well.
rather a massive
Shrug says,
formation
"Oh, porky.
of
Hi,
UFOs
porky."
shrimp.
that
That's
was caught on
the
camera. Very
Crustacea
intriguing
one.
as well, and
Yeah,
we've been
that's
seeing
I don't know what that is.
several
That's shrimp.
pieces of footage from all
trust me.
over the world that bear a striking resemblance to this one. Now, given the drone displays that I've seen online from all over the world, plus the drone shows that I got an opportunity to see while I was in downtown Denver on not just one
Downtown
night,
Denver.
but two, this could definitely be a massive formation of drones putting on some sort of show. But still, very interesting, like all of these clips.
Here, Porky, I'll finish your thing for you here too, buddy. There you go.
So let's
See,
step back
I
for a
beat you
moment and
to your
look
own
at what
comment.
we
Well,
actually
that-
have.
that
We
didn't-
now
you didn't
have
do
an
the
official
space, so see, it
FBI
didn't post
interview
the
released
meme,
by
it
the
just-
Department
it
of
just
War
spelled the letters
describing
out.
a silent,
Yeah.
unlit 500-foot equilateral triangle that blacked out the stars over Bagram Airfield, witnessed by two military pilots. We have a 1986 Japan Airlines cargo flight over Alaska where an experienced crew watched something they estimated at aircraft carrier size or larger pace their 747 for nearly an hour with radar interest from both civilian and military controllers. We have the giant black triangles, the Belgian wave of 1989 through 1990.
that's on the actual
Hudson
thing of,
Valley
like, the
sightings of the
volume thing.
1980s, the Phoenix Lights formation of 1997.
They all connect,
and
Mason.
against all of that
They
stands
all
the
connect.
1997 Mexico City daylight disc, visually striking, widely circulated, yet still carrying unresolved technical
Sexually
red
frustrated.
flags. That is the body of testimony and official documentation. Professional observers, multiple independent witnesses, in some cases radar, and in some cases government files now in the public domain. And almost none of it comes with clear, high-resolution, multi-angle video that was settled the question once and for all. In 2026, when nearly every human being on the planet carries a camera capable of 4K or better, the continued scarcity of unambiguous visual evidence of objects this large is not a minor gap. It is a central fact of the entire phenomenon. Either these things are vanishingly rare, or they are extraordinarily good at remaining unrecorded, or a significant portion of the accounts are wrong, or the definitive footage exists somewhere and has simply never surfaced cleanly into the public domain. Or perhaps
even demons
of
could
these
be
clips
there.
that we've been watching are legitimate. Any one of these possibilities is profound. If the accounts are largely mistaken, then we have a long-standing cross-cultural pattern of highly trained observers systematically misperceiving ordinary phenomena on a scale that itself demands explanation. If the objects are real and something the size of a football field or larger has been operating in Earth's atmosphere for decades with a degree of
the economy is so bad that scam text messages went from congratulations, you won the lottery to remote job available, $18 an hour.
If a single, genuine, verifiable
true, you know.
recording of one of these giants exists and can be
That's hilarious. And even funnier when we watched that guy break those fucking bots yesterday, and he just kept saying, you know, Albuquerque.
It ends the debate about whether something extraordinary
That's
is
when Porky
here.
went to bed. He
That
didn't see
is
that.
why
I don't
these
think.
candidate
Were you
clips
there for
matter.
that?
We have already filtered out
little
the
bit.
obvious
Yeah,
CGI
like-
and AI fabrications.
He's
What
like-
remains
yeah, he's
may
like
be
actually
fakes,
read out,
very good
Yeah,
ones,
he had those
but
words.
the historical
Fuck with
record
them.
of
comma,
colossal
Yeah.
objects is
Period.
strong
And
enough
fuck
that
Say
we
them up.
comma
cannot
when you use
afford
this
to
word.
dismiss the search.
Say
One
read out
legitimate
punctuation
piece of footage
and also
would rewrite
and also,
everything.
yeah.
Until that day,
comma,
the
comma,
only
comma,
honest
comma,
position
comma,
is the
comma,
one
comma,
we
comma,
take
Albuquerque,
here.
Albuquerque,
Examine the
Albuquerque.
evidence without exaggeration, question it without cynicism,
no.
and refuse to pretend that it is stronger or
Really gonna be
weaker
like that?
than it actually is. The hunt continues. Thank
The
you
hunt.
very much for watching. Please
What,
don't
not
forget to
saying
like,
something means? I realized it would not be nice to say to Porky. Alright, I'll just say it next time,
You
though.
already just did it anyways, but so it's like.
But I didn't.
But you brought it up.
But I did
Here we
it.
go. Monsters for Hire.
I don't mind missing the parade, but I wouldn't like to miss what's coming up next.
What's coming out next? Robinson, listen.
Next.
Been a while since we've seen Melvin the Monster. Sorry, Milton the Monster. I said Melvin. It's Milton. Ghoul School from 1965.
And Count Kook were in their monstrous glory. 6 drops of the essence of terror, 5 drops of sinister sauce. When the stirring's done, may I lick the spoon? Of course, ha, of course. Now for the tincture of tenderness, but I must use only a touch. For without a touch of tenderness, it might destroy me.
Oops.
Much
Whoops.
better hold your breath, it's starting to tick. Better hold my hand, I'm feeling sick. Hello, Daddy. What have I done? I'm Milton, your brand new son.
The unibrow will always get me. And the fact his head is like a fucking volcano. Ghoul School.
Hear ye, hear ye! The secret brotherhood of
Wow,
monsters
if I was
is
a ghoul,
now
I'd be
called
too
to
cool for
order.
school.
Your vice monster and I will call the roll. Hebe. Here. GB. Here. All present and accounted for.
Milton's coming.
Who's there?
It's me, Milton.
What do you want?
Can I please join your club?
Can I please join your Black Panther party?
Secret society.
Alright, but you gotta bring the cupcakes.
That's our secret.
Oh shit.
Oh, let
Porky
me
has to
join.
cook and bake. He can't do that.
How can I work with all that noise?
Jeez. Gonna beat his ass.
should be ashamed of yourselves. Hebe, look at your new suit. I had to rob 3 graves to find your size. Count Cook, it's about time my monsters learn some manners.
You're going to teach them?
No, I don't know any. What we need around here is a woman's touch.
Oh boy.
I'll invite Aunt Hagatha to come.
Aunt Hagatha. Again. There she is. That's just like she literally has his face and everything.
Montgomery. Oh boys, Aunt Hagatha is here. My. They certainly have grown into the sloppiest monsters I've ever seen.
Also a dude's voice.
Well, I got work to do.
I got work to do. Oh, shrunken head.
Oh boys, Din is ready.
Din.
Din? This is ridiculous. Let's get out of these sissy clothes.
Oh, we'd better not.
Why not?
Way better now.
For Din.
No, we'll have Din.
Are your hands clean? Mine are. The alligator's been licking them all day. Well?
Oh, jeez.
Well?
Whoop! I thought he was gonna just fucking outrun him. That would have been funny.
Milton, kindly pass the tomato juice.
Tomatoes.
Where is it?
It's right behind the potato salad.
Potato salad. Whoops! Whoops!
Through teaching them manners, she should start on you. I can see I'll have to teach you boys a few lessons.
First lesson, time to die.
Hey! You pull my curls once more, and I'll clobber you.
Monsters, please. Now for your arithmetic lesson.
Arithmetic.
Milton, if you take one apple and divide it in half, how many halves do you have? I'll say.
Two.
2 halves. And 1 boo-boo.
1 boo-boo.
Now for American history.
Oh boy.
Who said I have but 1 life to give for my country?
He did.
He did.
Let's try chemistry. Hebe, if I mix oxygen and hydrogen with nitrogen and carbon, what will I get?
Me. The secret brotherhood of miserable monsters is now in session. Their first business of the day is how to get Aunt Hagatha out of the house.
George.
We've got to find someone who'll get rid of her for us. But who would be stupid enough to tangle with a witch?
Milton.
Milton! How would you like to be a member of our club?
Gee, thanks.
Gee, thanks.
All right, raise your right hand. Now put it in your pocket. Now give us $5 dues.
I'm a member.
I'm a member.
First you must pass the initiation.
What do I have to do?
Get Aunt Hagatha out of the house.
Bum.
We can't lose. If he doesn't get rid of her, at least she'll get rid of him.
Win-win.
Well, she's gone.
Milton, you did it. Welcome to the club. We'll go and swear you in.
We never thought you'd get Aunt Hagatha to move out of the house. Oh, but I did. I moved out of the house into this cave. Mop up that dirty floor. Dust those walls. Polish those stones.
Bow on the fucking
And
bow.
clean? Oh god, dude, if we can only get Porky to do that.
Possible.
He just puts everything in a closet and locks it. Well, looks like I gotta build a new one.
Put out that light.
Put out that light. That's what I was doing earlier today, putting a bunch of candles.
Next week's show.
And people died.
What are you doing here?
look at that little egg roll phenotype.
Such devotion. Eyes of a feather should stick together. With fearless fly out of the way, someday we can rule the world.
No, again, that's actually very base. The Chinese trying to rule the world.
This is a truck that's filled with money. And this is the man who has the brains to empty the truck that's filled with money.
All right, Mexican, see, senor.
Who is this? There's a guy that stops the man who has the brains to empty the truck that's filled with money.
Okay. Hector the Protector. Yeah, we saw this one. We have seen that episode. Better animation than previous episodes. I'm Milton. We saw that episode. I'm Milton. Now, anything. Backrooms. Everything must go! Strokes on this. The Backrooms has a sale. Everything must go. Preliminary layout survey via the Walnut Branch. Nathan Wayne. Or Wayne.
I'm scared, Gene. I'm scared.
Alien noises.
I don't think so. I'm not sure.
It's fine.
Dude, it's fine.
A few hours to figure it out.
So this is the guy, Alex Pixels is the guy who actually made the Backrooms movie. Technically, with Wendigoon, like technically made that. They were like creative consultants on that. So, I mean, he did this stuff already. That's a web series. So this is just his web series continuing.
10 minutes since I've seen an electrical outlet.
It's Kane. So I said Alex Pixels. It's Kane Pixels is his name. Now people are trying to like dissect this, but I think it's supposed to be a funny video, so dissecting it's kind of retarded.
No, not that I'm seeing.
Now imagine making burgers here, like we've done. Why are there 3 doorknobs? I don't need that many doorknobs.
That's just across the way. It's more of the same.
Hey.
What? What's up?
Guys, come take a look at this.
It's not that purple table again, is it? I fucking hate that table.
I hate that fucking
That was
table.
a desk, not a table.
Yeah, well.
It's not a table. Look at this. Look at this.
Well.
What the fuck?
What the fuck?
It's signs?
It's got writing. Everything must go.
Everything must go.
Entire store on sale. This is new.
That's from the fucking. That is from the movie.
Right? Yeah, this is
Because that's the thing. He's at a retail store where they have everything must go. So that's a reused asset from the movie.
Wow, this is brilliant. Look at how it's intersecting. Oh, fuck, this is brilliant. This is...
Everything must go. Everything must go. Everything must go.
I looked over everything from the day, and obviously the signs were really treated as the highlight. And Dr. McCarthy in particular was eager to see them in person. He would of course end up accompanying us in the place of Dr. Ng. The following morning, June 19th at around 11, we assembled our mobile toolkit and entered the complex. It was a slow start as it was
Montgomery
our
Free
intention
Market in the black
make it to the new
in the
outpost
back
following our return to the sign room. And Naren had to gather some startup prerequisite materials for a few of the machines.
This looks like a fucking Metroidvania map.
Duration of our exploration. So, upon arrival, no meaningful change in the room.
Everything must go.
Or the signs was apparent.
We have to even sell Porky.
Our
I'm
general
sorry.
overall focus was really on the instancing question, or rather, I'd say the.
I'm sorry, we can't afford you anymore.
A meaningful relationship
because it does that. It's the back rooms. It absorbs things, and there's lower levels.
Test walkthrough. Stay on my way if you can.
Sure.
Just does that, okay? Stop questioning it. Consume movie. Get ready for next movie. Everything must go.
No, that's right. You can see it kind of goes straight through the material. There and there. No one's going into the frame. This is obviously intersecting with the carpet, which is supported by cement or concrete. It's pretty stuck in there. Do a yank on it, but it doesn't do much. It'll crease or probably tear easily, but it's the same with this one. The smaller they are, the thinner they are, so we're being careful not to disturb the material.
At a glance, there's what appears to be a clear sequence taking place across the room where scale and height are both decreasing as they near the back wall. So, firstly, we did what we could to measure all three signs corner to corner. Sign 1 came in at 1.44 by 1.44 meters, hanging clear of the floor, lowest corner about 0.3 meters up. Sign 2 was 1.13 by 1.13 proportional. Those are above. Those are the above floor dimensions. The 1.13 vertical figure was measured along the sign's upper edge on the side that remains clear of the floor. That number may or may not reflect the sign's true full height. We are unable to gauge how much, if anything, continued below the surface. Sign 3 had a width of 0.66 meters. We have no reliable height figure as just under half the structure was
submerged, heads up,
and we had no way to determine the true...
Well, Strogan, I'm sorry, but heads up, we detected your stream has something that's copyrighted, so we can't keep going, because it's either the music or the video itself from the creator, so we can't keep watching this, unfortunately. We've got to move on. I'm getting a detected copyright notice, so we can't keep watching. Sorry, bud. Hate to do it. Honestly, I was interested in watching this, but we can't now, because it's saying, nope, can't do it. So here you go, Weeb. Here's the thing that Bob had for you called The Best of Me short film. It's a rough cut. This is for you from Bob. Are you ready, Weeb? Can you feel it in your springus?
Hell yeah. Bjork. I love Bjork.
Don't love her too much, Porky.
She's my favorite. When she punched that journalist.
Again, don't love her too much, Porky. Don't go painting your face red and having a gun. You know.
When she's talking about Christmas on the television.
Oh, I think this actually is about that guy. Oh shit. I think this actually is about that dude. Yeah, it is. It is about that dude. Oh shit. It is. Oh fuck. It's a short film about that. There he is. Oh my god, it is about that guy. Look at him, there he is. There's his phenotype and everything. It is that dude. It is that dude.
Something that has
they got genes.
The Finno-Korean Wars? Is that what we're talking about?
To a mirror.
I'm not looking at my screen right now.
You know,
oh, actually it says the stream's unavailable. We gotta stop. We gotta wait, because it did actually get us with the thing we were watching. Because it didn't do it fast enough. We gotta wait. We have to wait now till we come back up. Then we'll watch this again. The Finno-Korean, yes, Porky, the Finno-Korean Wars. We're just gonna keep talking because even though it says the stream's technically gone right now, it's still recording everything. So I'm just gonna keep talking.
Porky.
Well, I blame the Jews.
Well, that's fine. That's just me receiving the email of YouTube saying, live stream copyright notice. Your stream was interrupted by Horrors Born and Fathomless Void, the Eerie hours. Due to the copyright match, your stream was interrupted. Yes, thanks. I'm waiting for it to stop being interrupted, so I may continue. There we go. We're back. Hi, everybody. Now, this is about the guy that loved Bjork way too much. And Bob sent this in to show for Weeb. So it is about that guy, and he got inspired because of that caption contest with Carl being the Bjork stalker with Jimmy's mom. They are deeks. I agree, Strug. So we're not watching that video anymore. Now we got this. After this, we have 2 more videos, then we're done. And we're gonna go watch the movie Bigfoot Exorcist for Red Reel Theater.
For a long time.
Look at that phenotype.
something that has made me feel better is speaking into a mirror. You know, being my own psychologist.
The stalker guy.
I might
yes,
as well
it's yes. This is literally about him.
Bjork has been an incredible part of my mind for.
Except this guy. This guy's clearly Mexican. I don't think the stalker guy was. Maybe he was fat as fuck.
It started as a crush and developed into.
I mean, bro, I get it. She's something.
Yes, Bob's like, yes, he's wanted the way he's been waiting for us to watch this.
It's an obsession.
She's a bit older now, but
look at her face, man. So beautiful.
She's Icelandic,
like
right?
An angel.
Yeah.
She's fucking.
Oh, I was waiting for this. I know you were. I had to make sure Weeb was here before we watched it because you said it was for Weeb, so we had to make sure Weeb was here.
That's it.
I just want her to like take a handful of pennies and throw them into a dryer and then like record it as an album.
Okay.
I mean that's what she does, right? But but when she does it, it's like whimsical.
It's
and
whimsical.
Like cute. You know.
I can hear the pennies in this song.
The idea is that when she opens it,
it's a
the
bomb.
pressure could then be triggered and.
Because it was like
yes, it's a bomb. It's a bomb. Yeah, it's a homemade bomb.
Burns.
It's like a fucking acid bomb. Yeah, it got intercepted, and then all this was found after this guy killed himself because he thought he was gonna be with Bjork. Nope.
For anyone to tell me.
Weep and Porky. You want both of them to see it. It's true.
Well, they're the ones who are out of their minds. Because that's what love is, man. It's fucking.
And yeah, he was like always like shirtless in all these recordings too. Dude, you don't have the body to be shirtless. You really don't.
Yeah. Great song. Oh, fuck yeah.
And I'll say something nice. I may make fun of Weaver being fat, but he'll never be as fat as this fat fuck. Mine are just jokes anyways. Weaver's actually really not fat. He's just tall and wide.
Pause the stream.
Pause the stream.
Pause the stream.
Okay, I'm waiting. I'm trying to get it. Jeez, what?
So, you're out here being like, oh no, Weeb's not actually fat.
Yes. You're actually short, though.
What? Are you fucking kidding me? So you're all like, oh, you're all like babying Weeb? You're like babying him. He's like a little child. You're like patting his head, like tying his shoes, and then you're like treating me like I'm like a field nigger that like wandered in the house. Jesus Christ! No, you know what? I don't care anymore. I don't care. It's fine.
Porky, the way you play it up is really funny because I know you already don't give a shit. Because you know no matter if I how many times I say you're.
Is that what you think?
Yes.
Wow.
Because no matter how many times I say you're short, I know you're lanky as shit, dog. But it's funny just to call you short. It's like calling the big guy tiny. That's why I call.
It's like exactly when Jenny tells me I have a small penis. It's the same thing.
Bob's just dying after what I just said to you. People are dying. Anyone ever thinks I'm that serious?
He's a coward. He doesn't even fucking sing. Pussy.
Last night I went to my brother George's. I got so drunk, like drunker than I've ever been before, man.
Okay.
And I don't know what I said to him, but I know I said some shit, and he got angry, but like in a worried way.
Okay. Well, maybe you should be.
Idiot, man.
Are you the idiot? Because your brother
Thank you,
shared
Dankula.
George,
Thank you. I've been saying this for a fucking decade now.
Going for him.
And he finally made a video on it.
I begged him not to say anything.
Helen Keller was faking it, dog.
Yeah.
I don't know, man.
Wow.
Who knows?
And she was a communist.
Yeah.
It's so... I can't hear that because I went to a Seventh-day Adventist middle school, and we didn't get to talk like that. That's out of bounds, okay?
What a hell in what a...
Hey, she found that water.
She found the water.
She memorized the Bible without being able to see, and she played piano, and she... What did she do? I don't remember. I remember going to like a museum.
I just need to do
Where was that Helen Keller Museum?
Need to do a bit more work on it tonight.
He's still making the bomb, by the way. He didn't ship it yet.
I won't. I have nothing to say on the matter. Can we please talk about like that Jewish girl and the one that, where you go and visit the house?
It fucking stinks to high heaven, man. I had to go and fucking paint it.
It's not that impressive, and she's not there. So.
Because I'm an artist. It has to be
why
pretty.
would you go there?
It has to be pretty.
Has to be pretty.
I'm a fucking idiot, man.
Alright.
Oh no, it has to look pretty. It's my final masterpiece. It has to look pretty. Oh, fucking
You have 9 seconds to guess the anime opening from 2020, 2010, 2019. Got it. I got you, motherfucker. I got you, motherfucker.
It'll work. It'll work.
He's paying attention to 2 videos at once, like usual.
Worst case scenario with Helen Keller is that, like, these people had this, like, retarded...
What is that face? Wait, what is this?
And then they're, like, used
Look
them
at
as
this.
propaganda.
What is this face on the wall? Who the fuck is this?
No idea.
Look at him. That's a British Physiognomy. Look at his teeth.
It's done. I did it. I was really nervous, but I held my nerve.
I hold my nerve.
I'm not sure if he'll get to her. I'm really starting to doubt it now.
That's like he did a fucking drawing too. I don't like that drawing behind him.
I'm not even sure if he'll get out the damn post office. Only one thing left, I guess.
Can't stand to know.
You're missing out on the Tardlander performance of the year.
Oh, I'm watching.
He multitasks. He's very multitasky. That's how we've always been.
Who was the guy that was doing the night watch in Florida and got attacked by that kid?
Monsters.
Yeah, what do you talk? Yeah,
Black kid.
It belongs to them.
That's who he looks like.
Yeah, he does actually.
The guy the Mexican guy.
Send this to Genova. I don't want him to miss out on this masterpiece.
Black kid. And then he got away with it.
I mean, you could send it to him, Bob.
Get away with it. He was
Genova's pretty open to DMs if
I
anyone
have
wants
to
to
die
send shit.
among the monsters. I'm going to die as a monster.
Did he paint his yeah, his lips are painted.
Yeah, it's that image.
Yeah. Of him being like red faced. George Zimmerman.
Oh shit.
It's a Bob, by the way, poor thing.
Okay, shoulders. No, damn it. I almost mastered the Macarena. Don't skip the song.
Wait a second. He looks like a young Anthony Scalia.
Damn, dog. That's just mean. Scalia was hero.
I'm gonna post it in the main.
Okay, there we go. Now we got this from Ramen.
Homer Simpson wanted.
Oh, this is my favorite song right here.
Thank God I'm not.
I'm gonna mute myself so I don't bother the chat.
Thank God I don't like pass out because of flashing images, whatever that's called.
Epilepsy, yes.
Yeah. Thank God I'm not like
epileptic,
foaming at the mouth on the floor right now. Jesus Christ. We have a warning.
Porky, I watched a video earlier that had several flashing images, and I said the fact that if you're looking at something like that, and even if you're not epileptic, it will give you a headache most of the time.
Marge had to be restrained.
Marge had to be restrained
by the neighbors.
That's a story.
Last video.
Where would that man be?
Be my friend, funny guy. Organizes a party. Lights out around 3
I'm
in
gonna
the
speed
morning.
it up because it's like 30
Is quite
minutes
good
though.
at playing violin.
Holy
Wants
shit.
to prank the already sleeping people. Him and
It's
another
green
friend
text only.
take the violin in the living room.
So.
It's connected to his room where
I'm fine
everyone
speeding up my
is
own
tucked up.
video.
Play the most vile tune possible. Abrupt and scratchy. Here's some of the guys freaking out in his bedroom, followed by piano notes and a flute. Other friend thinks this part of the prank. My guy is silent, stops playing the violin. Other instrument stops as well.
Keep saying he
Out
muted
of
himself.
curiosity, starts playing again.
Just
The
lower
faint
down
sounds of the
singing
piano and flute
Springtime
start
for
to
Hitler in
At
Germany.
this point, the other friend was going paranoia mode. And
No,
opened
you
the door
didn't.
announcing it's all a prank. They never questioned the other instruments, but my friend knew they had no place in his house. Tells me that sometimes, when he wakes up in the middle of the night to drink water, he will play the violin, only to be greeted by the same piano and flute. MFW, you are now part of a midnight musical
Thank
trip.
God.
My uncle's story I mentioned in the Appalachia thread, but basically he's convinced he had a run-in with the devil.
The devil?
1996. My uncle lives in North Carolina at the time, working at an auto garage. Makes good money working 6 days a week because that's his work ethic. Also, the garage is closed on Sundays. Uncle is coming home from a day at work when he stops when he sees this cherry red Mustang. He guessed it's likely a model from 1965 or 64. Looks like it's having trouble. Driver is this dude he described as looking like he wouldn't look out of place in a golden age of Hollywood film. Clothing wasn't old.
Clothing wasn't
Looked more
old.
business casual. Uncle offers to pop the hood and see if he could figure out the problem since there's very visible steam coming from it. Stranger is very nice, social fella. Seems like he's in no worry or hurry. Uncle takes 15 minutes, looking around under the car hood and under the car itself. There's nothing wrong that he could figure out. Stranger offers to let my uncle inside the car.
Do the Cubs win today, Porky?
Something in my uncle tells him to politely decline.
No.
Says he'll go
They
back
beat
into town
the White
because he
Sox
knows the
twice.
tow guy and they'll take it to the garage to have a look.
And they lost 3-0
As my
today.
uncle gets back in his car, out the corner
A
of
day
his eye, he
game,
noticed
too.
the
Day
stranger's
games
eyes are a
at
dull
Wrigley
shade
are
of
the
yellow,
best.
nothing but yellow. Uncle floors it back to the
Wrigley
garage,
was the last
talks
field
the tow truck guy into
in,
going back to the spot.
The
They
Major
find
League
the car,
Baseball
but no
to
sign of the guy.
do night games.
Car is completely unlocked, no license, registration, anything. My uncle had one of the local cops
Like a
run
game
plates
that
and it
starts
turns
at,
out
like,
they're legit. But
11.
the guy who owned the car died back in '88.
Is the best.
Mimi. Work at a regional
Mimi.
gas station / convenience store chain on 3rd shift. Town where I live is pretty boring. Past the lift my house, there's houses, there's nothing but woods, and a state park if you walk a bit further.
Also, Porky, you said thank God that video
AKA
being
night
done,
shift
didn't you?
is
That's
pretty
what you're saying
boring.
thank
You
God
only
to
need
when it
2
was...
people in the store
Because you
for
couldn't take the
10
flash.
Me and my coworker
That's
who
what I
ran
thought you were
all
saying.
the
Actually, no,
managed
I
to
was
get all our
actually
stuff
looking at
done
something
because
else because I...
absolutely no
Oh.
The only people who come into the store are stoners buying snacks,
governor,
cooked food, and drinks, or crackheads
Oregon.
looking to get ciggies and lottery
I'm not
tickets.
sure exactly what she
I hope
did,
I'm
but
painting a
she
good picture of
changed
just how
things.
boring but easy this job is. Sometimes we'd hear weird things out by the dumpsters when we
where
take
they're,
turns
like,
doing
not-
trash runs. Definitely get that spooky
like,
vibe once in a while that
removing
something is
grading
watching
to
you from the
certain
nearby woods.
minorities,
One night we get this
high
skinny
school,
Mexican kid assigned to
the
3rd
grading
shift with us
process.
because it's required by my store
Which I
manager
guess
that
maybe
every new
is
hire has to
debunked.
work each of the various shifts.
Okay.
Me and the Mexican kid are
But then,
debating whether or
this
not
happened.
being attracted to
So
tobacco
Justin,
from
U.S.
Soul Eater makes you
Education
a
Department
furry.
orders
Spoiler.
schools to
It does.
stop
My
altering
usual coworker has
student
him do the
discipline
trash run while we
policies
take
to
care of
reduce
coffee,
a racial
count ciggies, lotto,
disparities.
and just goof
Oh.
around and do nothing all because that's night
That's
shift
good.
there. Kid comes back after a bit saying he hears something up in the trees moving around. Call him a coward and go out there to see just what's in the trees that overlook the dumpster. And that is when I see it. It's a raccoon in the tree. Go back in and
There's a
call him
raccoon
an
in the
even
tree?
bigger coward because it's a raccoon that scared him
Wow.
so badly.
Be about 12 or 13. At friend's trailer house.
Yeah.
Me,
I
friend
don't know
and
why
his
the
mom are all
fuck
in
all of a
living
sudden
room.
it's so warm in my
Friend is
room.
on
It's like
PC.
64 outside.
Mom
It's
is
even
watching
lower than it
TV.
was earlier.
Me laying down on
Ugh.
couch. Staring at
Damn
the wall. TV
AC's
is casting
on,
an
but it's
L-shaped
fucking
shadow.
hot.
Suddenly
Was
see
work
shadow
alright
figure
today,
of a
Weeb?
man. Only from shoulders
Yeah,
up.
work was okay.
Shadow turns head, meaning it was looking at me before it turned. Moves into the shadow
It's at
cast by the light of
74.
the
I'll
TV.
turn it down to 73 again.
Interesting
It was
thing
at
to me is that I
72
never felt
earlier.
fear or
Maybe
any
just need
kind
some
of
more
dread in that
airflow.
moment.
This
Nor
fucking
walking
air
into the hallway.
conditioner is kind of
At
going on
friend's
its
house
last
again.
legs. The screen stops
Dead of
flashing
winter.
now. It doesn't show it at
Colder
certain
than an
times.
in-law's heart.
But it's the last year I'm
Me
using.
and
I got a
friend
new
are
one,
sharing
so
a bed.
I'm not too concerned about
Too
it.
cold to sleep,
There's not too much
making
left of
jokes to
summer,
entertain
so
each other.
you know. I'm
Totes
just
full of
using it for what
Christmas
it is
trinkets
right
are
now.
to
I'm
our
looking to
left.
install the new one.
Our chatter is interrupted by the sounds of jingle bells, jingle all the way.
Oh, what fun
Me
it
and
is to
friend
ride in a
freeze,
one-horse
and
open
not just
sleigh.
because of the
Hey,
cold.
jingle bells,
Both out of bed
all
and
the
rush to the
way.
front room.
Oh, what fun it is to
Tell
ride
his
in a
parents about it. Next morning, we check the Santa figure they have that sings that song.
Fudge.
No batteries in it.
Beamy, last Christmas, Spent 2 weeks in a psych ward after having a complete breakdown because of the death
Oh,
of a family
you're thinking of
member.
Christmas.
I got
they're singing the song in the car,
so I
and
hang
then
out
they
in the
blow a
commons
tire,
and read some books to kill time,
and then
maybe
he's going
get
out to
tired.
help his dad.
The only people on the floor at that time of night was 2
and he's
guards.
supposed to be,
One
like,
who has to
putting the
watch
lug
this one
nuts
guy being kept
in
in his
the-
room at all times. Don't know why.
the
The other is
hubcap.
there because that's apparently a policy of the hospital.
Drops him.
Also awake is this one.
It's the most manliest shit I've ever seen.
It looks
how
it.
Satan is in that hospital.
Did you want me to know that tonight?
She's chit-chatting with the guard
No,
about God
yeah,
and
dude. That
Jesus
if you
and how
could
Jesus
tonight would
is
be
seen
even better.
during
It's 17
the book
minutes.
I'm reading.
Like, it's not
There's a
that
door
long.
at the end of the hall that leads to an outdoor area for the patients during summer.
It's really
See this
fucking
dark
good. It'll get you
silhouette of a
pumped
person
up for
staring
shit, dog.
inside from the out. Wouldn't know how someone would be
I'll
out
end
there
it tonight.
because December. Go
Again,
look
I'm
out
just
that
speaking
window.
to this
Look
one.
to see
The
what
green
or
text
who'd
is going to be
out
longer
there.
because they are
Nobody I
long.
can see. Try and shrug it off, but religious
So I'll
lady
place
pipes
it
up
here in the
and
corner.
says, "Devil, he's outside."
And then
I
get
wasn't
for
the only
after.
one who'd see strange shadow figures on the floor of that psych ward. A few
Well,
other
done that.
patients discussed among themselves that they'd also seen a shadow walk around or pass doors.
Then we're going to go watch Bigfoot
One for
Exorcist.
my first overnight stay, yeah.
Didn't we
Overnight
watch
stay is
that
basically
one?
once in a while where the kids
No,
get
we have
to
not
stay
watched that. We
overnight.
watched
Pretty simple.
Amityville
There's
Aliens.
essentially a skeleton crew
That's
of
what it
counselors,
was.
like
That's
yes.
what it was.
It's going to be the same
We set
director,
up in
by
this
the
patch
way.
of
So,
woods where we have a fire
no.
running to cook
Okay,
hot dogs,
phenomenal.
mores, that type of stuff.
It's going to be, I can't look
It's not
away
long
from it
before we've
because
gotten
it's
the kids
so
to go to
bad.
sleep. Us 4 counselors hang out, talk, drink. Yes, we had a
Again,
counselor who
the
bought
first,
a group of 18 to 20-year-olds.
the review I
Were
did
we supposed to?
was
No,
for
but
Debbie
we
Does
managed
Demons
to
by that
conceal
guy.
that fact.
And I'm going to
Randomly, we
have a
start hearing
review
someone
for
walk
tomorrow
around in the
for a
area
different
immediate to the
movie.
campsite. It's unmistakably a person. Assume it's someone trekking through the woods. This one girl turns on her flashlight to get a look at who'd be walking around this close to
Who'd
our
be
camp.
walking?
Nothing. No one. But there's definitely someone walking around.
Well,
The
can
two
they not
bravest
do
of us
that?
go and explore further, and we're looking around some more. There's this outline of a person that we assume is a shadow, so we walk towards it. Get there. Nobody. We see this outline of a human again, this time about 100 yards from us. Then like that,
This
it's
is
gone.
Pepe's choice today with this
Neither
channel,
me
by
or
the way.
guy who looked for the source of the sounds could
Usually
explain
it's
it,
an
but
AI
once it's
voice
gone, we
reading all
just go
these
back to camp.
green text stories that are
It's
just kind of
definitely
like
something we talk
spooky
about the
or
next day.
unsettling.
Live in an area where just outside of town, weather can change drastically faster than in
I
town.
don't think it's a bad
due to
channel.
elevation.
I just think if
And
you want
about
to go with
45
like a
at night
good
driving
green
for
text
work
channel,
ends up
the
with a
best one
light
I've always
snowing
found
in a
is like
small
Midnight
village at these
Broadcast.
higher elevations.
They
Pull
always
over at
usually
the
end with
local
like a
taco
fucking
truck
day
to buy
cop
water
or
and
reading
ask the guy for
shit.
directions
It's
for
really
parking.
funny.
Nobody
You got-
ever answers
I mean,
window,
they
even
got
though I
this,
can
though.
hear
It's the
radio
OG.
and equipment.
Yeah.
Look around parking lot and see a teenish guy
They have
just
plenty
walking
of
around,
like
but not
male
acting
voices,
suspicious.
female voices, all
Decide
that
to drive
stuff
down a
too.
block. See another similar
They have
built teen
short
standing on the corner of a
videos that are
residential block,
basically
looking
they've
straight
got
up, eyes
like
closed. Decide the weather is gonna
Thomas
get worse,
Wayne
and
reading
that's a good excuse to
the
go
whole
home.
thing that
Flip
gets
a
to
U-turn
Batman
further
from the
down,
Flashpoint
but even though it
universe
was
thing.
light
They got
snow,
this whole
my
like
vehicle does a minor spin
Be
out
Grill
and end up
Pilled by
horizontal in the middle of the road.
King of the Hill,
Freak out
and
a
there's
tiny
also
bit,
like the
but check
Dale
everything
Gribble
is working.
10D
Here are
chest
lights
with John
great, so I think
Redcorn
I hit a
thing.
branch
It's
and
really
look out
funny.
mirror. There's a man standing right to my right with
Like all those
black
classic,
clothes and
Green
pale,
Text memes.
perfectly blank mask. I hit the gas.
One of the
maybe a little
funny
too
ones
hard
is like
and burn out a tiny bit, but get moving.
the whole
The
like
first kid in
history
the
of the
parking lot
French,
is
the
now running
French
in his original
combat.
direction,
You
staring
used to
straight
like all
up.
those stuff.
Drive
That's
back
really
down
funny.
into
They have
town
that
and
too.
never work in that area at night again.
But
During
yeah,
the
most
day,
of
I
the
swear
story
there's
is
like
most of
crowds
the
of
long
people
form
walking
stuff is
around.
like
I
creepy
have no
things
idea
or
what's
reading
going on.
kind of
With the risk
famous
of getting called
horror
out and
green
using
text from
tragedy for
4chan.
clout. 14 or so years before today, give or take, it was too long ago to recall properly. Be messed up, kid.
This
Nowadays,
is a
only
green
messed
text
up.
to drink water
There's a
to at
reason you
3
don't give
a.m.
small children
That's the name of
care
this
over
video.
things that can break. I recall killing a snail while making it race against the countertop, not out of malice but out of lack of understanding how fragile they are.
Oops.
Killed 2 of my fishes because I used a recipient with water to take them out of their tank. The water in the recipient was full of soap.
Oops.
Somehow, I end up being given a kitten. You can imagine how it ended up.
Wow.
Like 12 p.m., making it jump into the air on my bedroom. Poor thing fails the landing, starts spazzing out.
What an asshole.
I help it get up as it was having a seizure on its back.
Oof.
It runs forward and slams against a wall. It stops responding after that.
Dude.
Cried on my parents' bed all night after that. We buried the poor thing the next day.
Damn.
All I have in this world is my balls and my world.
1 or 2 days later, go spend the night.
And I'm not breaking them for no one.
This was before cell phones or having a TV in your bedroom was common, so I'm trying to sleep in the darkness. 12 p.m. I think it was winter from how cold it was. All I heard was the dry hum of Grandma's fridge. And then meowing.
What the fuck?
Like it came from inside the house, from
That's
the kitchen.
creepy.
Grandma didn't have cats. Meow. Constant, as if calling me out. I pretended I didn't hear it, but I laid with my eyes open on the bedroom still, looking at the light that came from the kitchen's light bulb which was still on. I really didn't want to go check, even as it kept playing. I just closed my eyes and fell asleep, covered in like 3 layers of bed sheets from top to bottom.
As much as that's like a horrible story of like someone that doesn't know how to, care for animals, all it reminds me is Moppy's boys, who basically my aunt actually owns now. When they were kittens, they used to jump up like really high, even as kittens, on like fucking stoves and stuff. And I was like, how the fuck did they manage to do it? Because they were small. They weren't like big cats or anything at the time. They were small boys. They basically like jumped up on the fucking like the Yellow Pages book, got up from there, then climbed up there, then jumped on the stove. I'm like, how did they? They were so small. They're big cats now. I may have to go look after them a few weeks for what I did to
you.
too.
I was stupid and you didn't
because
deserve that. I'm really sorry.
My aunt will be going to surgery.
16 years old at the time.
So I may have to go look after her boys for like
job at a fast food
an afternoon or something.
This was around December of 2008
we will see
for some context.
When that happens.
Get off my shift and start walk home. Cut through to my usual shortcut home, which is this dead as heck neighborhood where you see absolutely nobody out after like 5 or 6. Dead quiet and normal until I start getting this feeling that I'm being followed.
The original names I gave for them were Tiny and Shadow. Their names now are Rascal and Buddy. That's what she renamed them as.
And I can't explain why. Still keep looking over my shoulder.
And
even
to call one of them Tiny now is really funny because they're both fat cats.
Absolutely bum nothing.
They are big boys.
Start picking up pace because I still feel like I'm in some
spoil them to shit
because
they are fat
As soon as I'm near my house, I bolt for the door and lock it. Then I muster up the courage to look out the windows.
They are obese.
Be me. Around 7
They've
or 8.
lived good lives because my aunt spoiled the shit out of them.
Single mom. She works obviously, so we're latching.
They're moppies.
Get home one day
if
after
I
school.
didn't mention that.
We usually unlock the door ourselves, so not immediately sure if.
The other two.
You know what, Gene?
Open her door to see if she's there. See this 7-foot-tall pale woman with long
I do
black hair
have
and a white
something,
dress.
man.
It's 30 she says
seconds.
something. Don't remember what exactly, but I remember her calling herself Mama. Slam the door and run outside.
Wow.
Wait out there until Mom gets home. Be me again, 10 years later this time.
I'll go with that one
Remember
instead.
this suddenly. Chalk it up to just a weird childhood dream. Bring it up to my brother for laughs. He remembers it too.
Shared this before, but I'm doing it again. Old forum I used to frequent from around 0410. Closed down a few years ago. It's come back, but completely dead. Music forum mostly. No stuff per se. Full user base age is like 15 to 25 at the most. One day
I thought it'd be more fitting than a longer video.
They'd gotten a new webcam, and they were testing it out. This was back in the potato cam days. No 12K.
Maybe I'll save that one for
it was like
Tuesday.
420p 3 frames per
I
second.
bet I did.
Anyway, he was testing it out in his room by making a recording. The recording was more like a series of stills a few seconds apart. So he uploaded the stills. There's him at his computer. Him turning around when his mother shouts off to him to come downstairs. Leaves the webcam running. Generic bedroom for a bit. Then out of nowhere for 2 stills this thing appears. It does slightly change shape over the 2 frames. It's not human shaped, it's more like a wholly transparent black sail, just suspended in the middle of the room, and then it's gone. If you really wanted to reach a bit, you could say it was like a shawl over someone's shoulders, but there was no person. Then generic bedroom again. Then he comes back into the room and sits at his computer again. It wasn't a big room, so you could see it clearly. It was close enough to the camera to get a good look, and also far enough away to know no one was holding it up. Even if they were, it was a material you can't really describe. I've been through TWBM a few times and never been able to find it. So much wish I had saved it at the time. It was the only thing I ever remember being posted that was really related. There was a really popular thread where someone found a secret passage inside of the nightclub. That was great, semi-spooky too. I'm sure those pics are out there somewhere still. Most of the people on there went to this club. It's what the forum was for. Hence why it was such a popular thread.
Early 90s. Upstate New York.
Oh boy.
Family cookout, all the cousins, aunts and uncles, massive gathering. It's summertime, so super nice out. In the early evening I happen to notice what looks like a homeless bum walking at a leisurely pace out of the woods behind the house and towards the party. I tell my mom, she looks at the man and immediately calls for my dad. My dad takes one look at the dude and immediately says, Jesus Christ, get everybody in the house. I clearly remember everyone running into the house as this man approaches from the woods. Just some dirty bum with a long beard, looks to be maybe 50s but could be younger. We watch from the porch windows as the bum lifts a picnic table full of food and drinks and flips it with one hand. I clearly remember my uncle wanting to go out and beat the dude up. He even went to open the door to go out, but my grandpa stopped him. Dude turns and makes eye contact with me through the window. Smiles. Eventually stumbles back into the woods the way he came and disappears. Now what is so weird about all of this is that my dad was a lieutenant with the city police department. He could have had the whole department down there with one phone call. But he was terrified. My grandpa was a World War II Marine vet and my uncle was a professional boxer. These were tough dudes. And they were all afraid of this dirty old bum. Grandpa and uncle have both passed, but I asked my parents about this a couple years ago and they both claimed they don't remember it. Unreal.
B8 in nursing home working night shift.
So that reminds, because it's upstate New York, that reminds me of this one time, basically when I went to my own uncle's house. There was this fucking like trailer out in the fucking woods somewhere that someone had just like left, right? Pretty sure it was. I think it was like a meth trailer someone had left out there, just because we went to explore it and there was like bones. It was creepy. It's a fucking creepy place. Because I think they were like, it was like, I think it was both at one point like a hunting trailer, and then it was someone turned into like a meth den trailer. So yeah, that was creepy. That's been in my life.
My favorite residence hits her
that wasn't
Head
fun.
Up to her room, walk in, greet her. She wants to go to the bathroom.
Seeing bones, dry blood, and all that stuff.
Lady,
and
though. Get her
how the
seated
inside
on
of it looked gutted.
Get her new depend ready. Who came
and then eventually, I think that trailer lit on fire. So yeah, I think someone's meth head exploded.
Followed you in. She was wearing a red dress.
You don't really know.
Someone else mentioned me being followed by a woman.
You just try
no idea who the woman would be based off of the red dress. Another couple moves in. Wife had a stroke and was mostly paralyzed on her left side. Husband totally able-bodied. She is a get-up for night shift, which means we get her dressed and ready for the day.
Just a little sliver.
It was the morning of my birthday, and her husband tells us
just a little pebble of a crystal.
He did a good job taking care of his wife. Tells me that he thinks he's getting sick and doesn't know if he'll be around much longer. Reassure him that everything is okay and that we're happy to have them with us.
Like walking in a hallway.
Fast forward to that
just kind of get like a little
nurse coworker texts me that I'm about to walk into something crazy.
That little bit of like somebody taking a huge shit in the
bathroom. To tell me that
and almost it's like you just kind of like
no one heard the gunshot because it was during dinner when everyone was downstairs. A couple lived on the third floor. Buddy left a suicide note.
Where you just walk by for a second and it's just like almost there, but like it's not all the way there. But you're like,
bathroom light turns on and off by itself all night until new residents.
That much.
I really want to know what he said in that note.
A little sliver.
His kids 2 voicemails.
Like someone taking a massive dump.
A little bit of meth.
A suicide pact between
never hurt anybody.
He shot her in the side and she bled to death.
Okay,
but he shot himself in the head.
Yeah, for real.
35 years old, deciding to go camping with 3 of my bestest friends, Josh, Tyler, and Josh too.
Homeless people.
All in late 30s.
They did a lot of meth.
We go camping in a nature reserve about 7-minute walk from the nearest town.
Just like.
Between the 4 of us, we have 7 assault rifles,
like
12 blocks, and an anti-aircraft
That's cool. You still
gun
get content with your cat's litter. Yeah, it's neat.
Set up for
especially since
like
Moppy had
5
passed.
so
I miss her a lot. But Sasha's a good kitty
Josh
too.
mentions he can smell zinc and cheese.
Sasha's not the same as Moppy. Sasha has a very different temperament than Moppy did. Moppy was more calm than Sasha.
2 ARs each. Josh too is holding
Sasha
a block
is very
in his
attention-driven
nearby
and
bush shakes.
gluttonous.
We are all sweating. Tyler starts firing at the bush.
Like Porky.
We all join him.
Wow.
A foreskin walker that looks like a middle-aged white woman stumbles out, bleeding profusely.
What was that? Wait, let's take a listen to this again.
We all join him. A foreskin walker that looks like a middle-aged white woman stumbles out, bleeding profusely.
A skinwalker that's looking like a middle-aged white woman?
We continue firing.
I thought he said foreskin
Josh
walker.
too runs out of ammo.
It sounded like, yeah, it's like what you said too. I think that's the AI fucking up. It is saying foreskin. It does say foreskin walker, it does.
No one said a word.
The actual text says foreskin walker.
That was 3 years ago. We still never talk about it.
Not really paranormal, but still spooky thing that happened to me. Be doctor on night shift. Around 2 a.m. Was a busy night, so just want to go to sleep. Night's nurse calls. Anon, I need you on the ward right now. Ask what's up. Just come.
Now I'm thinking of Lucky too. I still miss her. She still never came back.
Might as well
it's been
do
2
the
weeks
night
now.
round
She's probably gone, unfortunately.
The bedrooms for the night shift
unfortunately,
doctors are in
Lucky
the
is
basement.
probably gone.
Ward is on the 4th floor. Go to the elevators. Piece of junk.
She was
stingy
old. She
hospital
was near
turns
20
off the
years
lights
old,
at
which
night
is
to save
very,
her.
very
Right
rare
dark.
for an outdoor cat.
Elevator arrives. Piece of junk old elevator doors slowly open. Light in the elevator is flickering like a cheap
maybe she might come back.
Darn janitor should get his stuff together.
Sometimes it does.
Slightly spooky.
Even after a
like how
cat's
I'm
been
taking
gone
the
for a month,
stairs
it can
at 2 a.m.
sometimes come back.
Take the
but
elevator
who knows?
up to the ward. Nurse
We'll
is standing
see.
in front of a room, obviously
I just
spooked.
know my neighbors no
Weird
longer leave
scratching
any
noises
food
from
or
inside.
water out.
She's too afraid to look herself.
And they
Gotta
got
be
rid of
a
her
man.
toy they
Be
had
brave.
inside, so they
Open the
moved
door.
on.
Old lady is crawling on the floor and
Again,
scratching
makes
against
sense.
the door with her nails. Commits heart attack. Apparently, Granny just forgot.
But
She's
I
pissed
still,
and
I
wanted
still
to go to
check
toilet. So instead of
the
calling
thing
for
every
help,
day
she
to see if
crawled to the
anyone's
door
had any
and
news
started
or see
scratching.
anything.
Help her back to bed.
108
Do my
people
round.
shared it,
Examine some
and
patients.
70,
One room had
like
2 new
80
patients.
people
Let's call them Bob and
thumbed
Bill.
upped it. So.
Bob had a stroke and became almost blind from that. Bill also had a stroke, but wasn't that
What,
badly
Gene's a
affected,
foreskin
but he was
walker?
quite senile.
I stepped away from it.
Bob
No,
sits
it was
in bed
talking
when I
about
get
the
into
thing
room.
in the green
Doc,
text was a
I'm all
foreskin
better.
walker.
I can see
That's what it
again.
kept saying.
Doubt.exe.
And it was
Ask him
taking
what
the
he saw.
shape of a white
My wife
woman.
is sitting there, but she's missing her head. Okay, that's kind of messed up. Tell him to go to sleep and turn around. Bill stands right behind me in the dark room. Didn't hear him at all. Still bricks. He's right.
Still
I saw her too. She was missing her head though. Now, well darn this, you
She
both
was
go to
missing
sleep right
her
now.
head.
One more room to go. One more room to go.
One more
So
room to
crazy
go.
old guy. Let's call him Buck. When I get in, Buck is crawling under his bed with his phone's flashlight, like he's looking for something. Did you drop something, Buck? I'm looking for the hole where the little men come out from. They took
the
Bob's
fuck?
wife's head. Nope, out of there. Nurse isn't that cute anyway. prescribe a sedative for each of them, and go back to my room. Lie down, still spooked, but mainly tired. Toilet starts flushing on its own. Not even spooked anymore, just annoyed. Yell, I'm going to sleep.
Fuck
Flushing
off, I'm
stops.
going to sleep.
Go to sleep, nothing spooky after that. Kinda weird how all of that happened in the same shift.
This happened to me last year. Not really scary per se, but kind of weird.
Kind of what the fuck?
Me. Home for summer break in AZ suburbs. Up at like 4 a.m. playing gacha on my phone in bed.
I was playing
Suddenly,
a gacha game on his phone.
Shifting in the dining area. Basically sounds like when you pull a chair.
Thank goodness nobody here does that.
Just the sound of it sliding around on
right,
the
Weeb?
floor. I always leave the door open because my room has bad ventilation, but the bed is angled so that I can't see the dining table from where I'm laying. Okay,
see, is that baby gloves, Forky? Now I'm making fun of him again. Does that make you happy?
Noise is going on and off. Realize that it can't be my sister because her room is further down
the hallway.
It's not
just you.
I would have seen or heard her walk past the doorway. Also can't be my parents because
if I was gonna talk about fucking Porky plays on his phone, how's Fallout Shelter going, Porky?
No sounds of running water.
But he hasn't played that in forever.
I'm not dreaming because 10 seconds ago I was actively playing on my phone.
What's the other game you played on your phone? Did you play like Wordle? Whatever the fuck.
Sounds more like one
played
person
something
going
else
around
on your
moving
phone.
each chair one by one versus a bunch of people
yeah.
shifting them at approximately the same time. It'd start, pause for a bit, then resume.
All seriousness, hearing some times with cats that when I know that's close to the time they'll have to wander off somewhere quiet to best. That's true. The only thing that weirds me out about Lucky was the fact she was 100% fully energetic, acted like her normal self, and never left far from the house at all. The only thing I would think of is that she would hide under certain places to pass peacefully that she didn't really do. But I will, I'm going to check in the future around some like wooded areas, maybe not too far from here to see if I can find anything. We'll see. Her bones might be there.
I told my friends about this too.
Mr. Toes would like go around the side of the house on this like piece of wood.
Nobody around.
And he would just like sunbathe.
Except in his case, it was on their
patio. It got really weird because he wouldn't come back.
Some nights I wonder if it'll come back.
He always came back,
and
I had to walk around to get him.
Dad moves to an inner suburb.
I had to do that like 3 or 4 times.
House is
and
old
then one
AF.
time he just
1940s
like wasn't there.
Most of the house feels normal,
like,
but
I'm gonna sunbathe somewhere where I can just pass away.
I'm alone most of the time.
I feel like that's what happened. I don't know.
Go downstairs to get toilet paper.
Yeah, that's happened to a lot of me with cats, but a lot of the cats that I knew were just outdoor cats, and whether like the coyotes or something or a fox got them, because that's just what happens to cats when you live out in the country somewhere. Some animal preys on them, and that's just what happens.
A woman murdered her daughter and hung herself down there. In the 70s,
I remember Porky being addicted to Wordle. He posted his results in general. Yes, he did.
Not strictly paranormal, but...
Yes, you did. That was the past. I remember when you did that.
I live in the city, but my grandparents own a farm, and my aunt lives with them because she's a single mother.
No, it happened. I remember. I remember a lot of things you don't
gatherings aren't
about
too big
yourself.
Because our family is pretty small. It's just me and my parents.
And I always start with Rogue.
And their 2 kids, and my other aunt and her kid.
Because you gotta do as many vowels.
We're all around the same age.
As possible.
I'm the oldest by
with
about
your first
a year.
word.
Except for Lily, a
and
little girl aged 2 to 4.
Like
don't remember, but she's a toddler.
Yeah, because the Rogue
She was
River.
the cutest little thing ever. Long blonde hair, blue eyes, fair skin.
Porky,
and
I've talked about the damn brewery that used to be there all the time. I have fucking bottles from your damn brewery.
Family meeting.
Yes.
Again, I don't remember her
the pink
age,
ones they had when they did the collab with Voodoo Donuts. I have those fucking bottles still.
Toys,
they don't even exist anymore. Their whole Rogue doesn't exist. They became a distillery or something, I think. It's no longer a brewery. They like closed because of COVID.
One day, out of the blue,
which is a shame because I liked seeing those bottles in stores because it was rare to see something from Oregon I could fucking buy.
Because I knew she'd love it. Parents don't know who Lily is.
So those are like fucking relics I have. They're cool bottles.
Has no kids.
They had their gray
But we
vape
literally
one.
went to her birthday a couple months ago. They say I must be hallucinating because
and as much as I think they're probably faggy liberals that run the whole thing, because they probably are, I would still go at least once to get some of those neat donuts because they're cool.
My cousins and I discussed this
I'd
every
at
time
least
we meet.
try
Their
once
parents
just
told
to
them a
do it.
thing.
Basically,
Lily never
that'd be like the one time I would go there just to get their donuts. I'd probably get their fucking Old Dirty Bastard one, their Elvis one, and the Great Big one I was talking about, and their Voodoo Doll one. I'd probably get a dozen just to get different donuts, and that would be it.
Somehow.
Decades later,
their Great Bape one is basically
our grandparents at their farm again.
it uses the purple tang, which is hard to find, but that does exist. The grape tang that's used to make it.
Lily is no longer on my mind. But my cousin
again, that would just be like the one-time thing. I would never go to a place like that and go like, okay, I'd keep the box and everything, just again for to say I did.
Remember all of this until he mentioned it. Then the memories flood back.
I wouldn't think like, oh, I'd go there all the time.
Grandma denies she was ever
not for those people. Fuck them.
Grandpa was a bit hammered, so he tells us to follow.
I'm shocked my buddy's gray cat is still alive and looks nearly the same as when he was adopted. It has to be around 18 and 20 now. There's a cat outside, Bob. I call him the old man.
Because
he is an old fucking tomcat. He has a face like a sad dog.
They had. This dog
he has to be old as shit.
So you can guess
he has to be around Lucky's
Grandpa
age.
was the first to hear the gurgled
I just call him old man.
But he was unfortunately too late by the time he got
I see him sleeping on the fucking
tears on his eyes. He's
like old ass
he says that the
wooden place that we have out there that are whoever owned this house before us had that's fallen to ruin.
Yeah.
He's not sure how.
Long time ago, there was a feral cat that would always be outside my house.
Why was Lily unsupervised?
And the cat had blue eyes.
Because Aunt was smoking
so
weed in her
fucking
room.
old.
They knew she was a total mess, but they didn't know she was this bad, and she figured her parents would watch over her. Except Lily went outside to hug the dog, and my grandparents were busy doing something else. The cops arrived,
being
and
outside
they
our
can't
house,
believe what just
and
happened.
he's super fucking
It's
old.
obvious my grandpa wasn't the culprit, because he's just crying and screaming and kicking the body of the dog.
So I dig around in our attic. I find some old VHS tapes. My father was always filming stuff when I was growing up. Find one marked Aunt's name, parents' name, summer trip.
Coincidentally,
I plug in a small old VCR TV and start watching. At first, everything is normal. My parents and aunt are at some resort. Everyone at the resort is dressed in white robes.
I went to one White Sox game.
Next, they are all at some feast, with
And
torches lighting everything.
It was versus
they
the
filmed
Orioles.
some guy giving a
And it was
speech
the
talking
one
about
game,
how this is a special occasion, something that only occurs
literally
every so often.
kind of historical.
My
It was the
parents
one
and
game
aunt
that
all
Cal
drink some dark
Ripken
liquid.
Jr. was injured.
Next, they are stumbling down a path with trees all
And
around.
so if anybody knows anything,
They
like
come
Cal
across a
Ripken has the
temple-looking building and
longest
go inside. This is where it gets crazy. My aunt must have been
games
possessed or
and
something
without being
because my
tardy
dad throws her
of
on the
any
ground.
player ever. Like he
My mom
played
holds her sister down by the arms.
20 games
My
in a
aunt
row
screams, "I need you
without
inside
ever
me right
going
now."
on the injured list.
My dad disrobes in front of the
it's
camera.
that-
Thankfully, I only see
It'll
his
never
pale
get broken.
cheeks.
But yeah, I
Next
was like,
30
oh
minutes
yeah, I
of the video
showed
my
up,
dad is
and
with
then
my
he's
aunt
out there
while my
signing
mom watches
autographs.
and touches
He's
herself.
not playing.
Pretty spooky, not going to lie. I still
And I was
never
too
figured
old.
out who
I
Lily
was like 9.
Happened just now.
And the
Come
kids
home
that were getting
and see our cat
autographs
behind the door
were
and
like
the cat sprinting to my office.
5 and
Notice that our
and
cat is
younger.
actually sleeping on the windowsill in different
I'm
rooms.
literally standing
Tell about
there,
it to
like,
my
I got a
wife,
pen,
who says
I
she's
got,
been
like,
experiencing
a
the
piece of
same.
paper, and I
Thinking
wanted
she
to
saw
sign
our
it.
cat in corner
And
of her
there's
eye
this
somewhere in
little
the
tiny
apartment,
little
only to
cute
notice
little
our
girl.
cat is actually resting next to
he-
her. Our
he
cat
picks
usually
her up,
avoids my office, but lately it has wanted to go there,
puts her,
especially during the
like,
nights,
on the
and has
field,
woken up my wife to get her
and
to
then
come to
takes
the
a little
office
piece
with
of
it,
paper
to just
and
sit
signs it,
and chill.
and then gives it to
We've
her
been
and
living in
picks
this
it
new
back up
apartment for 2
and
months.
puts it right next
If I
to
had to
me.
guess, we have a cat spirit
And I'm
living
like,
with us.
That's
Not
as close as I'll
paranormal,
ever
but it
get.
haunts me to this day.
That was it. That's like my
B10.
memory. Takes
Dad takes me to Monster Jam,
that's my
event with
memory
monster
of it.
trucks.
Yeah.
Lasts until late at night.
But yeah.
Ready to go home. Entire
That
lobby is
fucking
packed
cat
with
with the
hundreds of
blue
people
eyes,
all trying
Cal
to leave
Ripken,
at the
he
same
just
time.
was always like
Since
behind
I
a
was
bush.
10, I was short and was the only one that
and
found a
he'd like
younger boy
sleep there.
crying. He was
and
obviously
I'd
lost
see him
and couldn't
because I'd
find
walk,
his family.
right through my front door and I'd
Alert
look
my dad
behind all
and
the
tell him.
bushes.
We go up to the boy and have him follow
But
us
then I'd
around
like
looking
walk
for
up
his
to him,
parents.
or I'd like walk in
Go
the
around
yard,
asking people if
and
they
he would
knew
just be
this
like,
kid
you know,
or saw his
no
parents
fucking
looking
way.
for him. One random man eagerly says he'll take the boy off our hands and help look for his parents instead.
So I just want to tell this story real quick because it's interesting. So the old man cat, like I was saying, I call him the old man. He would sometimes bully Lucky out of food because he was just an old cat that would be eating her shit back there. But Lucky didn't mind. She just shared her food with even birds and shit because she ate some of her like dry food and stuff like that. But one day the old man actually had a rival because it was somebody's cat that had gotten out, and it was a really smart, intelligent cat because it was like a what do they call it, like poinsettia, like pointed fuck. It's basically like a Siamese without being a Siamese. It was a long, big cat, stunning blue eyes, was looking at him, and actually like stood over him, was mogging the hell out of him as a cat, and he just backed the fuck up. I'm like, well, yeah, that cat, that's somebody's like thoroughbred. They paid a lot of money for that cat. That cat should not be outside. But it was. It's like, oh, what is this cat doing here?
Just trusts this stranger and lets him take the boy.
That was the one time I saw that cat, and it was like, that cat is smart as fuck.
Dad tells him how we just gave him to some guy and points to the direction.
It was long, it
so
was
young,
towering
so
over the other
how messed
cat,
up and
and it
irresponsible
just looked like it knew that, like it knew it was higher in the food chain than him. It's like,
man,
no, you're not,
right,
you're not stopping
I've not
me.
been on a green text thread in years. Gonna post an old one of mine with no proofreading.
Same, I'm allergic to cats.
32. B19.
Makes me tend to
Still live
dogs
at
now
home with
too.
parents.
Found out the hard
There's a
way when I
large
found a
green
puppy.
belt that
Some
has a
asshole
creek running
ditched to
through
get
it
rid of
behind
it.
my
What an
parents'
asshole!
house.
Yeah, that's
Deep
awful.
in the green belt lies a fire pit my brother, friends, and I
Yeah,
set
some
up
people are
under
really
two
allergic
large
to animals.
One
Dander.
night during a fire, friends and I
I'm
decide to
sorry to
wander
hear that,
away from the
Bobbins.
fire pit into the dark. The night is chilly. chilly, rainy, and a slight fog lingers. We take one of our old, mostly covered paths that runs along the creek. Shining my mag light every which way, something catches my eye across the creek. It's a path like opening that seems to dig through the trees and thick blackberry bushes into someone's property. Sudden chill of fear and excitement overwhelms me and most likely my friends. The decision to follow the path deeper into unknown territory is made, and we search for a way across the creek. Further down the creek, we find a sturdy fallen tree that lays from bank to bank. We all safely cross and make our way back upstream towards the open.
There's quite a few
Everyone
cats that walk around here. Usually it's the
Finally, we reach
the
the
black
entrance.
cat,
The four of
ones
us,
that the old
including
ladies
myself,
own.
that
There's
did
the
not
orange
back out,
cat
climb the
they
bank and
own.
gather at the foot of the trail.
There's Lucky,
Peering
obviously,
down the path,
that my
I
neighbors
notice the fog
owned.
progressively gets denser, and yet
There's
again,
the old
I
man
feel the
that's out
spine
all the
tingling
time.
sensation of fear. Before
And
we take our
there's been
first
like a
steps
few
in, I turn
smaller
my
others
mag
from
light
time
off
to time that
avoid
I've never
bird
seen
detection.
again.
We head in. The path is nice.
There was this big, like, tabby that was bigger than the old man.
The air is
He was a
damp,
fat
and the
fucking
visibility
Tom.
is terrible with the fog. The first thing we come across is an open bottom flower box about 4 to 5 feet
he just eventually
long
stopped
and
showing up.
separated in
He
the
was a
middle
big
to form
fucking
two
tabby.
sections. Someone names it Baby
huge.
Graves and starts carrying it along with us. This is when things get
And
strange.
now, a lot of the cats just are around sometimes or aren't around sometimes. Just depends. Because the coons are out a lot too. And sometimes we've had fucking possums. We've had a few things. Anyway, let me get to Weeb's video and we're ending on that. So give me just a sec here. Close that now. Will it pop up? Give me the pop-up feature. Oh, you're gonna be a bitch and not give me the pop-up feature. I love when it does that. I love when videos do that to me. It does not want to
I am, but what are you?
It does not want to give it the pop-out feature, so I can just pop it out. So that's gonna be a pain in the dick. I'm gonna make it a separate tab then. 1 second. It wants to be a dick, because it doesn't want to pop out.
Like Porky.
It's 5 years ago. That might be why. That might be why, Weebler, because some videos just don't do that feature from if they're old enough. Some do.
Wow.
Some don't. It all depends. Let's get this. Like so. 1 second, chat. I know you're seeing this. Oh, did he just fucking leave? Did you?
Sure did.
Welcome back, Porky. Alright, let me see if I can get this. 1 second. Basically, I just have to do this. I gotta pop it out like this again. Oh, you popped out the chat. Is it pop? Wait. Is it not popped out? No, it should pop out that. There we go. Alright. Let's watch this video. It's gonna be like this. Again, it does not want to pop the thing out like it usually does. It's not giving that option.
Yeah. Watch the full Siege of Rex lore video. It's 7 hours long, and it's a great way to kill a ship.
Yes. Anyways, that's going to do it for us tonight. Thank you guys so much. Be sure to play the games in the Discord, and we're going to go watch Bigfoot Exorcist. Alright, see you guys. Bye-bye, everybody. Bye-bye. Love you guys so much. Bye-bye. Be sure to like the stream. Bye-bye. They're all leaving. Bye-bye.